Hey, I'm Mr. Beat. My name is Matt Beat. And I am an American citizen. I was born in the United States of America. Today, the United States of America turns 250 years old. I see you in the chat. Thanks for being here. I'm going to go through 250 years of American history off the top of my head, as the title says. I don't know how well I will do, but I have taught American history for a while, about 15, maybe 16 or 17 years, depending on how you count it, because I've taught American history both in the classroom and made lots of videos about American history. So I was like, oh, wouldn't it be fun and a little crazy to just see how much of it I can say off the top of my head. And obviously behind me is a cheat sheet, but I'm not going to use this cheat sheet. I'm just showing you this off the top here because it's something I think is really cool, and I collaborated with Useful Charts for it. We released it last year, but I don't think a lot of people know about it. People see this behind me in my videos, and they're like, what the heck is that? That looks cool. This is a timeline of U.S. history. Useful Charts, Matt Baker from Useful Charts designed it. I helped him as far as the information, though, so it's a collaboration. If you want to purchase this, now this is the extra large version. There's smaller versions as well, but if you want to purchase it, the link is in the description. So, I guess if I really wanted to cheat through this, I could just kind of reference that, but I'm not going to do that. I know my head is ridiculous. No, man, I'm going to be doing this again from memory. So yeah, in case you can't tell, my hat lights up. And I'm doing this in the morning. I know a lot of you are asleep. Perhaps you're watching this and you're asleep. Thank you for doing that. Shout out to Ollie in Hawaii, who he says, I want to catch the beginning of it, even though it's 2 a.m. where I live. So thanks, Ollie. And my family's asleep. But I figured I'd do this in the morning because I have a campaign event in the afternoon. I'm going to be doing this event in my hometown of Lawrence, Kansas. We're doing an event to promote candidates running for Congress who have added uncapping the House to their platforms. I'm really excited to do that. It's essentially a potluck, Centennial Park in Lawrence, Kansas, noon to 4. I got to get this done before then. Also, it's just a lot nicer weather in the morning. This time of year in Kansas, it gets pretty hot. So on July 4th. But yeah, today is July 4th, 2026, the 250th birthday of the United States of America. 1776 to 2026. That doesn't mean the country's dying right now. That just means that we've made it 250 years. Let's give it up for the United States of America. So let me run down how I'm going to do this. First of all, you may have noticed lifelines up here. I have 3 lifelines. The first one is ask the audience. So if there's ever a point where I'm just really stuck on, okay, what am I supposed to be teaching right now? What can I not remember right now? Is it a name? Although that's kind of lame. Not remembering names is like, meh, who cares? Or is it not remembering a really important concept? That's a bigger deal. Or just the biggest deal of all is there a lesson that I'm not remembering to tell you right now? Then I will ask the audience, like, can you help me out? And then once I use that lifeline, I cross it out. In case you hadn't figured it out, that's similar to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? And then over here, we got book. I've got a textbook here. I just grabbed one of the many textbooks I have. American History. This so happens to be the National Geographic one with Amelia Earhart on the cover. That if I can't remember something that's really important, then I can also refer to the textbook. My third lifeline is, you can see there, a poorly drawn phone. That's phone a friend. you know, most of my friends are asleep right now, especially my YouTuber friends. In fact, some of them, it's like 5 a.m. Because they live on the West Coast. So won't be calling cynical historian probably. But, you know, others live on the East Coast, like my friend Will. Shout out to William Fox. And there's a few others that are on the, I mean, maybe we'll be awake. If I don't call one of my YouTube history friends, there's local friends that might be up, you know, like history teachers that are my friends that live around here that I know in real life. So yeah, I don't know how long this is going to go. It could go 2 hours, 3 hours. I blocked it off until noon, but if I'm still going at noon, that's quite a possibility. You're going to see me going ranting and raving, rambling, the 3 R's there, about American history for as long as I possibly can. And then, so to kind of keep me on track so I don't go off on too many tangents, I've got a little bit of structure here. I got decade, so I'll put the decade we're on to kind of keep me in track, make sure we stay in that decade, because I'm going chronologically. I'm not going before 1776 as well, so I won't be getting into quite a bit of colonial history, Native American history, Spanish history, French history. You know, I'm sticking to 1776. That's another thing that's going to kind of help narrow this in. So over here, we got 3 boxes here. I've determined, first of all, I've determined eras that will also kind of keep us in track, like overall thematic eras. Oh, crap. It's on my phone. I have to go grab my phone. I don't know where my phone is. But oh, maybe it's on my notes here. No, it's not syncing. So yeah, we'll just have to go grab my phone. But the first era will be early Republic. So I'll go ahead and write that in. You can hear the train. Let's see, what did I have it? I think I had it to 1820. Yeah, that's what I had it. I'm just doing this by memory as well. So the first era is the early Republic, 1776 to 1820. Presidents, whoever was the president at the time, to kind of, I know there's a lot of presidential historians that watch my channel, and so that will kind of just be something to reference to keep us kind of like a North Star situation, so we don't go too off track. Dominant political party, you know, usually in modern times it's either Republican Party or Democratic Party. Obviously, we got some different parties in the early Republic, so we'll get into that. I've got 5 general types of history we're going to look at for every decade. So starting with the 1770s, I'll write that in there. We're going to look at every decade, society and culture, what's going on socially, what's going on in terms of the ideas that are spreading around amongst society. Government, that's more obvious, the political history, who's in charge, who has the power, who's kind of running things, making laws, enforcing laws. Economy, we've got the economic history, includes stuff like, how are people able to make a living? How are people able to survive in general? What are the resources available? Stuff like that, recessions, depressions, inflation, deflation, foreign relations, foreign policy. How are we getting along with other countries? Mostly we're talking about the government. How's the government getting along? But there are border disputes, especially in the early years. Lots of border disputes. Technology. This is not just innovations like you think of, like, oh, the telephone or the steam locomotive. This is also stuff like, I would say, ideas. Yeah, there's ideas that you might throw in there, although that kind of overlaps with society and culture. So that's why I put these over here, put these here, and the economies over to the side. So these 5 categories will also keep us in track. So before we get started, again, I might have to take some breaks here. I'll be keeping an eye on the chat. This is all live off the top of my head, so it could go wrong. It really could. Thanks for being here, though. It's early for some of you. And some of you are not in the United States. So if you're not even an American watching this right now, even more props to you. I appreciate you. Yeah, what is the 4th of July to a slave? The Frederick Douglass speech. So good. All right. I think we should just go ahead and get into it. All right. So 1776, specifically July 2nd, July 3rd, you have rich, generally pretty influential. I call them influencers. We tend to call them the founding fathers because they're dudes. They're all men, rich white men generally of European descent, who are aristocratic, and they are idealistic, and they have really ambitious ideas, but also they're just determined to start this new country called the United States of America. Of course, at the time, they weren't sure what they were going to call it. But a lot of people were not quite on board. Before July of 1776, you had to really convince a lot of people. And so you had to push out a lot of propaganda. Most famously, Thomas Paine's Common Sense pamphlet kind of went viral back then. And that convinced a lot of, I wouldn't say necessarily like, lower class folks, but more what we would call today middle class folks. Like, yeah, but we still have to remember that we don't know the exact numbers, but there wasn't really that many people that were diehards as far as we need to break away from Britain and start our own country. There were 13 colonies at the time that all kind of acted pretty independently. We always, as history teachers, we divided up into 3 general categories. You had the New England colonies, the northern colonies, you had the middle colonies, and you had the southern colonies. So southern colonies mostly based on slave labor, unfortunately. A lot of plantations, a lot of cash crops. So we're talking the Carolinas, Georgia, all the way up into Virginia. But Virginia also kind of, that's where you're getting into the middle colonies, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. And then New England, some say New York, but New York's really just kind of like, it's all where it's at. It's like the center of all the colonies because it's the most prosperous other than Philadelphia. Philadelphia and New York City, maybe Boston, but those 3 cities are really, that's where people are making the most money. But the New England, though, of course, Massachusetts, you got Connecticut, Rhode Island. New England's interesting because you got, it's founded by Puritans, but you got a lot of folks there who are starting to form their own little groups, the branch off from Puritans, and then immigrants coming in that are mixing things up. But I know Puritans kind of have a reputation for being conservative, but actually in many ways they were progressive. And that's why to this day, that's generally the most progressive part of the country. So, but yeah, so that's what's going on. You get these aristocrats in there who, many of them are angry at Britain because their livelihoods have been threatened. They're losing money. They're not able to have a voice, even though they pay a lot of taxes. That's the whole thing, taxation without representation. And really just this idea of freedom. Like, why is this country that's across the ocean trying to control everything we do, trying to micromanage us? And for many years, Britain didn't micromanage. They kind of were hands off. So that really, once that changed after the French and Indian War, where they're starting to micromanage again, starting to regulate and tax and try to, they're sending soldiers, Britain's sending soldiers over to enforce things. We had the Boston Massacre. Things like that really upset people. But still, it's only 1776 when finally there's a growing number of people like, well, maybe we should just go ahead and just do it, declare independence. And so a group of these aristocrats, they got together early July 1776, and they were called the Continental Congress. Already we have war going on. Already. The Revolutionary War, or the American War of Independence, as I call it, has been going on. you already have like, um, you know, people dying in the name of independence. You have people who are really upset with that too. Like, this isn't worth it. Just figure it out with Britain, and let's just keep this going because we don't want this. Lexington and Concord, that was 1775. So by the time you get to July of 1776, the war has been going on for over a year. And but yeah, now they're thinking we should make this more idealistic. Let's get these ideals on paper. Let's say specifically what we have against Britain and specifically King George. And so they draw up a list of complaints. Famously, Thomas Jefferson is chosen as the main dude to write what we now call the Declaration of Independence, although he had help, Benjamin Franklin, John Adams. You had Livingston and the other dude, no one remembers. We have basically a list of complaints against King George and a declaration of saying we're going to start our own country now. What you going to do about it? Come at us, bro. And it's approved on July 4th, 1776. Soon thereafter, published, printed in newspapers across the colonies, and posted in public. I mean, it's there. Now, the people who signed this Declaration of Independence, they knew that they were putting their lives in jeopardy. They did it anyway, because once they did it, they were traitors. This was treason. They were going against the crown, going against the government of Britain. And so now their lives were in danger, their livelihoods in danger, their families in danger. So there was a big freaking deal to put your name on this piece of paper. And of course, John Hancock does it nice and big. But not everybody, not all the founding fathers sign it for that reason, I think. It's a scary thing to put your name on this document and knowing that the whole world's going to see it. Speaking of the whole world, I would say most of Europe didn't really think it wasn't called really the United States colloquially yet, but what would become the United States, they didn't really take it that seriously. Like, okay, this is cute, but Britain has the most powerful military in the world, the most powerful army, the most powerful navy. They're gonna shut her down. And so it wasn't really seen that seriously at the time by most of the world. But yeah, regardless, officially, this is why we celebrate July 4th. It's a holiday here in the United States. This is why today officially is the 250th birthday, is because of the Declaration of Independence being blasted out there on July 4th, 1776. So, but yeah, we still have a war to win, and it's no guarantee. You have, at this point in 1776, you just have pretty much militias around the colonies trying to fight back. And so let me start writing down some stuff. So the government, I already mentioned the Continental Congress. You had, as far as foreign relations, well, yeah, we've got this is literally the War of American Independence. You don't really have a strong military. It's a lot of untrained soldiers. You have a lot of them are very motivated to fight, but they just don't know what they're doing. And so, of course, you got this dude named George Washington, who, despite making a mistake during the French and Indian War that really led to the whole war, still has a reputation as somebody who is a good leader, good general, and a good organizer. He has political experience. He's just really good dealing with all types of people, and he also has the tactical knowledge. So a lot of the founding father dudes, they recognize, like, maybe we should have this guy try to organize some kind of national army. When we say national, what does that mean? Some kind of army that's like all the colonies. The because right now we just have like this group up in New York fighting, or this group in Vermont. Well, what Vermont didn't exist yet, but what would become Vermont fighting. You have a group down in Pennsylvania fighting. Obviously, Massachusetts, they have some pretty diehard soldiers. But, overall, you just don't have unity. And so George Washington organizes what becomes known as the Continental Army. Oh, hey, JB's here. Hey, George Washington. Never heard of him. Yeah. So, okay, so we're at 1776. George Washington gets together the Continental Army. Society and culture at this time, again, like most not for independence, really. If they are, it's like, it's hard to get the exact numbers on this. This is heavily debated among historians. When I used to teach this stuff, I was like, oh yeah, a third of them were loyalists, loyal to Britain. A third of them were patriots, which means they were wanting to rebel against Britain, and a third were indifferent. I think that's an oversimplification. But yeah, the economy at the time, we got industry in the north. That's a really important thing to recognize. That's why Britain was like, we need to send troops there to like take out the colonial industry. They weren't as focused so much on the southern colonies because, well, they're making money, but it's like a smaller amount of people making money, and it's based off mostly slave labor. Yeah, that's another thing about society and culture. Slavery is by this time it is very normalized in the colonies. It's basically, they're still at this point smuggling. They're still kidnapping human beings in African settlements and shipping them via the Middle Passage to the colonies. Although it had slowed down quite a bit by this time, but yeah, slavery had existed at this point for 150 plus years. So foreign relations, I think we'll get more into that in a moment. But first of all, technology. This is before the Industrial Revolution. So when we say industry, it's really important to say it's very like modest. Most of the colonies, most of the world still at the time is heavily agricultural. So, but yeah, let's get into the war. So we have essentially, you basically have Britain, again, the most powerful military in the world. They're like, let's just take out their richest cities. The richest city at the time, arguably, was probably New York City. So let's just take that out. And Washington knew this. He sent troops there, but Britain sent more troops. I think they sent like 20,000 troops or something, like double to George Washington's 10,000 troops to New York. They easily kick him out of there. For the early stages of the war, 1776, 1777, a lot of times it's George Washington just trying to figure it out because he has clearly inferior soldiers. He's often fleeing. Boston was one of the first places where they had to flee. So that's before, though, really. We get to the current time I'm talking about, and then they eventually end up in Philadelphia. They had to flee Philadelphia. They recapture it. Then they have to flee it again. But yeah, it's not going so well in the early stages of the war. We don't need to go into too many battles, mostly because I don't have all of them memorized. But I mean, you have a victory here and there. I mean, people always bring up the Battle of Trenton, where it was like over Christmas, where George Washington led this surprise attack on the Hessians that were in New Jersey. But otherwise, though, I mean, it wasn't that substantial. You have Saratoga, which is supposed to be a turning point of the war. Saratoga is where you have, let's see, you have, I think Gates is the general in that one, Horatio Gates. Doesn't get nearly as much attention as George Washington, but he was another bad mother, shut your mouth. But he led a victory there. It's considered a turning point because after that, Britain doesn't have any huge victories. But okay, still 1777. I mean, this is before Valley Forge. Valley Forge is after this, where they have that horrible winter where George Washington's troops, they're camped out there. They don't have enough food. They don't have enough clothing. Disease is spreading around. Many die just camped out at Valley Forge in this one winter. And so, and then that's kind of how all wars go. A lot of times the deaths mostly come from disease, or not the combat itself, but other things that are circumstantial. But anyway, somebody mentioned Benedict Arnold in the chat. Yeah, he was famously the guy who was, oh yeah, I'm a patriot, but secretly he was loyal to Britain, and he was a turncoat. He was a traitor to the Patriots, actually. But yeah, we got Saratoga, we got Valley Forge. I already mentioned New York. Let's see, I mentioned Trenton. So 1777, 1778. I think by 1779, the war is pretty much a stalemate. Yeah, it's I mean, it's the reason why I think Britain is able to like still do so well is because, again, they have the most powerful military in the world. But the reason why the Continental Army, but also they're still separate militias fighting, why they're so able to do so well is because they have home field advantage. They know the local terrain way better. They're more motivated because they're fighting for ideals, freedom. Even, dare I say, this new idea called equality, at least equality for men, regardless of how much money you have, I should say. So yeah, that's kind of their advantage. And so you have victories here and there. George Washington is, he's still looking for, like, he's looking to break the stalemate. There's that Nathaniel Greene guy. He sends down the general he sends him down to the Carolinas, and he has some victories in the South. That's a big deal. I think I forgot to say that the Battle of Saratoga, because that was a loss. I think it was General Howe, the British general, resigned, and then you have Cornwallis. He's the one. He's like, we can, come on. Why are we? And so Britain continues to send more troops, thinking this is ridiculous. We need to finish it. But then we're going to jump. Let's just go ahead and jump to the 1780s here. Although I will say, before we get to the 1780s, we didn't really talk about technology much. What kind of technology is happening? I mean, this is muskets for war. You had cannons. You don't really have the warfare is out in the open. Oh, that's one thing that the colonial fighters did, though, that was different. They did guerrilla warfare. The British troops are out there in the open shooting each other, like as European soldiers had done for centuries. Whereas the colonial soldiers were figuring out, oh no, we don't have to do that, man. We can hide in the woods and ambush them, So, but generally the technology, the muskets are not very accurate, and cannons not either. You just kind of like shooting in a general direction and hoping that you kill the enemy. We still don't have a president yet. I mean, and not the modern sense, nor political parties don't exist yet. Let's see, what else are we missing here? Other technology. I mean, we could say anything's technology, but just remember that at this time, transportation, you didn't have any. Trains would come many years later. You had horses were the fastest form of transportation. Let's put that down. Horses. A lot of people just walked. Okay. And as far as, I mean, you still had the printing press. I mean, yeah. So that was, but that had been around for centuries. I don't know. The middle class didn't exist yet. That didn't really technically wouldn't exist, I would say, not until the second industrial revolution. But yeah, I think I'm probably missing some things here. Thank you for being. Oh wow, we're up to 325 folks here. If you're just joining us, I'm going through all of American history at the top of my head. I still have my lifelines. I'm just going over the big ideas. Obviously, I can't go over every detail. Let's go ahead and start. Let's move to the 1780s. I guess I could have left George Washington up there, but let's get you up to speed here. 250 years of American history. So the war is going on. It's a stalemate, but there's a big event that happens in 1781, and that is the Battle of Yorktown. Cornwallis surrenders there, and you could say that that's pretty much when the American War of Independence ends. So, I mean, you know, there's still skirmishes going on afterwards, but overall, the American War of Independence officially ends with the surrender of Cornwallis at the Battle of Yorktown. That's 1781. 1783 is finally when a treaty is approved, ratified, the Treaty of Paris, one of the many Treaty of Parises. And Britain agrees to say, hey, the 13 colonies all have independence. And this new country is called the United States. Although they're not that united, we'll quickly see that. So, but yeah, there's a Second Continental Congress by this time. But really, overall, it's still the Continental Congress. So we'll just keep putting that up here. And they draw up the country's first constitution with a lowercase c, the Articles of Confederation. There's not really, they have a president, but it's a president of the Congress. And so we don't need to talk about that. That's not like the modern sense of president. Articles of Confederation gives very little power to the federal government, the national government. State governments are still incredibly powerful. In fact, at the time, it's like you have 13 different countries, little countries. In fact, they're all 13 little countries that are kind of imperialistic already, because they immediately are like, well, we have these Western land claims, and they start fighting over land claims west of the Appalachian Mountains. So you got Connecticut's always the example I bring up, that they're like, oh yeah, no, we all the land that's directly west of us is ours, all the way to the ocean that's out there somewhere. We don't know where that ocean is, but that's all our land. I think another thing to point out is that as far as foreign relations, just because Britain has lost this war and the United States now exists, the other countries don't necessarily still take this new country seriously. And they're going to continue to bully, especially even Britain is like, okay, we surrendered, but okay, we'll see how long this lasts. So Britain and France, especially. Oops. I got to get my eraser. Britain and France bully the United States and also each other, of course. They're big rivals at this time. But yeah, I think overall the federal government very weak, not taking that seriously, even in the United States. And the first issue they got to deal with is like all these Western land claims these colonies have. You go to these different colonies, and they're all wildly different. You got like Maryland, who's mostly settled by, I would say, immigrants from different parts of the world, and also Roman Catholics. You've got the southern colonies that are mostly of UK descent, Scottish, a little bit of Irish, but slavery is legal. Although slavery is legal in all the colonies at one point, but quickly what happens by the 1780s is the northern colonies start to say, "Nah, slavery is actually it's bad, bro," and so they start to make it illegal. But it wasn't until then. The New England colonies are just wildly different than the southern colonies. You go from one colony to the next, you got different currencies, you got different people speaking different languages. You've got it's a loosely connected group of colonies in the 1780s. And the Articles of Confederation, it can not even tax these colonies. They can't even, build up revenue. Oh, Steve Kornacki. Oh, well, hello, Corey. That's right. Hey, that's right. Thank you, Corey. Yeah, I'm doing the best I can. And then again, this is off the top of my head, so I haven't used my lifelines yet. I still have them. Okay, so society and culture. I haven't mentioned this yet, but women have few rights. I mean, we always tokenize women's history during this time. Oh, Abigail Adams, she's very influential. She was an influencer who really helped gather support. Oh, Betsy Ross, she's creating the first American flag and distributing it. But I mean, overall, at this time, most of the situation was the man was the head of household. It didn't mean that we didn't have other situations going on at the time. When we talk about like LGBT plus history, there's no record of, or there's very little record of what's going on with that during this time. It didn't mean gay people didn't exist in 1780, or transgender people didn't exist. It's just like, it's such a rigid society. And this comes from Europe. This culture comes from mostly European culture. Most of the colonists also are Christian. I haven't mentioned this yet. I mean, sure, there are different sects of Protestantism, and you have Catholics as well, some Orthodox, but mostly Protestant. You have Presbyterian is a new one that pops up. You have Baptist is a new one. So uniquely American denominations of Protestant Christianity start to pop up. But overall, they all are, followers of Jesus. This is the dominant religion in the early years of the Republic. Technology still hasn't really changed that much. We still haven't really gotten to the true Industrial Revolution yet. So I'm not even going to focus on technology much for 1780s. But yeah, because the Articles of Confederation is so weak, it's just a mess. The early years of the Republic are just a mess in the 1780s. And so there's one event that happens in particular called Shays' Rebellion. And it always comes down to financial stuff, because what else is going on with the economy? Oh, I haven't even mentioned this yet. We have hyperinflation. Hyperinflation by the end of the American War of Independence, because continentals are just being created out of thin air, nothing to back them up. So you have currency that's just created, and because they have huge war debts, the Continental Army does, and they have to pay for it somehow. The Continental Congress is like, well, let's just create money, and so they did that, but it creates not only inflation but hyperinflation. We're talking. I mean, we think about inflation today. Oh, the inflation rate's 3%, 4%. Oh my gosh, 5%. We're talking over 10%. I think much higher than that actually. And so the money becomes worthless. Usually think about Zimbabwe or the Weimar Republic when we talk about hyperinflation. But no, hyperinflation happened in the early years of the Republic. And so there is this recession in the 1780s that's related to the war, and it causes a lot of hardship. And so a lot of people, they're excited about independence, but that excitement is short-lived because the economy is not doing so well. And you have farmers in particular who have a lot of debt. One of those farmers' name is Daniel Shays, and he leads this rebellion in Western Massachusetts. And because he's like, I'm not, we're not getting treated right, and the Massachusetts militia has to step in to shut it down. This tiny rebellion that just starts to grow across the countryside. Massachusetts militia has a hard time shutting it down. They don't do so well. And so this event really freaks out a lot of the leaders in Congress. And we still at this time call them the founding fathers. The founding father dudes, the framers. And so they just like, we need to do something about this. We need a stronger federal government was the general consensus. Although some were like, no, we don't need a stronger federal government. But most were like, yeah, we need to do something because this new country is barely keeping it together. We just started and we're barely keeping it together. So that's when they all decide to meet. Shays' Rebellion is, I believe, 1786. So 1787 is the Constitutional Convention. And that's when it's the summer of 1787. It's in Philadelphia, the same spot where they met for their usual business. Independence Hall. It's the same spot where they signed the Declaration of Independence. That's the same. So it's pretty cool if you're there today, 250 years later. This is like the best, in my opinion, that's the best place to celebrate the 4th of July is Independence Hall or Independence Park, all there in Philadelphia. Is anybody actually in Philadelphia today? If you are, I'm jealous. But yeah, so these founding father dudes, people like Benjamin Franklin, who by this time he's older, but he was highly influential in the American Revolution. He's there. Of course, George Washington is there. He's the president of the whole convention. You got James Madison, who's writing everything down, this quiet leader from Virginia. His good friend Thomas Jefferson is not there. He's over in France. Same with John Adams. He's not there. But this other guy named Alexander Hamilton repping it up for New York. You've got Governor Morris. You've got George Mason. You've got a bunch of these guys who all are extremely influential in different parts of the country, all coming together. Many of them already in Congress, but some of them not. And Madison is the main guy in my view. James Madison he's talking to each one individually, saying, "Hey, I think this should be a priority." For Madison, the priorities were he knew that it had to be a compromise between individual liberties and also just like we need a stronger federal government, okay, to really regulate things. But he was really big on separation of church and state. He was big on freedom of speech, being able to freely critique the government. I'm taking this off. It's starting to bother me. I don't need it anyway because it's actually kind of cloudy out. Hope it doesn't rain. So Madison is kind of the main guy. And like I said, he's writing everything down. George Washington technically is in charge, but he doesn't even speak that much at this convention. And it's very secretive. People outside even of Independence Hall, they're like, what's going on in there? And then scary for those who are like, well, is this new country going to even work out? But they end up writing a new constitution and they scrap the Articles of Confederation. And so it's not easy. A lot of fighting, a lot of people not getting along. You have essentially the articles, everybody agreed on that, but that needs to go. But like, what exactly do we do to replace it? So there's really two major compromises that come out of this. You have small states that are really worried about representation. Small states like Delaware or Rhode Island. Rhode Island didn't even show up, by the way, because they're like, screw this. We know this is not this. They're not going to have our best interest. New Jersey. So you had William Patterson from New Jersey, who's like, yeah, we need to protect the small states because our voice is going to get drowned out by the large states. Then you had large states. They're like, well, we have more people, dude. Pennsylvania, Virginia, especially had the most people this time. New York. We need to have more of a voice because we literally have more people. We have more citizens that we're responsible for. And so that was a big fight. What came out of that, there was a few people that helped compromise this, but James Madison chiefly among them. But what came out of that was known as the Great Compromise, where they decided Congress would be split into two. So you'd have two houses of Congress. You'd have an upper house and a lower house. Upper house would be made up of the Senate, and they would represent the states. And then a lower house would be the U.S. House of Representatives would be representing the population, the people. It's the people's house. And that was something that finally most of the delegates there agreed on. Oh, Joe, thank you. Did our foundation as a British colony cause rifts with our modern ideals of a multicultural country? Do ideals exceed the realities of different people having different priorities and red lines? Of course, absolutely, yes to both those questions. And happy 4th. Yeah, I mean, what's interesting is, the dominant religion was Christianity, but a lot of the founders that were actually fairly secular, they realized their religious beliefs should be separate from government. They believed in this idea called pluralism, that different types of people with different backgrounds, different ethnic groups, whatever their tribes was, different religions, they should all come together because they knew like they had a significant population of Jewish people, for example, that lived in the colonies. They had people from different parts of the world. Just because they're all mostly all from Europe doesn't mean that they all had everything in common. But yeah, this idea of pluralism was ingrained right from the very beginning. And they knew that this had to be a secular document, this Constitution. So the other big compromise that is a little bit more messed up is the 3/4 compromise. Or 3/4. See, my memory. 3/5 compromise. So you had a 3/4 compromise. You had Southern colonies that they maintain, like we need to, like we depend on slavery. Slavery needs to remain legal. But also here's the thing, our population is less than those northern colonies because we have slave labor and we have these giant plantations, fewer people live down here. And so our representation will be skewed if we don't have our enslaved population counted for representation purposes. And they were like, no, we need to count enslaved people as the same. Like, but the northern colony, the other colonies are, well, dude, you don't even think they're human beings and you want to count them for representation purposes? Are you kidding me? And so they went back and forth. What ultimately happened was the 3/5 compromise, where 3 out of every 5 enslaved people would be counted for representation purposes. This is already a preview of the Civil War, in my view, because they had disagreements over how it's a power dynamic of like Southern colonies are always going to be kind of behind because they are clinging on to this really inhumane thing, slavery. They refuse to give it up. When these northern colonies by this time, by 1787, are like mostly like either they've already gotten rid of slavery or they will within a few years. They're on the way to get rid of it. And so, those are the 2 big compromises of the Constitutional Convention, 1787. They come out of it, ratifying it. And that's been our Constitution ever since. So it's getting dark out here. I hope it doesn't start raining. All right. So how did common people think about slavery? I like that, Jordy. Yeah. So it depends on where you were in the country, but yeah, if you were in the South, you thought it was even justified by the Bible. Like you could find religious passages to justify. By this point, it was already normalized enough where it was ingrained in the culture in the South. In the North, it was more mixed. But honestly, the middle and northern colonies, they just didn't think about it. Well, middle colonies, they had slavery there, like Maryland did, Delaware. But northern colonies, most people didn't think about it as much. It wasn't the abolitionist movement was very small during this time. It kind of started with little pockets of groups like in Pennsylvania and Massachusetts, but it was still, I would say, relatively small. Kind of like the uncap the house movement today. All right. So we are still in the 1780s. All right. Well, I don't want to miss anything, but so the first order of business is figuring out how to distribute land out west, and they come up with the Northwest Ordinance. And they're like, these Western claims are null and void. These colonies can't have Western claims. We're just gonna create new states. Huh. So new states like Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, even Vermont by this time exists. You have soon after that Indiana. Yeah, I think but still it'd be a few years before a lot of people still haven't moved out there yet. We talk about Western settlement. We always talk about Daniel Boone, who during the American Revolution brought a group out to live in what is today Kentucky. But it wasn't really until the 1780s, 1790s when you saw more masses of people move out west. And a group we haven't even talked much about yet, and that's because of the foreign relations with Native Americans. So we got to remember, when the United States won the war against Britain, they have all the territory west to the Mississippi River. And so, that's a lot of land, but that's also land that's already owned by, they don't think of land ownership. Many of the tribes didn't think of land ownership exactly the same as these colonists, these Americans now, as they're called. But still, there's Native Americans that live west of the Appalachian Mountains to the Mississippi River. There are dozens of nations that all exist in this area. And now we have Americans that are just straight up stealing their land. Now, there are treaties that are signed between local governments and Native American tribes, but consistently what we see happen time and time again throughout American history is these treaties are broken. Promises are broken, and Native American groups are pushed further and further west, and then ultimately onto reservations. But yeah, like I always bring up the Sioux. The Sioux, people think, oh yeah, they were always in the Black Hills of South Dakota. No, they were not. They were much, much further east, and they just kept being pushed further and further west. Because the Americans generally had better technology with guns and gunpowder specifically. I haven't mentioned gunpowder specifically. That which had been around for centuries at this point. But because they had that military advantage, Native Americans often were the underdogs and had fewer victories. So yeah, but we have warfare already. In the 1780s into the 1790s, we have warfare between various Native American nations and Americans that are looking to move in places like Ohio and Kentucky and Tennessee. But yeah, regardless, there's more and more immigrants are starting to come to the United States because the United States quickly gets a reputation as a place where you can be a little bit more free. But more importantly, it's easier to get land because by the 1780s, also land. I haven't even written this out. This is kind of goes back to the old John Locke ideal, but private property, that's a big freaking deal. The fact that you can own your piece of land and it gives you wealth. And right off the bat in the United States, you have pretty solid contracts. because the United States sets up a judicial system that I would say is the strongest in the world. I'm a little biased to say that, but it's the strongest in the world. That means if you have a piece of paper that you sign with somebody else where you have an agreement on paper, you both sign it, you have faith that you could take that to any judge, to any courtroom in the country, and they will be like, yep, that's good. Yeah, I will respect that contract. These contracts protected people's rights to claim land, and you claim land. This is like you get wealth automatically, and a lot of this land at the time was really, really cheap. Why was it cheap? Well, because most of it was stolen. Yeah. Up to 99% of all Native American land was stolen, by the way. Did you know that? Also, around 90% of all Native Americans died from disease. Many of them dying before Europeans even arrived, because disease often travels, viruses and bacteria can often travel quicker than humans can. Anyway, so yeah, at least at the time. Yeah, this is back in the slow times when it took months to get one place to the other. The quickest way on land to get someplace was horse. I mentioned that earlier, but we haven't mentioned ship. Ships, like, in terms of ships at this time, if you're looking to get from Europe to the United States, it's looking like a few months journey. I'm not sure exactly how long, but yeah, like if people came over to the United States during this time to live, they were usually not bringing much with them. They were looking to start a brand new life. They're not hauling all their stuff. They don't have much stuff. Most people didn't have much stuff at this time. Also, what was I going to say? Like if you're moving to the United States, if you're an immigrant in the 1780s, you show up and you're a citizen, pretty much. There's not very, the citizenship laws of the time were not very strict in the 1780s. A lot of people, you just show up and you're a citizen. Especially, it's already common law knowledge at this time. If you're born on American soil, you're obviously an American citizen. So keep that in mind for later. But yeah, that's the 1780s. There's another thing we haven't mentioned yet, and that's, who's going to be the executive? And the executive, you guys already know, George Washington. In my view, our greatest president. He's the first president. Pretty easy decision for the Continental Congress to put that guy in charge. And we have an executive he's the commander-in-chief, which that also checks out George Washington. He has a team of advisors, which he calls the cabinet. They meet in this little room called the cabinet. Very well-qualified folks. Alexander Hamilton, who will lead the Treasury Department. Thomas Jefferson, Secretary of State. Thomas Jefferson and Alexander Hamilton don't get along, though, okay? And so that leads to the development. Once we get to the 1790s, we'll start talking about political parties. But you also you have Henry Knox. Let's see, who am I missing? I think I got him. I don't know. It's a very small executive branch in the early days. There's only 4 departments, I believe, 3 departments: Department of the Treasury, Department of War, which eventually becomes the Department of Defense, Department of State. And you had the federal government now has the power to tax. So that's one thing that they have to figure out, like, how do we pay our bills? The Continental Congress with Articles of Confederation can do that. So they start to have the ability to tariffs. Tariff debates would last a long time, many decades. How high should the tariff be? A tariff is a tax on imports or exports. Usually it's on imports. The idea is that you promote the industry that's in your country. And so you want to make it so that it's cheaper to produce goods in your country. And that means fewer taxes on American-made stuff, more taxes on foreign-made stuff, essentially. So it's cheaper to buy American-made goods, and that was really important too to developing the industry in the early years of the Republic. So, all right, let's go ahead and I think jump to the 1790s. George Washington still president. I'm probably forgetting things, so let us know in the chat if I forget anything. I need to refill my cold brew, so let me get a new more to drink here, and the lights are still on this hat. Let me turn this thing off. Okay. At times I might have to go to the bathroom too, so. I might get more to drink here. Look at this rain. Okay, so we're an hour in already, and it's only the 1790s. So George Washington is worried because already we have factions, and he was terrified of this idea, like we have factions, a political party, the idea of a political party. But yeah, the two political parties form the first political party in American history, the Federalist Party. Started by Alexander Hamilton. They believe that the federal government should be more powerful. Their opponents originally were called anti-federalists. In fact, they went back and forth, and they wrote these influential documents. There's the Federalist Papers, there's the Anti-Federalist Papers, but the Federalist narrative dominated in the early years, and that's why. Although the only reason why the Constitution stood was because they passed the Bill of Rights, which passed in 1791, I think, officially. Or was that 1789? 1789. Maybe it was 1789. Crap. But it wasn't. That was added on later. The first 10 amendments to the Constitution. These are things we take for granted today. So you got First Amendment, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom to assemble, to petition the government, the idea of separation of church and state, the idea that you can express yourself without fear of being thrown in prison, criticize the government in general. Second Amendment, the right to bear arms, to have weapons, to form militias against a tyrannical government. Those are like two of the most coveted things, I would say, to this day in the United States. Those are the two things that are non-negotiable for 95% of Americans. 95% of Americans value the First and Second Amendments, regardless of political party affiliation, regardless of values on anything else. And that's a big culture. Like, that's kind of really helped shape this culture in the United States of individualism. But yeah, the Bill of Rights also, all the due process amendments, the Fifth, Sixth Amendments, where we're talking about, you can't just be thrown in prison. You have to know what you're being charged with. You have a right to a speedy trial. You have a right to a lawyer. You have a right to appear before a judge and have a jury, and impartial jury, mind you, and all these things. Go further. Basically, the amendments from I always used to teach it like from Fourth Amendment to the Eighth Amendment. It's like chronological of the judicial system, the legal process, the court system. So Fourth Amendment, right to privacy, effectively, but really it's you are protected from unreasonable searches and seizures. The police can't just bust through your house and search through your stuff, even your vehicle. They have to have probable cause at the least, or a warrant from a judge. The Fifth Amendment's going through like, okay, so say you're arrested, here are your rights in court after you're in prison. Sixth Amendment's like continuing that process. Seventh Amendment, you get into civil trials, like, hey, you also have the right to sue someone, and you can get a jury for that as well. Eighth Amendment, no cruel or unusual punishment. Ninth Amendment's weird because it's like, well, we're not going to be able to list all of our rights. Rights are made up anyway. But if we forgot any rights here listed specifically, like, I don't know, education, then you also have that right, okay? It's the Bill of Rights are not a complete list. And then the 10th Amendment, which I think is highly underrated, the 10th Amendment says if it's not listed in the Constitution, if the power is not listed in the Constitution, then it automatically goes to either the state governments or to the people. So yeah, by 1791, that's the reason why the country, I think, there's three main reasons why the country is held together with this Constitution so well. And the first is the Great Compromise, this merging of small states, the interests of small states and large states. And the second thing is the Three-Fifths Compromise, the merging of the interests of slave owners and non-slave owners. And this Bill of Rights, this merging it's a compromise between those who favor a stronger federal national government and those who favor individualism, liberty, more states' rights. So yeah, but yeah, regardless, the anti-federalists ain't going away. The anti-federalists are here to stay, and they ultimately end up forming this party called the Democratic Republicans. So you have Federalists versus Dem Republicans. Not to be confused with the modern day Democratic Party or Republican Party, but that started by folks like Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, and they are pretty much arch enemies of Alexander Hamilton. And folks like Alexander Hamilton, John Jay joins the Federalists, John Adams, all these Johns, John Adams, of course, gets a lot of attention because he was the president, but he's also vice president. And he had his own show on HBO. It's really good. I highly recommend you check it out. But yeah, I forgot to say, vice president matters too, because the Constitution lays out that if the president dies, the vice president takes over. But at this time, elections are weird because the first presidential election in 1788 into 1789, it's not whoever gets second place is automatically the vice president. Everybody knew George Washington was going to be president, but really the real election was, okay, who's going to be second place to be vice president? And that was John Adams. I got to put John Adams' name down. And he would, after George Washington leaves office, he would become president as well. As a pretty strong ally to Washington. Although Washington tried to reach out to the anti-federalists and what became the Democratic Republicans as well. Also something about society and culture at this time, rich white dudes vote. When we talk about elections, it's very few people actually. And we also have the Electoral College. And so it's really just these electors in each state. Winner takes all. Each state get the electoral votes for the state go all to the presidential and vice presidential candidates. So it's not really that democratic. In many ways, it's still aristocratic. Oh, I have more super chats. I'm sorry, I missed them. It's the Bill of Rights, not the Bill of Morals or Ethics. That's important. Thank you, Abe Lincoln. Yeah, it sounds like I said Abe Lincoln, but Abe Lincoln. Haha.
There's a storm coming.
There is a storm coming?
Yeah. supposed to be over around 9.
Okay, well, the forecast changed, so I might have to go to my studio here.
Do you just want to come in?
Or I guess I can come in. Yeah. What time is it supposed to start?
Let me see.
All right. So the economy at the time, we have mostly a market economy that's, and I think what's unique about the American economy compared to most other countries is it's not feudalistic as much. You actually have true markets. I mean, this starts in places like New York City and Boston and Philadelphia and Baltimore, but it spreads and it leads. I mean, this is why so many people, even to this day in the United States, like they will live and die by capitalism. The idea that you have a market that is the main driver of everything, that people respond to incentives. Well, if the incentives are competition, then
So 16 minutes.
16 minutes. Okay. Well, that's great. I guess we'll go ahead and start moving.
You want to come in here?
Sure.
There's going to be cats and dogs.
Well, people will love that. All right, so we're gonna. I guess it's supposed to rain now, and this was not in the forecast last night, so we're going to move everything inside. So just bear with us. All right, we're making progress here. I let her out a little while ago. I got to get the hats. Okay. Okay. got a little bit of a glare. That's worse. Okay, we'll try to get rid of the glare best we can. Good thing this thing is portable. All right, so can we hear me?
You want the lamp on in the back?
Do you think the United States would be better off as a direct democracy? I actually don't think it would. I think maybe eventually someday, but I think that we're not ready for that right now. Okay, they can hear me. Wow, we're still going. So, all right, well, watch it not rain now after all this, but we'll go back out when that settles down, because I have a feeling we're only in the 1790s. This could go on for a while. So, yeah, like, oh, we have another super chat. V-Man, hello, from Puerto Rico. What is the one place under U.S. control to have successfully implemented a universal healthcare model? I don't think that's ever been the case. There hasn't been universal healthcare in the United States. So, yeah, the cats, you can let the cats out if you want. That might make it interesting. Okay, so 1790s, we have, I kind of went over most things now. So let's go into specific events. We have, I talked about the two factions here, but we also have, foreign relations. Did I get the marker? Yeah, I forgot the marker. Okay, that's kind of important. Foreign relations, you have mostly Britain and France again. Who are bullying the United States still. Both countries are stealing ships, American ships. They are essentially just disrespecting the sovereignty of the United States. Britain is still kind of colluding with Native American nations in the West. And just, the American government realizes they need to do something about that. So they do the best they can. Generally, the Democratic Republican Party is for better relations with France because they think, well, France is more aligned with our values. They had the French Revolution, where they're all more about equality, and democracy, whereas Britain is still more, it's about the monarchy. But the Federalists are like, are you kidding me? The French they're nuts. The French Revolution was violent. It gave ordinary people way too much power. So there's that divide. But ultimately, we have the Jade Treaty, which helps normalize relations with Britain. But you also have the XYZ affair with France. I mean, you have. It's never fully settled, in my view, in the 1790s. These skirmishes at sea, in particular, with both Britain and France. And then you have ships that are getting into trouble when they're going to the Mediterranean Sea. American ships are being, they're pirates there, are seizing ships there in the Mediterranean. This ultimately leads to what we call the Barbary Wars, but that's a few years later. George Washington has to deal with the Whiskey Rebellion. This is more of a government thing. So George Washington goes himself to Western Pennsylvania. There's a whiskey tax that a lot of Pennsylvanians don't like so much. And so they rebel against this, and Washington himself comes with federal troops to squash that rebellion. No problem. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. Did I spell whiskey wrong? I think I spelled whiskey wrong. So he's asserting his power, but at the same time, Washington is still like, the president should generally be hands off. He does veto a few times, veto meaning the president says no to a bill passed by Congress. And, stuff like, there's a few things. The thing I always bring up, the George Washington thought that there should be better representation in Congress. So there was a bill saying that there should be fewer representatives, and Washington said, no, we said that there should be one representative for every 30,000 constituents. Come on. But generally, I would say Washington was more of a hands-off guy. He could have been a king. He was popular enough to be a king. I think that's the most notable thing about George Washington is that he was given all of this power, and he just turned it down. In fact, 1796, he's like, no. Everybody wanted him to run for a third term. He walked away. He retired. Actually, 1792, he didn't want to run for a second term, but he was talked into it. So a guy that clearly did not want the power, but he did it anyway. See, what else is happening in George Washington's first term off the top of my head? Oh, somebody said calm down. Yeah, he fought on the battlefield. George Washington based indeed. So we still have a lot of people upset, though, with George. I know it's hard to think about George Washington having enemies, but the fact is you had these Democratic Republicans who were like, federal government's still doing too much. It really picks up when John Adams becomes president. So should we just jump into John Adams being president? Yeah, let's just do that. So Washington retires. Thomas Jefferson runs for president against John Adams. Adams wins, but Jefferson, he's become quite a bit more popular. And so it shows the Democratic Republicans are gaining power. But John Adams, it's you got the quasi-war going on, continuing these people forget that there's all these small wars going on just because the next big war is the War of 1812, but you have the quasi-war going on, these battles at sea between American ships and various European nations. You had back home a lot of critics of John Adams to a point where he was like, maybe we should censor some of these newspapers who are talking trash about me. Talk trash. And you had also a lot of foreign influence. And so, of course, the most controversial law of John Adams' one term as president would be the Alien and Sedition Acts. Which says there could be law. This is the first time where the federal government's starting to get a little bit stricter about immigration, about folks who are not born in the United States, folks who have not lived in the United States very, very long. That's the alien part. The sedition part is and remember, Congress passed this, the Federalist-led Congress passed this, but saying that if you're talking trash about the government in a way that puts the national defense in jeopardy, then you could be in trouble for that. You could go to jail for that. And of course, Democratic Republicans hated this, and I would say they gained even more popularity in response directly to these laws that clearly, and I think most historians would argue that they went against the First Amendment. So I think this these set of laws will always be something that holds back the reputation, the legacy of John Adams, even though in many ways he led to a more stable nation in terms of foreign policy. Things were getting back on the right track in terms of finding a balance between foreign relations between Britain and France. Because again, Britain and France were playing the United States off each other as a third wheel. They're like the parents. We were like the kids at the time. Britain and France always fighting, and the United States caught in between. I was saying that at the beginning. Yeah, 1776 to 2026. Yep, it's a memorial. This is the end of the Republic. Now, okay, so John Adams runs for re-election in 1800. But by this time, though, the Federalists have some competition. Let's go ahead. Is there anything else from the 1790s that I haven't talked about yet, though? We haven't even got to the big infrastructure yet for technology. I think this is the early years of the Industrial Revolution. So we could say the first textile mills for technology. The very first textile mills, so we're talking clothing, machines doing the work now instead of making clothes by hand. The first textile mills in the world showed up in England, but soon after they spread all over Europe and then the United States, of course, most of them in New England. And that really started to make it so that, oh yeah, we didn't mention the cotton gin. This is the 1790s. So this is a big deal. So there's a growing demand for the mass distribution and production of clothing, which, everybody wears clothes. It's one of those things that it's going to always sell well because everybody can't be walking around naked. And the fact that they're able to produce a lot more clothing means you're able to buy them more cheaply. And so, I spelled cotton wrong. Dang it. And so there's other folks that are like, well, we need to figure out ways to make better clothing, cheaper clothing to compete. Cotton's a good way. I mean, before that, a lot of clothing was made out of wool, but cotton also, that's more comfortable than wool. But the problem with cotton is that it's really hard to pick the cotton, the seeds out of the cotton, and because you don't want the seeds left in there after the cotton is extracted from the plants. And so this machine Eli Whitney invented called the cotton gin made it easier to separate the seeds from the cotton. And at first, folks were like, well, is this going to make it so that enslaved labor isn't needed as much? Actually, it led to the opposite effect, that more slaves would be needed. So slavery actually increased during this time. Although I will say this is when you still had this big push to end the transportation of enslaved people across the Atlantic Ocean. And so most of the slaves, when we talk about increase, we're talking about enslaved people that already lived here who are having babies, and their babies are born into slavery. So a lot of times these are families. Sometimes these families are separated, which is pretty freaking messed up. Separating parents from their kids, siblings from each other, if another slave owner wants to get a certain type of slave labor. Okay, I see more super chats here. I'll try to. Oh, sorry. Hey, Mr. Beat, I got a question for you. Oh, no, I already answered that one. Oh, answer is Puerto Rico. I didn't know I was being quizzed. Was it really fully universal health care, though? I don't think it was fully universal health care. But yeah, you're probably right. Happy 250th from across the pond. Okay, your beta beetle is is in the UK. Happy 250th. Whenever I see, oh yeah, we already saw that one. You missed the answer I gave you. Oh man, V-Man, very salty today. Can you talk about the whiskey? Oh, I already did. We're moving on from that. In fact, we are to the 1800s. Well, let's go ahead and erase the board here. If you're just joining us, we are going through all of American history by memory. We were outside, but had to go inside because it's starting to sprinkle outside. So we have now two political parties that are dominating. First, the Federalists in the early 1800s, but then soon the Democratic Republicans. Oh, what? I'm sorry. We're still in that era. I shouldn't have erased this yet. Crap. We're still in the early Republic era. Okay, and now president. Well, this is where you see a major change because it's the first peaceful transfer of power in American history with what some historians call the Revolution of 1800. So you have Thomas Jefferson. And then his BFF, James Madison, who would become president after him. Spoiler alert. And I'll erase the rest of this stuff. I'll clear the board. You can probably hear my cat going crazy in the background. Oh, yeah, come on. Trying to make the boxes nice and neat, but I'm shaky. Speaking of cat, I got scratched by my kitten. We got a new kitten. Her name is Tilly. She is wild. All right. So the board is cleared for the 1800s. When we say 1800s, we're just talking about the first decade. The first decade of the 1800s. So Thomas Jefferson's president. The Democratic Republican Party is now having much more influence. The election of 1800 is I shouldn't downplay it. It's a revolution, but it's quite divisive. One of the most divisive elections in American history, and pretty nasty. The two of them, of course, made famous in the musical Hamilton, but of course, also made famous in my video about the election of 1800. But Thomas Jefferson wins. James Madison is vice president. John Adams is out. They're Jefferson and Adams, once friends, now bitter enemies. Later in life, they would make up a little bit, but yeah, Jefferson has a mission to make the United States a bit more democratic, and so this is where you start to see the beginning of democracy expanding a little bit, just a little bit. You see a little bit of, you don't have to own property to vote anymore in some states. Most of them you still do. So it's still mostly rich white men who are voting. But you also have this idea where, okay, let's have the popular vote decide who wins the electoral votes. That's a new thing that's popping up during this time. Still, women have no rights. Anyone other than white men have no rights. But yeah, the ideals set forth in the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights are still there, kind of, just haven't lived up to them yet. So government, a big thing that happens kind of early on in Jefferson's first term is this interest in buying Louisiana territory, which had went back and forth in control. Spain had Louisiana for a while, and then France got control of it when Napoleon was emperor of France. This is when Napoleon was trying to take over all of Europe. Napoleon was all concerned, though, with how am I going to take over Europe when I got to worry about what's going on in North America? So he was looking to get rid of Louisiana territory, which is huge. And lucky for the United States, I say lucky, not lightly, because we, United States, was extremely lucky to get this deal of the Louisiana Purchase. Nearly doubled the size of the country immediately. But again, mostly Native Americans, so we're still stealing their land. Indian wars are continuing, so I need to continue to put that there. Indian wars. After treaties are broken, you have the rise of this guy named Tecumseh, who is going to become pretty well known during the War of 1812. He starts going around. He's like, the United States government is defeating us because we're all divided. We need to team up. So I know we have different nations, but the Shawnee needs to team up with the Osage and the Potawatomi and the Sioux, and I'm just throwing out names of the Cherokee. All these nations need to unite against the United States. That was Tecumseh's whole thing. This idea is new, kind of this, if you think of the Pan-African movement of the 20th century, like the Pan-Native American movement, because individually they're just getting dominated. After the treaties are broken, then the United States doesn't care. They're sending in their military and just overwhelming Native Americans there. So yeah, that's Native Americans continuing to get screwed over. Technology, more textile. I should have left this on the board, I guess, because textile mills begin to really pop up. I would say this is the decade where you truly see the first industrial revolution take hold in the United States. So first industrial revolution. Why do we call it industrial revolution? This is the first time in human history where machines do the work that was previously done by hand. We're talking about steam mostly by this time. So water being heated to very high temperatures to create steam that powers things on their own. Oh, I got banana bread. Thank you.
Warm.
Oh, thank you.
Turn your mic. It's not picking it up or something.
Oh, can you not hear me? Let me know.
Turn it towards you.
This is where it's always been the whole time. I think it's fine. Oh, somebody just says seems good. Board is out of frame. Okay, let's get that down. Okay, they can hear me. Yeah. So it's raining outside, so we can't go back out there yet. Much better setup up there. We'll probably have to wait till it dries out as well. So 1800s. Oh, now the mic is out of control. Okay, come on, buddy. Stay here. Got to tighten you. It's okay. Okay, so the 1790s, we had Federalist control. Now the Democratic Republicans are taking more power. And Jefferson is popular. He's kind of coasting his first term. A lot of people like his messaging, especially. He's a good writer. He's one of the best communicators in American history. And so he's easily reelected in 1804. But his second term doesn't go as well. First of all, you've got foreign relations not going so well with the Barbary pirates in the Mediterranean. And so the Barbary Wars happen. The first one happens during Jefferson's reign. I shouldn't say that. He wasn't a king. When he was in charge of the executive branch. So it goes fairly well for the United States. They handle it pretty easily, but it's on the other side of the world. And remember, this is still a time where it takes really long to get to the other side of the world. Market economy still, I think this is where we start to see patents really start to skyrocket. People saw how Eli Whitney's cotton gin made him a lot of money, and it did very well. And it was pretty easy for him to get credit for that. Others noticed this, like, hey, United States is really good with patents. It's written into the Constitution. If you have intellectual property, then it's really protected in the judicial system in the United States. And so you saw a lot more patents, and with that, the economy just really started to do well. But still, tariffs dominated. I mean, I could probably leave tariffs up here for all of the 1800s. I mean, the 19th century, I should say, because that was the main way the federal government raised money and how they try to promote domestic production and innovation. And there was one big thing, though, that was like not going away with foreign relations. Freaking France and Britain still. But because, I said this earlier, but because the Democratic Republicans were more friendly, and Jefferson more friendly in particular with France, it really just ended up being Britain. Britain was France was settled, but Britain was continuing to steal ships, merchant ships, but now they're going even further. They were impressing soldiers. Very impressive. Impressment just means in this case, in this context, they were kidnapping Americans and forcing them to join the British Navy. That was that's what impressment meant in this context. So that was really making the United States government mad. And Jefferson in particular, he goes to Congress. He's like, what are we going to do about this? I think maybe we should have an embargo, a trade embargo, meaning we're not going to trade with Britain. But the problem is a lot of people made a lot of money from continuing trade relations with not just Britain, but all of Europe. Regardless, the Embargo Act of 1807, Congress narrowly passes it under Jefferson's guidance. They trust him. It does not go well, especially in New England, where they lose a lot of money because their trade is gone with some of their biggest trading partner. And so this is where Jefferson actually starts to lose support at the very end of his presidency. But still, James Madison, under his coattails, is able to ride his popularity overall, still gets elected in 1808 as president. So yeah, it's interesting because Jefferson was similar to Washington, very hands-off president, except the couple of times where he wasn't, which the Louisiana Purchase, which Federalists said was not constitutional, saying you can't do that. But the Embargo Act was the other one. That was a big deal. And it really, at the very least, got the Federalists, it breathed a bit new life into them. But most of the Federalists are still concentrated in New England. And they never really fully regained power. They gained seats in Congress, but that's about it. The other thing I haven't mentioned about the Louisiana Purchase is afterwards, we have all this land. Okay, what are we going to do about all the Native Americans that live out there who now they're under American rule? We have to go tell them that they're now under the sovereignty of the United States of America. So we send the Lewis and Clark expedition. This kind of goes within government and foreign relations. But it's not just to go out and do diplomacy. Lewis and Clark are there to explore. They set out in 1804 out of St. Louis, and they go west along the Missouri River. Actually, they're on the Missouri River, all the way up north to Montana, modern day Montana, and they make friends along the way with as many people as they can. It's an expedition, so there's quite a few people with them, including enslaved people. Native American friends are who they try to gather. Here's the kitten. Hey. Yeah, you want to say hi? Okay. This is Tilly. But Native Americans come in pretty handy because they really don't know what they're doing. They don't. It helps especially with diplomacy. Sacagawea is the most famous. She basically becomes a guide for them on their journey out west. The other motive for them going out west is to see if they can find a magical Northwest Passage. I call it magical because it didn't really exist, at least not in the sense that Thomas Jefferson thought it would. A water route that connected the east to the west, to the Pacific Ocean. The Missouri River was supposed to be that, but the Missouri River ended in the Rocky Mountains in modern day Montana. And so don't eat my food. Uh-uh. And so yeah, that was a bust. But Lewis and Clark, overall, it's a successful expedition. It opens up more exploration to the Louisiana Territory. She's getting into stuff. And it leads to eventually more settlement. You have a dude named Zebulon Pike who goes after to explore more out there, who would not have gone if not for Lewis and Clark. That whole expedition was a couple of years long. They get back in 1805. They tell everybody, like, man, this is great out here. But what's interesting is that the Great Plains, which is a big chunk of Louisiana Territory, they say, oh, that's actually maybe not the best for agriculture. So that's in Zebulon Pike, same thing. He's like, and that's where it gets the name Great American Desert, because there's no trees in the Great Plains. There are very few trees. And so they just make this false assumption that you can't farm it. And at the time, agriculture was still the bee's knees. That was still the dominant way to thrive, or try to thrive, in the early 1800s. So then, because of that, future settlers would just go past the Great Plains and go further west and try to make it all the way to the West Coast, actually. So, but yeah, early 1800s, we have a lot more settlement. And I would say Ohio is the biggest, I think the fastest growing. Where should I put this at? Ohio. That's so Ohio. The fastest growing part of the country. Virginia is still Virginia, Pennsylvania, New York, or Massachusetts is still the top dogs, but Ohio is where most of the immigrants are heading after they first go to the East Coast. All right, what have we missed as far as the first decade of the 1800s? Cat in frame, none of us are listening. Yeah. All right, I think, okay, so James Madison is president. He's still dealing with the Barbary Wars. He's still dealing with Britain impressment. Also, what's going on with Britain is they are giving weapons to Native American nations out west, and these Native American nations are attacking Western American settlements. When we say the West, the reason why we call the Midwest today the West is because back then it was the West. So states like Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, that was the West. And so back then, whenever we talk about the West, that's what we're talking about. Yes, there's my America hat. Yeah. So But you also had the British who were hanging out west still. They still had forts, and they had one fort that was technically on American land in Michigan, so they got in trouble for that. And so, Madison has to deal with this in his first term. He's like, what do we do about Britain? They're still bullying us. They still don't respect us, much like most of the world at the time still didn't take the United States very seriously. And more people we call the war hawks, folks like Henry Clay of Kentucky. They're like, we just need to go to war again with Britain, because apparently they didn't get the memo the first time. So that all leads up to the next decade, the 1810s. So let me clear the board again, and maybe the cats will provide entertainment because they're fighting right now. They're playing with the beads back there. Oh, it's lightning out there. I'm glad I came inside. Glad Mrs. B warned me about that. I still have all three of my lifelines. They're putting on a show. All right. So the president, James Madison, and then James Monroe would be later on. The Jameses. They were friends, both Democratic Republicans. And yeah, the dominant political party is the Democratic Republicans. We're still in the first party political system. Still in the early republic, although things are about to change. Okay, so, oh yeah. So all this impressment of American soldiers by the British, all of this, these shenanigans out west with the British giving Native American nations weapons to attack Americans that settle out west, which, maybe, yeah, the Native Americans should have attacked because their land was being invaded and stolen from them. So Tecumseh, he's on board, and he's like, we're going to war against the United States. Plus, just overall, the United States not being taken seriously by Britain, all ultimately leads to James Madison going to Congress saying, can we declare war on Britain again, guys? Congress overwhelmingly says yes, and that leads to the War of 1812. Which Britain still has the most powerful military in the world at this time. So it's not going to go as well as many Americans are first thinking. But yeah, it's the first major war the United States gets itself involved in since first becoming a country. They're getting their butts kicked. There are a few victories out west, out north, along the Canadian border, but really overall it's not going so well. It's still kind of technically a stalemate, but Madison's probably like, what was I thinking? What are we doing here? Actually, there's one point where Britain, if not for being distracted with other stuff going on in Europe, particularly always France, they probably would have easily won. But and we see evidence for this when they're like, you know what? Let's just take over the capital and let's just destroy the capital, Washington, D.C., which Washington, D.C., I didn't say this earlier, 1790s is when it was all built, established. It's a planned city. That's why it is the way it is as far as the unique street layout and stuff like that, infrastructure of D.C. But Washington, D.C. is attacked famously. I think many of you know the British in 1814, they invade the city and burn as many government buildings down to the ground as they can, including the Capitol and what we call today the White House. You kidding again? They probably would have destroyed more if not for the fact that there was this big storm that stopped them. Right, Paul? Right? Okay, so, but yeah, it's looking like it's going to be an easy British victory. But then, as British ships are about to take Fort McHenry, which is just outside of Baltimore, Maryland, they're able to defend the fort. The Americans at Fort McHenry are able to defend it. And also famously, we have Francis Scott Key, who is taken as who is a prisoner of war on one of these British ships. He's watching the whole thing go down. He's so inspired that he writes this poem in defense of Fort McHenry that eventually gets turned into a song with an old melody from an Irish drinking song. And it becomes what we now know to be the Star-Spangled Banner. So the Star-Spangled Banner is a thing because of the War of 1812. So they're all circling my food, my banana bread. Okay, I'm gonna go play. Nope, can't go up there. The kittens are they're like children. They're very hard to deal with. War of 1812. It's still not going so well, but Britain is preoccupied with France, and they're like, "This is freaking end this. We don't need to deal with this." But so they signed this treaty, but before word gets out back home in the United States about this treaty, the British have already long gone. Like they still have another fleet of their navy is going to Louisiana and specifically New Orleans to take control of New Orleans because it's such a critical port city. And you control New Orleans, you can control all of Louisiana. New Orleans is interesting in 1814. At that time, I would say it was one of the most pluralistic places on the planet. It had people from all over the world living there, all doing their best to make a living in unique ways. It was really a hodgepodge of as a melting pot of people of all backgrounds, religions, cultures, ethnic groups. And Andrew Jackson would become famous. He would become a household name after what he did at this place. He was able to gather a group of soldiers, get them all united to defend New Orleans. And what became known as the Battle of New Orleans was probably the biggest victory of the War of 1812, even though it technically happened after the peace treaty was signed. And that was, it was one of those things that's it's part of the American mythology now. But regardless, it led to this boost of this idea of nationalism, where, we are truly a distinct, unique nation, and we have pride in that, and we're better than everyone else. Nationalism can go a little bit too far because it's like it can lead a lot of times to jingoism, and that's like I think extreme nationalism where you're willing to act out on your national pride to a point where you're really actively hurting other nations. But overall, just patriotism, which patriotism had been bubbling for a while. But I think before the War of 1812, you didn't have the patriotism that you saw afterwards. And this led to this era of good feelings. When so many Americans were just proud to be an American for the first time, we defended ourselves against Britain. It was like the second revolution, Don't eat the poster. She was starting to eat the poster. So this rise of nationalism, patriotism, and just overall, the federal government was more popular than it had ever been since George Washington. James Monroe gets elected president in 1816 easily. I mean, easily. Everybody is fairly united. The last kind of like during the War of 1812, you had the New England faction of Federalists who secretly tried to break away from the United States with the Hartford Convention. And because of the fallout of that, the Federalist Party basically withered away. And so you'll have only one party by 1816, essentially. I mean, you have the Federalists, the last Federalist presidential election was 1816. But by 1820, the Federalist Party no longer existed. And one party meant that, yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff was getting done. And in terms of foreign relations, more countries took the U.S. seriously. The Barbary Wars are still going on, but now the United States is easily, they're dominating. It's so that's also plays into the era of good feelings. These military victories in both the War of 1812 and the Barbary Wars, and then I didn't mention Tecumseh. He fell during the War of 1812. So there's Native Americans are pushed west of the Mississippi for the most part. Oh, that's a really bad N here. Native. I gotta get down here. MISS, ISS. So we still have a few of what's known as the civilized tribes that are east of the Mississippi River, like the Cherokee, famously, the Seminole, the Choctaw, a couple others. But you have most Native Americans by the end of the 1810s are now pushed west of the Mississippi River. So as far as technology, this is the same as the previous decade. We're now in the thick of the Industrial Revolution. I mean, mills, baby, all over. Not just New England now, but they're spreading all over the country. You have, I would say, for the first time, the economy is starting to compete with European countries. So economically being taken more seriously. I'm going to look at the super chats while I'm eating banana bread here. Yeah, it's still raining outside. Oh, well, thank you, Archangel. That's nice of you to say. Oh my gosh. Ollie, you're still awake. Go to bed. All right, well, this is from Starbucks. Banana bread, so shout out. Not sponsored. What else about the 1810s? It's the era of good feelings. I gotta see if I forgot anything. I think one party rule is the main thing. It's kind of hard to think about in this day and age, but There is one thing that happens with the economy, though, at the end of this decade, and that's the Panic of 1819. So things are going great for most of the decade, but then Panic of 1819, speculators got a little bit too greedy. They speculated a little too much, and there was a bubble that burst. A lot of people lost a lot of money. You got to remember, in 1819, you didn't have any kind of insurance for folks. If you invested, if it didn't go well, you're losing it all. A lot of banks failed, and the federal government, no state government was going to bail you out. They weren't going to bail out individuals. They were not going to bail out businesses. Nobody. You're on your own. So a lot of people lost a lot of money in 1819. And that was kind of the first little bit of fracture with the era of good feelings. Like, okay. And kind of a sign of things to come. The 1820s were a lot more chaotic. But I would say between 1815 and 1819, truly the era of good feelings, truly a stable time where everybody's optimistic. Not so much how it's going now in 2026. But I think that's it for the 1810s. So let's go ahead and look at the 1820s. I'll clear the board. Madison is gone. And now we're no longer in the early Republic era. We are in the growing division era, as I call it. Oh, you hear that thunder? Growing division. Perfect time for the thunder. I wonder if the microphone picks it up. Probably not. 1820 to 1860. If you're just now joining us, I've been doing this since 7 a.m. Central Time, going through all of American history off the top of my head. I have 3 lifelines: ask the audience, refer to my American history textbook, or phone a friend. I haven't had to use them yet because I've generally remembered everything. I don't remember every last name and date, but I got the big ideas down pretty well, at least. So I think that's really saving me so far. What's not saving me, though, is the weather. That's why I'm inside. I started out outside. Maybe I'll head back out here or out there soon, but we're stuck inside for the 1820s, at least. Okay, so 1820s. Oh, we got more. Thank you for what you do. Thank you, Stephen. Quote, life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Kierkegaard, true for an individual in a polity. I love that. That's deep. Thanks for the super sticker, Roshan. Appreciate that. Monroe was probably the luckiest president. Yes, he was. Well, no, you could say the same thing about a lot of presidents. The current one, for example. Okay. First of all, James Monroe still is president of the early 1820s. He's so popular in 1820, despite the Panic of 1819, that he virtually gets, he has no competition. He runs unopposed for re-election in 1820. It's one of the most dominating elections ever. Next to George Washington's 2 election wins, very dominating. That's like the next dominating. So Monroe, but then we'll have a new president. And so what happens after 1820 is there starts to be some factions within the Democratic Republican Party. It's still together, of course, but there are new parties that might emerge. In terms of government, I think that faction or fragmented might be a good way to put it. In terms of economy, bad. In fact, we have this thing called deflation, not inflation, deflation. So I know I always have to explain this. That's fine, but it's a basic economic concept that everybody should understand. We want a little bit of inflation. We want a little bit because it encourages investment. It guarantees that people are having a chance to make money. Their money is going to grow. They'll be more willing to take risks and invest more money. And if you're taking risks and investing, that means that you're going to try new things to further grow the economy. It leads to a virtuous cycle of economic growth. When you have a little bit of inflation, the incentives are there to spend your money on new things. When there's deflation, the incentive is to hold on to your money, not spend it. So that's why deflation is actually a really bad thing. So people got scared after the Panic of 1819. There's also the Missouri Compromise. So this has been an issue that had been avoided mostly for decades. I mean, since the Constitutional Convention, where you had an equal number of slave states and free states. So you had states where slavery was legal and states where slavery was illegal. Well, Missouri wants to become a state as a slave state, but that would upset the balance of slave states to free states. That would make it so there'd be one more slave state, and that would definitely warp things a bit when it came to representation and how Congress voted, even like the Electoral College, So yeah, a lot of Northerners in particular, New Englanders, were not happy with Missouri becoming a slave state. So as a compromise, Massachusetts agreed to let its northern area that was kind of cut off from it anyway become a free state. And so Maine enters the Union as a free state. Missouri is a slave state. That's known as the Missouri Compromise. They settle it, but it's kind of a preview of things to come. They know this is just the first time we kick the can down the road. We're going to have to at some point deal with the issue of slavery, especially as we know that we're going to, as a nation, continue to expand westward. We have all this territory out west, and people keep moving further and further out west. There's going to be new states. Some of them will want to be slave states. Others will want to be free. This is a problem that ain't going away. Okay. So that's another kind of kink, another sign of the unity is going to be going away. The era of good feelings is going away. But still, the early 1820s, country's fairly unified. Foreign relations, now that Britain's out of the picture, much better with Europe. But still, there's another country where it's on the radar. Put it on the radar. The new country of Mexico exists. And we have also this new area called Texas that's part of Mexico. And Americans are sneaking across the border to live in Mexico. They're illegal immigrants, illegal aliens, undocumented immigrants, Americans moving to Texas. Mexico's like, you need to stop. The United States federal government does nothing to stop it. There's also Florida, so Spanish Florida. Spain by this time has become a much weaker country. They lost to Mexico, by the way. Mexico, similar to the United States, breaking away from Britain. Mexico declares independence from Spain. Spanish Florida, though, they're hanging on as best they can to not only Florida, but all these islands in the Caribbean. They're not doing a very good job because, Spain doesn't have much of a actual presence in Florida, mainly because it's not the easiest place to live. There's a lot of swamps there in Florida. There's hurricanes. It's just hot and muggy all the time. Mosquitoes, disease is a big problem. So Spain has a hard time holding on to it. Well, Andrew Jackson's like, let's just take it, bro. Andrew Jackson, of course, now famous after the War of 1812. Actually, before the 1820s, he had led expeditions into Florida without even getting James Monroe's permission, just taking Florida. And then eventually there's a border dispute also with Britain. I forgot to mention But that's solved pretty well. The Adams-Onis Treaty. That settles the border between Maine and Canada. You also have out west, eventually you'll have border disputes with where Michigan and Minnesota are, but that's solved peacefully. But yeah, Spain eventually just they just give up Florida after Andrew Jackson already takes it over. And so it's no longer Spanish Florida. It is just Florida. But then they start talking about, what about Cuba? What about Cuba? We can get Cuba. A lot of southern states want to get Cuba because they want to make that another slave state. Florida quickly becomes a slave state. A lot of people move there. They don't move so much down to the swamps, but they move to northern Florida where the climate's, you can still have plantations. And yeah, there just continues to be, going back to the Missouri Compromise, more and more tension over the issue of the expansion of slavery as the country continues to grow. Haven't mentioned Native Americans yet. That continues. So in the 1820s, you have, by this time, let's see, I think the main conflict you see in the 1820s is you start to see more tensions with the tribes that are still east of the Mississippi River. West of the Mississippi River, it's not quite as crazy in the 1820s. Technology, anything new to add here? I would say the steamboats are big by this point. Because of that technology, it's a lot quicker to move goods. Before steamboats, you had to rely on the wind mostly to have sailboats take goods where they needed to be, and it took a lot longer. Steamboats, of course, heating up water and using steam to power the boats made them go a lot quicker. You could go against currents. You didn't have to rely on the wind. And I think this also drove the need for canals. And so there was a big push to build canals. Most famously, the Erie Canal. Some of these canals were ambitious. They were really big. That means they're really expensive. And so the people who built the canals, they're usually wealthy people who have the money to invest, but it's a lot of money. It really, it's too much for one individual or even one company. And so they began to petition the government to say, we need you to step in to pay for this because these canals benefit everyone. And more and more the federal government was like, yeah, you're right. And they would start supporting these canals directly through funding, which again, funding mostly still came from, you guessed it, tariffs, taxes on imports, but that's okay. By the end of the 1820s, the economy was back on track. So don't worry. Actually, mid-1820s, it was back on track. But still, you had this power vacuum because of all the factions in the Democratic Republican Party. Election history is here. Thanks for providing me entertainment during my video editing. I can be your post-1950 election phone a friend. Oh, nice. Okay. Good to know. Yeah. I don't know if I have your phone number. I think I do, actually. Yeah. Well, thank you, Vardan Yan. Thank you so much for the super chat. Sorry, I'm chowing down here as I go. Let's see. It's been over 2 hours. We're just to the 1820s. The election of 1824. Ooh. That was a big one. One of the most interesting presidential elections in American history. You had a four-way split. You had John Quincy Adams, the son of John Adams, former president. And he was pretty much a Federalist, even though the Federalist Party didn't exist anymore. You had William Crawford, who kind of represented more of the Southern interests, but also Andrew Jackson, he had support all over the country. He was probably the most famous because of his heroics during the War of 1812. And you had Henry Clay, who was well respected in Congress, and for a while he was the favorite to win. But it was a four-way race. Andrew Jackson gets the most votes, so he wins the plurality of the vote, but he loses the election because Congress decides to go with John Quincy Adams, the second place finisher, instead as president. And of course, Andrew Jackson supporters are furious about this. They are calling for the end of the Electoral College, as is Andrew Jackson. And they accuse Henry Clay and others in Congress of a, quote, corrupt bargain, because they say, well, that's Henry Clay got to be Secretary of State for John Quincy Adams. That's why you did this deal. And the trend before was, if you're Secretary of State, then you're next in line to become president. Because other than vice president, if you're Secretary of State, you're right there. So, Thomas Jefferson was the Secretary of State. James Madison was, James Monroe. So, yeah, Henry Clay was just thinking, you just want to be the next president after John Quincy Adams, don't you? And so, yeah, the next 4 years, 1824 to 1828, it just further made Jackson's popularity skyrocket. And it also expanded democracy even more. So this is the major tipping point where now any white man, so white meaning of European descent, could vote. Not just property owning white men, any white men. So by the end of the 1820s, they had expanded laws in all of the states to make it so that you didn't have to have property to vote. Pretty much all white men could vote. Native Americans still couldn't vote. Obviously, African Americans couldn't vote. Women couldn't vote. But yeah, democracy was still expanding. They even call this Jacksonian democracy, this rapid expansion of democracy. And more people showed up. More and more people got involved in politics during the 1820s. They started paying attention. There was a rise of this thing called populism, where it began to matter what was popular among the masses of people as opposed to just the elites. And John Quincy Adams, who does get elected, he is perceived as the elite. Yeah, it's still lightning out there. I'm glad I came in. And overall, John Quincy Adams is kind of stubborn during his presidency, doesn't get much done, and doesn't get along with the Congress, who mostly disagrees with him. Although he is really good about pushing the Erie Canal, getting federal funding for that. There's this new political party that forms in reaction to Andrew Jackson. Eventually, at first they're just called the Anti-Jackson Party, but eventually they became known as the Whig Party. But Andrew Jackson is extremely popular. Controversial. I mean, the guy has a temper, and he's certainly somebody who talks trash about the elites. He's not as elegant, not as polished as previous presidents. He's definitely a wild card, but he would get elected in 1828. But John Quincy Adams also had another success. He had the National Road, I should mention. I think the biggest part of John Quincy Adams' legacy in Congress during this time, the mid to late 1820s, you saw a shift in terms of the federal government was now going to be involved with infrastructure. They're going to be directly funding infrastructure projects that could not be fulfilled by the private sector. So the Erie Canal up in New York, connecting the Great Lakes to the Hudson River, really dramatically increased trade that benefited everyone. The national road, same thing. It's a road that started in Maryland, that connected the West to the East Coast. And these were massive projects that required way more money than any individual or one company had, like I said earlier. And so you had to have federal government investment. And ever since, it's just been a given that the federal government is going to have a say when it comes to infrastructure. But yeah, so I would say the economy more nationalized because of that. For the first time, the Whig Party really influenced this a lot. That was a big part of their platform. But by the end of the 1820s, though, Andrew Jackson, similar to Thomas Jefferson, at first he was kind of this wild card, like, oh, this guy's kind of crazy, to being a very popular president, easily gets reelected in 1832. But before we get there, is there anything else I'm missing from the 1820s? Let me think a moment on this. More and more people moving to Texas. What did people do for entertainment around this time? What kind of music did people listen to? Thank you. I didn't really get into that much with society and culture, so I should go over that. Oh, and the Second Great Awakening. I totally forgot that. Okay, so two things here. As far as entertainment, I mean, plays were a big form of entertainment during this time. But as far as music, music gatherings where we see the development of folk and bluegrass music. When we think of it today, it really hasn't changed that much since when it sprung up in the early 1800s. Those were the dominant types of music. Second Great Awakening is kind of related to that. It's this revival of Christianity when it became more bottom up. So you saw a revival of people getting more into their faith. And it was driven by these kind of carnival-like atmospheres where you had these little, I hate to call them, they weren't fairs. They're basically just gatherings of people, like little rallies. You had charismatic preachers that would lead these rallies. I hate to use that word too, rallies, but yeah, just think of it like a mega church today. They would set up tents, and they usually would be outdoors, and these preachers would talk about everyday things that affected these folks' lives, and connect it to, of course, the Christian faith, to theology, and to the Bible. And it led to this wave of new people becoming Christian, but also it led to new denominations, distinctly American denominations of Christianity in the United States. So that was the Second Great Awakening. Really, that started, I would say, as far back as the 1790s, but by the 1820s, it was in full swing. This is when you had a young Joseph Smith around who would eventually start the Mormon Church, the Church of Latter-day Saints. But that's just one example of that. Yeah, so as far as entertainment, music, as it's been for most of human history, but also theater. Theater was the main. Later, it'd be vaudeville. That would be more post-Civil War, late 1800s. But yeah, that was the, I think books were still the main form of entertainment for personal purpose, or like, as far as what you're just doing in your personal time for entertainment. Books. Yeah, I know that's it's hard for folks to understand, especially younger folks these days. But yeah, anything else? Thank you for that. because I'm forgetting some of these categories. I get so wrapped up with what the government's doing that growing division, though. Remember, that's the era we're living in, despite Jackson's popularity being so strong. Just looking at the comments here. Public sermons. There you go. Yeah, revivals probably. Sewing, piano. Mrs. Beat. Yes. The rise of anti-slavery feelings. I think we're going to get more into that with the 1840s. Nullification crisis. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. That was before. That was 1830s or okay. What year was nullification crisis? This is off the top of my head. I thought that was 1830s. But yeah, it started to take. Yeah, let's go ahead and just talk a little bit about Andrew Jackson before we get into 1830s. So one of the first things that Andrew Jackson wants to do is get rid of the national bank. There had been two national banks in the history of the United States. The first one established by Alexander Hamilton, the second one by James Madison, or in his administration. Andrew Jackson wanted to get rid of the national bank. He thought that the national bank it led to corruption. And that was a big part of his platform, anti-corruption. They're just helping out their buddies, the rich and powerful, and they're screwing over everybody else. And so he broke up the banks, but he tried to. And his first term, actually, Congress was an obstacle to him, and he fought endlessly with Congress, who soon was led by Whigs, and that was kind of the counter to him in his first term. But yeah, let's go ahead and go to the 1830s. I think we're ready for the 1830s. Let's do it. It's still raining outside. So Andrew Jackson and Martin Van Buren and others, they start a new political party called the Democratic Party, and they become the dominant party into the 1830s. But also, at times, the Whig Party is there to counter them. So we'll start off talking about Andrew Jackson, mainly talking about him in the 1830s. Let's clear the board. Might have to get some more caffeine here. I didn't get much sleep last night because those dang neighbors were shooting off those fireworks. Okay, so Andrew Jackson is president now, and he generally is somebody who is anti-establishment, wanting to really change things up. He is not so sensitive to those who want to protect the rights of African Americans. He's pretty racist himself. He's a slave owner. And but at the same time, though, he's very pro-union. So somebody brought up the nullification crisis. South Carolina, they didn't want to pay more tariffs. it was really hurting their local economy, and so they resisted. Thank you, Mrs. Beach. She got me some more caffeine. So Andrew Jackson, South Carolina was threatening to leave the Union. Can you believe this? Over the tariffs. It wasn't really that serious, but yeah, John Calhoun who was the vice president at one point to Andrew Jackson, prominent politician in South Carolina. He kind of led the charge, saying, these tariffs are killing us down here. We need, and so they just decided to nullify this law that passed these new tariffs. They call it the Tariff of Abominations that was passed in 1829, I think, but nullify just means ignore a federal law. And in response, Andrew Jackson's like, no, you can't just ignore the federal law. And so he's enforcing the federal law as the president's supposed to do. And so he sends the federal military down to South Carolina to make sure that they are paying these tariffs. And they sure did. But that was known as the nullification crisis. It's evidence that Jackson, no matter what his personal beliefs about slavery, he was all about the Union more than anything. And remember, Andrew Jackson is somebody who nearly died multiple times throughout his life, but specifically during the American Revolution, during the American War of Independence. He put his life on the line. He famously got smacked by a British soldier. He fought that war, and he hated the British. So that's why it was so personal for him, the Battle of New Orleans, when the British came back. Anyway, so Jackson definitely expanded the influence of the presidency. He made the presidency more powerful by doing things like that. He also was the only president in American history to oversee the balancing of the federal budget. It was really important to him that the federal government was able to pay its bills. So literally the national debt went away during his presidency. That's pretty amazing. There was also this crisis, though, with Native Americans. Remember, I told you the Native American groups that had lived still east of the Mississippi. And so the Indian Removal Act, not good, dude. That was a law he signed, although it wasn't really carried out until after he left office. But it basically said all remaining Native American nations east of the Mississippi had to move west of the Mississippi onto reservations. And this included the 5 civilized tribes, the tribes who had coexisted peacefully with Americans for decades, even centuries at this point. But yeah, great example is the Cherokee. But the sad fact is that greed of American settlers got the best of them. They wanted to steal the resources of Native Americans, particularly the Cherokee in Georgia. They were in a lot of their land had a lot of gold and other resources, and so Georgians wanted that land, and then other places as well. Chickasaw, Choctaw, the Seminole. All of these Native American groups were told you got to leave your ancestral land, and they didn't have a choice in the matter. Treaties again were broken. Some of the Cherokee went behind the back of their own people and colluded with the federal government. The Supreme Court even comes out. John Marshall, under his leadership, I haven't even mentioned the Supreme Court yet in this whole freaking live stream. How have I not done that? John Marshall. Let's go back a little bit here. AAKA Little John, as I call him. Charismatic Supreme Court justice who dramatically increased the power of the Supreme Court through the Marbury v. Madison was him. That was way back in 1803. I forgot to mention that. He established the idea of judicial review, or the idea that the Supreme Court can declare laws or actions of government unconstitutional. It's a big freaking deal. It made the Supreme Court relevant. It made them so that their power was almost as equal to the executive and legislative, although not fully. But still, he was Chief Justice longer than any other person in American history, and oversaw cases like Gibbons v. Ogden, made it so that McCulloch v. Maryland, that's a big one because it established implied powers that the Constitution doesn't have to literally say something for the federal government to have that power. But yeah, John Marshall comes in when in the case Worcester v. Georgia says, hey, you can't just take the Cherokee land. They're a separate sovereign nation, and you can't do that. Andrew Jackson just straight up ignores the Supreme Court and says, no, the Indian Removal Act stands. The president after him, Martin Van Buren, will enforce it, and this forced removal of Native Americans west of the Mississippi leads to a famous tragic event known as the Trail of Tears. Where thousands of Native Americans are forcibly removed from their homes and forced to mostly walk all the way from their homes east, west of the Mississippi River, along like thousands of miles. And much of it happened during a particularly cold winter where they didn't have enough clothing and food, basic necessities in some cases. And thousands died, well, at least 1,000 died. So again, this is all off the top of my head by memory. So let us know in the chat if I'm getting any facts wrong. But yeah, Chief Justice John Marshall, he was Chief Justice from early 1800s all the way to the 1830s. I'm so sorry I haven't brought up the Supreme Court yet. Well, the Supreme Court hasn't really been that relevant yet. But yeah, because of John Marshall, because of Little John, they are. Surreal Bus, thank you. Nice to catch you live for once. Can't watch now, but I'll watch the vlog later. Your videos are great. Just watched the Bleeding Kansas one yesterday. Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, we haven't got the Bleeding Kansas yet. That's coming up here soon, though. All right, so 1830s, what have we not talked about yet? Technology. There's this new technology called the railroad that's going to really change the game. It's just getting started in the 1830s, just the very beginning. There's also this new technology that's called the telegraph that's just getting started during this time. Railroad, of course, will get you from point A to point B much quicker. You know, on horseback, you can't go faster than 25 miles an hour. Railroad, well, you can maybe go up to 60 miles an hour or maybe 70 miles an hour even, dare I say, and using steam, the steam engine, to do so on tracks, train cars, lots of people also at one time. More importantly, lots of goods transported. When you make it easier to transport goods, that means more is available. That means it gets cheaper. Telegraph, a way to communicate remotely where you don't have to be you don't have to deliver letters anymore. You can use signals, beep, 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 beep. And these signals travel via metal lines over great distances connected by poles. And you can get a message from one end of the country to the other end of the country in just minutes, or even, dare I say, seconds. Really changed the game in terms of communication. Still a kind of a pain in the butt to transcribe the messages, but hey, regardless, it's a big deal. Economy, I would say by the 1830s, it's going pretty well again, but we do have, well, I don't want to get to it yet, but But there's lots of speculation. Again, speculation, unregulated. We're talking just like lots of people throwing a lot of money at things. Immigration has dramatically increased by this time. Mostly immigrants from, I would say, Central Europe. But immigration is dramatically increasing. It's still like fairly easy to immigrate to the United States. There's like you show up, you're good. There's not even an Ellis Island yet. There's no system like that. We're talking, I would say, because of there's a new class of people that's starting to just move barely, like a new middle class. Before this time, before the early to mid 1800s, you did not have a middle class as we think of it. But there's this new group of people. I guess you can call them the bourgeoisie. They're not extremely powerful, but they're right underneath there. And many of them are women. So women are becoming more educated. With wealth comes education often. And you start to see women's colleges pop up. Most women enter specific fields like teaching, nursing, stuff like that, but that would change over time. So that's a big development during this time. But it's just getting started. I wouldn't say it's too dramatic yet. Okay, so what else with Andrew Jackson? I want to make sure I got everything for Andrew Jackson. He was the first president almost assassinated. So the Whig Party, I think we should bring them up again. The Whig Party is kind of the more, the Democratic Party was first the more progressive, but soon the Whig Party becomes more progressive because they start to embrace things like abolitionism, ending slavery. By this time, by the 1830s, the slave trade had been abolished. Actually, it was abolished by Thomas Jefferson. I didn't mention that. But you still have the institution of slavery not going away anytime soon. You have slave power, this idea that when I say slave power, I mean like slaves don't have any power. The people who own them do. They kind of ran the show, like the slave owners ran all governments in the South. What they said went, and everything kind of revolved around that by this point. And this is where you start to see ridiculously huge plantations, ridiculous amounts of income inequality in the South. I would say, most Americans in the South couldn't afford slaves, but many of them wanted slaves because that racism was so institutionalized by this time, normalized. They justified it using Bible passages again. And so in response to that, we're going to see some reform movements. Abolition dramatically increased in the next decade. But before I get to that, I got to think, what else about Andrew Jackson? Let's see. Technology, foreign relations. We still have, the Seminole Wars have been going on. Those last over several years off and on. I didn't mention the Seminole Wars because they don't just go without a fight. The first Seminole Wars were way back in the 18 teens. Okay, the other thing I probably should start to mention is by the 1830s, we start to get trails out west. None of them are too built up, but that comes more in the 1840s. But you have what we call mountain men who are more and more going out into these western lands to mostly trade furs, but there's establishing relations too with different Native American nations. We have, I mean, it's still there's still a very oh, that's what I haven't talked about yet. The Republic of Texas. So by 1835, you have the Texas Revolution, where Texas becomes its own country, made up of mostly Americans who declare independence from Mexico after illegally squatting on their land for years. But yeah, the Texas Revolution, remember the Alamo? That's all the 1830s, 1835. And Texas is such a unique spot in the United States because of this fact that it used to be its own country. For the next 10 years, it would have its own sovereignty, although, again, mostly Americans, very sympathetic to the United States. Most of them there, pro-slavery. So slavery is legal there. Slavery was illegal in Mexico. That was one of the driving forces for folks there wanting to declare independence from Mexico in Texas. Further north, it's still sparsely settled by Americans in the Great Plains, but more and more headed to the mountains, the Rocky Mountains further west, even California, but not that much yet. Mostly Mexico has control over in that area in the west, what's modern day Western United States. The British still have control mostly in what's what they called at the time Oregon Territory, and today what's the Pacific Northwest of the United States. Let's see. New states are popping up, though. By this time, 1830s, you got Minnesota. You've got, I think, Iowa Territory. I think Iowa becomes a state in the 1840s. I don't remember exactly. Arkansas. All the southern states are now part of the Union, of course. That happened earlier. I'm just worried I'm going to forget something, or I'm leaving something out about the 1830s. That's why I'm kind of taking my time here on the 1830s. What else about the 1830s? What else about the 1830s? I'm going to go to the bathroom and think about the 1830s a little bit more, see if I'm forgetting anything, because it seems like I am. I'm a little bit hazier on this time. But the Whig Party was more left-leaning by the end of the 1830s. Oh yeah, you had Martin Van Buren take over. Kind of an afterthought. He rode the coattails of Andrew Jackson after helping him gain power initially and starting the Democratic Party. Martin Van Buren was Jackson's vice president during Jackson's second term. There's going to be the Panic of 1837. Yeah. The worst economic crisis up to that point. It was pretty devastating. A lot of people went bankrupt, lost everything. A lot of homelessness was really big during this time. Martin Van Buren kind of had bad timing with that. He kind of got all the blame when really a lot of it was to blame on Andrew Jackson, who by that time had destroyed the National Bank and divided it up into a bunch of private banks. But because of that, you had a lot of banks fail, and they're not able to pay people the money that they were supposed to. And a lot of people that had money invested in banks lost that money. So the Panic of 1837 was, that was one of the bigger bubbles that popped. Small note, the Americans weren't squatting illegally. They were brought in by Mexico to try to deal with natives. Oh, yeah, some of them were. Some of them absolutely were. Thank you for clarifying that. All right. I want to think more about the 1830s in the bathroom. I'll be right back. Well, the only thing I could think of was that the Whigs wanted more nationalization and they wanted higher tariffs. Democrats wanted lower tariffs. Let's go ahead and go to the 1840s. Still Democratic Party versus Whig Party. I'll leave that up. Still growing division era. Try not to erase too much here. I don't know where the cats went. I think the cats took a nap. I was going to use a lifeline for the 1830s. But I think I got the big ideas. I think we're good. All right, so 1840s. You had Martin Van Buren, poor guy. William Henry Harrison, poor guy, even more. John Tyler, ugh. So we have three presidents who are kind of meh. But control back and forth between the Democrats and the Whigs. There's this idea of manifest destiny that starts to become a thing. Let's put that with society and culture. Manifest destiny. It's the belief that the United States was destined by God to expand from sea to shining sea, from the Atlantic Ocean all the way westward to the Pacific Ocean. This belief that because our ideals are superior, they should be spread as far and wide as possible. We are for equality, not really, but kind of. We are for democracy. We are for freedom, individualism. We are for good in the world. God is on our side. This became quite pervasive by the 1840s, and you had more calls for expansion westward. But that also meant that you would have more conflict, more division, because, well, are those Western territories and states going to have legal slavery or not? And so more and more people were paying attention to just the whole institution of slavery, and in particular, the rise of abolitionism was a huge, 1840s was a tipping point, not just for abolitionism, but for a bunch of reform movements. So there's this rise of people in the North in particular just being against slavery, saying it's morally wrong. Why are we still doing this? Abolition just means abolish slavery. Other countries by this time had started to abolish slavery, and in Europe, notably Britain, had started to, that's the country that we used to be a part of, or we used to be, and they're doing it. Why don't we? But the South continued to cling on to this institution, heavily dependent on it for their economy. But abolitionism, I think, mainly rose during this time because more and more people were getting educated about this, and just educated in general, which led to other reform movements. The 1840s saw the dramatic rise of this idea of public schools. You had Horace Mann in Massachusetts, famously, who's like considered the father of the modern public school system. Massachusetts was one of the pioneers in terms of making it a requirement that kids go to school, that every kid gets a basic education. This idea eventually spread throughout the entire country. You had prison reforms. So before the 1840s, you really didn't see humane treatment of prisoners. They're thrown in prison, and then the heck with them after that. Who cares what happens to them in prison? You can torture them. You can feed them garbage. You can keep them locked in dark, cold spaces for months at a time, whatever. So that was a big change. More and more people calling for more humane treatment of people in prisons, but also this idea that if you have some kind of disability, via physical, whether it be a physical or mental disability, you should get some kind of extra help for that. So the idea that there should be institutions for those with disabilities. Another new idea, like it used to be that families would just take care of those with disabilities, but now no, maybe all of society should play a role in that. Maybe government should get involved with helping pay for these institutions to help these folks. Maybe government should pay for public schools. Maybe government should make prisons better. And there should not be private prisons. There should just be public government-sponsored prisons. So a lot of these ideas were adopted by the Whig Party. The Democratic Party was more like, that's not the government's role. So this is another switch we see when we talk about political party switches. When we're in the second party system still, but the Democratic Party would become more conservative, especially as more and more Democrats became associated with preserving the institution of slavery, which ultimately Van Buren became disillusioned with. He was a Northerner. He was a Dutch guy. His first language was Dutch. Wasn't even born in the United States, but he was born before the Republic started. But that's what I mean. Anyway, Van Buren was like, no, slavery should not be expanding out west. And so he would eventually leave the Democratic Party, the very party he started, and join the Free Soil Party. That's another thing that happened in the 1830s I forgot to mention is the rise of third parties. The first truly third party was the anti-Masonic Party that started after folks were upset of this murder of this dude. They thought it was like a conspiracy by the elites, and so they associated it with the Masons, the Freemasons, and that's why that's called the anti-Masonic Party. There was other third parties by the 1840s. You had the Know Nothing Party, also known as the Nativist Party, who were anti-immigrant. The Free Soil Party popped up, who were anti-expansion of slavery out west. A bunch of third parties started to pop up in the 1840s. So, all right. So, William Henry Harrison is a Whig. He's the first Whig politician elected to president. He's a former general who became famous at the Battle of Tippecanoe a few decades prior. By this point, he was an old man. He got sick soon after getting into office, famously 30 days, and he died while in office. And people in Congress were like, oh, crap, what do we do? This has never happened before, a president dying in office. Well, I think the vice president takes over, right? We talked about this, right? And John Tyler, the vice president to William Henry Harrison, also a Whig, but really he made a lot of Whigs upset all the time. He's just like, yeah, I'm just going to be the president. That's all there is to it. And everybody else kind of just went along with it, even though there was nothing explicitly written in the Constitution about what happens if a president dies. That happened much, much later. So John Tyler becomes the 10th president. This is 1841. The government's still mostly Whigs because, remember, the economy was still crappy. It had recovered by the mid-1840s. but you still had, I mean, the Whigs got mostly benefited from a poor economy, and so they rejected Democrats. So Whigs dominate at first, but how quickly they would fall, because they just never were able to hold on to power that much, the Whig Party. Foreign relations. Okay, this is where it gets really interesting in the 1840s. So we have this dude named James Polk, who's in Congress. He's the Speaker of the House, and he's becoming more and more vocal about manifest destiny. And now we need to expand, not just because, hey, guys, we're not just being imperialistic. We are trying to expand our ideals. We're trying to make it so that our ideals of equality, democracy, individualism are spread across the entire continent. And so he gains a lot of influence. Kind of a dark horse, though. The first dark horse candidate in history. John Tyler is extremely unpopular by the time. He doesn't even bother running for president. He's made not only Whigs upset, but Democrats upset, both of the major political parties. And so James Polk becomes president in 1844. And he's running on a platform of reducing the tariff. And he's able to accomplish that. That just means you're going to run out of money, but he doesn't care about that as much, as seen by his call for spending a lot of money on the military. But the second thing is we need to acquire Oregon Territory. Oregon Territory, which is the modern day Pacific Northwest of the United States, at the time was claimed by not just Native Americans who lived there. Of course, they were there first, but also Britain from Canada and the United States. Polk did not want to go to war with Britain or anyone over this. And thankfully, they didn't have to. They worked out a deal. A treaty was signed between Britain and the United States that secured the southern portion of this Oregon Territory. And that's modern day Washington State, Oregon State, and Idaho. So Oregon Territory is created. This is a big deal. This is very fertile land, good for farming. There's a lot of barren, hostile land between the east, between St. Louis and Oregon, but you know, if you can get there, then it's good. Like, so at first they were like, oh, let's just send ships there for people to live in this area. That's a long distance because back then they had to travel all the way around the southern tip of South America and very dangerous waters to get all the way around to the west coast of North America. But yeah, that's another big thing about Oregon Territory is now for the first time, the United States officially has a west coast that borders the Pacific Ocean. That's another. So to make it easier, they build the Oregon Trail. I've been on the Oregon Trail. Made a video about it. Took the whole family. Anyway, that was a trail that was made primarily for settlers, for pioneers who were headed from Missouri to Oregon, safe passage. And the federal government built forts along the way for safe travels there to not only help pioneers stock up on supplies, but also protect them from Native Americans who may attack them. But because again, they are on Native American land. But there was also the Santa Fe Trail. And there was the Mormon Trail. They weren't just one road. They're really like a series of roads. Think of it like a rope, like they kind of overlapped. But generally followed the same path, went the same way. And they linked the eastern United States to Oregon Territory. Santa Fe Trail went down to Mexico, Santa Fe, Mexico. And that was mostly a trail for trade. The Mormon Trail was specifically for the Mormons who had been persecuted so much back east. When they started in New York State, Joseph Smith and his followers were not well liked by the locals. They were kicked out. They lived in Ohio for a while. They lived in Illinois for a while, Missouri. Eventually, they would end up going to what's today Utah. But before then, they were kind of moving around a lot back east. So, yeah, you have these roads now. So more and more pioneers are heading west in the 1840s. Oregon was kind of the promised land. Once they got there, it was like, yeah, a lot of them were lucky. They got free land, hundreds of acres of free land. Talk about wealth building, asset building, and some of that land was stolen again from the local tribes out in Oregon. But the trip itself to get there took up to 6 months. You typically left in the spring, early spring, and got there hopefully before winter set in. But it was an adventure to get there. A lot of that, the spirit of the pioneers headed west. That really became ingrained, and it's part of its mythology, but part of it really is ingrained in American culture, because it's one thing to make it to the United States as an immigrant, but also to travel the entire country. It's a very large country to your final destination with all the obstacles you had along the way. That's another thing. So it really kind of played into that image, that symbolism of what it meant to be an American migrant in particular. Okay, I got some more super chats here. Let me catch up here. Sorry. Oh, William's here. Hey, Will. My boy, Mr. Brist, about to replace all of Wikipedia's American history with his... check out his channel. He does something similar to me, what I'm doing right now. He'll just bust out his whiteboard and he'll go through a concept for hours at a time. I don't think he's as crazy as me to do it in a live stream. I don't know why I'm doing this in a live stream. I'm having doubts right now. But regardless, go check out Will's channel. It's amazing. I learned about this playing grand strategy games. It was part of Canada's modern-day British Columbia, which was its own colony. Oh, yeah. About Oregon? Why is Sacramento, California, a historically significant city for the development of the United States? We'll get into that in a moment here, actually, because that's related to what I'm going to talk about here shortly. Well, thank you for spending your part of your fourth with us as well. Brett? Wow, there's up to 600 people watching this. You're all learning on the 4th of July on a holiday. It stopped raining out there, but it's still kind of moist. So I would like to make my way back outside. The lighting is definitely better out there. I can't believe it rained. It was not supposed to rain. And the battery on my computer, I got to watch that as well. So we've been going for more than 3 hours. We're still in the 1840s. Let me try to pick things up. Technology, railroads, more railroads being built. More telegraphs. More steamboats. You had, okay, well, but let's go back to the foreign relations. That's kind of the dominant thing of the 1840s is, Texas now wants to be annexed. So Texas joins the United States as a state, a very large state. In fact, the biggest state at the time. And again, it was its own country for 10 years. So immediately, James Polk sends federal troops down to the border between Texas and Mexico, and he kind of eggs them on. He's like, Mexico, you think that border is it? Actually, this border is it. There's a border dispute almost immediately in 1846. So the Mexican government says, no, the border is the Nueces River further north. The American government says, no, it's the Rio Grande further south. Polk sends troops further south to the Rio Grande, which to Mexico, it seems as if the United States is invading Mexico. And so they attack these soldiers. And Polk is like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you attacked us when we invaded your soil. And so he goes to Congress and says, we need to declare war against Mexico because they attacked us on our soil, when Mexico says, well, no, actually, you were invading us. But regardless, Congress says, yes, they declare war on Mexico. We have the Mexican-American War. It would last less than 2 years, and surprisingly, the United States dominated. It was the first war in which the United States dominated against a non-Native American opponent, enemy, because, you know, the Mexican military presumably had the same technology in terms of weapons, but the fact of the matter is the United States military was just way more successful. They had better leadership and better strategy, but also more numbers in many cases. The Mexican military was kind of more spread out. They were trying to cover too much territory. They didn't have enough soldiers. And after a series of battles, it was pretty quick, actually. The United States was able to to send troops into the capital of Mexico, Mexico City. And it was over sooner than most of the world probably would expect. So the Mexican-American War ended with the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, signed in 1848, that gave, I mean, initially Polk wanted to get all of Mexico, but they eventually just said, okay, we'll just take the northern half of Mexico. But that also dramatically increased the size of the United States and gave us modern day California, parts of Utah, parts of Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, all the modern day area there of the American Southwest. That's all added to the United States thanks to this Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Mexico is soundly defeated, and this is a lot of land. A lot of that land, Californios live there, who they're Mexican. They speak Spanish. Now they're under the control of the United States. So when we talk about like, oh, there's a lot of people now moving to the American Southwest from Mexico, just know that it's always been a lot of Mexican people that live there. But California was especially a big pickup because now you have like a huge, long coast, western coast of the United States that borders the Pacific Ocean, a lot of really good land, a lot of resources. In particular, gold is discovered in 1848. You have the 1848 gold rush and the 49ers that come after, because most of them came in the year 1849. This led to dramatic growth of this territory of California. That's why it became a state so soon, is because this gold brought a lot of wealth to the area. The city of San Francisco was established. Somebody mentioned Sacramento earlier. Sacramento was further inland. It was just easier to build there, and it was closer to the mountains. San Francisco is where all the ships landed, because a lot of people that went there for the gold started out in San Francisco. But yeah, this gold was further inland, and most people did not find any gold, but the few that found it in the beginning became extremely wealthy, ridiculously wealthy. And this led to people from all over the world coming to California, including many from China. This is the first time where we saw like a lot of Chinese immigrants head that way. Like I said, many came by ship, but soon we realized there needs to be another trail, the California Trail. And more and more settlers head straight to California instead of Oregon. But yeah, they're still going right past the Great Plains. have to keep mentioning there's Native American groups out here already, and time again, it's a pattern we see happen over and over. Initially, the contact is friendly. Initially, we have some treaty signs saying, "Hey, we'll stay off your land. You stay off ours, right? Yeah, you don't have. We can take this space over here, right?" But then, ultimately, more and more Europeans and Americans come and just straight up steal the land, break the treaties. Sometimes war happens, but yeah, we still see. I would say during the 1840s, so much of our attention is focused on the Mexican-American War that we don't really pay attention to a lot of the other stuff. But yeah, James Polk that's why I often view him as an underrated president, because without him, a lot of this, what the United States is today, would not exist. But he dies soon after leaving office. He only was one term, and then he's out of there. Then we have Zachary Taylor. I don't even have enough room here. A general and hero of the Mexican-American War. He becomes president based on his war popularity, similar to Andrew Jackson and William Henry Harrison before. He's also a Whig, although not particularly that political. He could have probably joined the Democratic Party as well if he was talked into it. But now now that the Mexican-American War is over, immediately the attention shifts back to, okay, all this new territory, we're going to have a bunch of new states. Should these be slave states or free states? And so we're about to get to a really important law that I often sing about. So before I get to that, let's clear the board. 1850s. Yep, we're still here. You can probably hear my dog bark. It's okay, Patsy. We haven't got to the Civil War yet. That's the wrong color. All right, we're to the 1850s. Zachary Taylor dies, but before he dies, he's really like, okay, guys, we got to do something. Let's figure out some kind of deal here to make northern states and southern states happy. What ultimately results is the Compromise of 1850. So that's a big one. It says a number of things, but the main thing is like it's balancing the number of slave states and free states. California being a free state, future territories in the South being slave states like New Mexico territory. You have popular sovereignty in other places like Utah. I mean, it basically gets rid of the Missouri Compromise. Missouri Compromise, one other thing it said that I didn't mention earlier is that there's this imaginary line of latitude. North of that line, states would always be free. South of that line, states would be slave. That's not the Mason-Dixon line. That's a different thing. That's the Pennsylvania-Maryland border that came many years before that. I have a video about that as well. But no, yeah, so the Missouri Compromise, threw that out the window. But the most controversial part of the Compromise of 1850 was the fugitive slave law. And that was a federal law that said that northern states had to help out southern states when they're trying to catch runaway slave folks who had escaped to the north. By this point, you had folks like Harriet Tubman, who had been aiding. I mean, she's a big deal. Harriet Tubman. Let's put her. She had been helping runaway slaves escape for a while. She herself was a runaway slave. She was so brave to leave her husband behind, who was too scared to go with her. She eventually went back to him, and I don't think she found him. But regardless, there's also the Underground Railroad by this time that's very well established. And so this is a big fear for many Southern slave owners, is that more and more of their enslaved people are running away and getting away. There's famously Henry Box Brown, who even melds himself away to freedom. But folks like Harriet Tubman, you also have abolitionists in the North like William Lloyd Garrison, Sojourner Truth, who are not only helping the Underground Railroad. Oh yeah, what's the Underground Railroad? It's a network. It's not literally a railroad. It's a network of safe houses, safe places for runaway slaves to go. Some of them continue north all the way to Canada, where slavery is completely illegal. But many of them just hang out in the north and hope that they don't get caught. But with this fugitive slave law now in place, many of them are worried about getting caught and sent back to the south, even if they never were even enslaved. If they're just, they're just African American, wrong place, wrong time, getting kidnapped and sent back, sold into slavery. So this is the big fear. The fugitive slave law makes abolitionism grow even more. There's also other things that really just dramatically grow the movement to straight up end slavery during this time. Famously, the best-selling book of the 1800s, other than the Bible, Uncle Tom's Cabin. Written by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Her brother also was an influential abolitionist, but Uncle Tom's Cabin, man, that really influenced a lot of normies into thinking that slavery was a moral wrong. It's like, how are we still doing this? James Polk is the Bismarck of the USA. If you look at the French-Prussian War, how they both egged the war on. This almost took Baja California too. Yep. The Fort Laramie Treaty of 1851. Oh, thank you, my lazy mood. Cheyenne and Arapaho territory was created in eastern Colorado until the Sand Creek Massacre, 1864. Yeah, so we definitely see more Indian wars breaking out during this time in the 1850s. The economy has rebounded again, though. Lots of prosperity during this time, despite the division. But yeah, the abolitionist movement is so huge. And then Zachary Taylor dies. Millard Fillmore is actually the one who signs the Compromise of 1850. But other than that, he's not able to get too much done. Again, technology it's still railroads. It's still telegraph. And I would say, like, the Democrats they regain their foothold in the 1850s with the government. By the time Millard Fillmore's presidency is over, I'm going to go ahead and erase this again. We've got Franklin Pierce and, this young, charismatic, handsome fella named Franklin Pierce. A life of tragedy, though. Tragic life of a doughface. But, he gets elected in 1854. The country, though, is kind of just hanging by a thread. It's barely... You could tell, like, we're marching towards civil war by this point. It's just a matter of like when, and we need somebody to really be a leader and say, okay, what are we really going to do to keep this country together? Because clearly there's like that line between northern states and southern states, and it's over this single issue of slavery now. And if you cross that line into the north, it's especially in a place like Ohio or Pennsylvania or Massachusetts, like almost everybody there is they're just disgusted by Southerners. The fact that they are still clinging on to this horrible institution of slavery. And so there's that division. But then, of course, there's still more new states coming. Kansas, where I live. And we're like, what to do about Kansas? Well, there's also Nebraska. So there's these two new territories that are wanting to be created. And so under the leadership of Stephen Douglas, at least he's trying something, but it didn't go so well. Stephen Douglas is a prominent senator from Illinois. He sponsors the Kansas-Nebraska Act, and it's passed by Congress, 1854, signed by Franklin Pierce. So Kansas-Nebraska Act. Kind of showing that the Compromise of 1850 was not very strong, because it's already kind of like, okay, we're moving on from that. Kansas-Nebraska Act said that Kansas would be a territory, Nebraska a territory. Both territories would have popular sovereignty on the idea of slavery, meaning the people there voted on whether or not they would want slavery legal. And it also got rid of like fully the Missouri Compromise completely. It was a disaster. It led to this flood of people moving into Kansas territory in particular, trying to make Kansas a free state or slave state, led to violence, what we call bleeding Kansas or bloody Kansas. I have a video about this. So you had bushwhackers coming over from Missouri, illegally voting in elections to make, because Missouri was a slave state and it's right there. So they're voting in Kansas to make Kansas a slave state. And then you had a bunch of people move from New England, particularly Massachusetts, to Kansas to make it a free state. And soon skirmishes broke out. Famously, you have John Brown, who moved to Kansas, who was a radical by this point, who had become violent and murdered people at Pottawatomie Creek. Put John Brown's name on the board here. And you had a bunch of violence. Finally, the federal government stepped in, but this was kind of, I always say, the precursor to the Civil War. It's where the Civil War really began, was Kansas in the 1850s. Because you had literal, like the town that I live in, Lawrence, was burned to the ground, 1857, the sacking of Lawrence. And it was basically just pro-slavery people mad at all the anti-slavery people, the abolitionists that lived in Lawrence. And they destroyed the printing presses that pushed out abolitionist propaganda. So stuff like that. You had Franklin Pierce not doing much about it. And then, not only that, around that same time, 1857, you had the Dred Scott decision, which I argue is the worst Supreme Court decision in American history. And leads to, in the decision, they basically say that that slaves are not humans. They don't have the rights as citizens. They're not citizens, I should say. That's the technical Roger Taney decision. That's what he said, that they don't have rights because they're not citizens. They are enslaved people. And because the whole idea was, Dred Scott was like, hey, the person who owns me as a slave, he moved me to a free state. I gained my freedom here. But then they try to make him a slave again years later. So he fought that and went all the way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, sorry, Dred Scott, you and your family are enslaved people still, despite going to free states. So this further enraged people in the North who were against slavery. And then you have John Brown over here. He's trying to lead a raid of an arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia. He's trying to lead a slave rebellion. And there have been slave rebellions for decades, I should say, before this. Plenty of slave rebellions. Nat Turner rebellion, most famously. But yeah, he was trying to lead a slave rebellion, but it failed. And John Brown was captured. And his sons, a couple of his sons died in the 1850s. He had several sons. But yeah, John Brown was executed and turned into a martyr as someone for the cause of ending slavery. And so, folks like Frederick Douglass, they condemned it. They said, hey, this is not the way to end slavery. John Brown, even though John Brown had communicated with Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass, I haven't mentioned him yet. He was an African-American who was very famous in the North, gave a lot of really important speeches, including the July 4th speech that said, what does July 4th mean if all men are created equal? That those ideals aren't really lived up to if we still have enslaved people. But yeah, Frederick Douglass, he was a runaway slave himself, and he had communicated with John Brown and was like, no, this is not the way, dude. But many abolitionists condemned John Brown, calling him a radical, saying he went too far. Regardless, though, this is 1859, so this is a boiling point. This is it doesn't seem like things are going to cool down at all, and they're only heating up. And so we have another president at this time, James Buchanan. Who agrees with the Dred Scott decision and both Franklin Pierce and James Buchanan are what we call dough-face presidents. They're Democrats, but they're both Northerners who basically say, oh, well, there's nothing we can do. Slavery is always going to be here. Let it expand out west. So they were effectively okay with slavery, despite being Northerners. And so that's why they were often called dough faces. Both very bad presidents, do-nothing presidents, did not help the country at all when it was barreling towards a civil war. And yeah, foreign relations, I didn't really focus most on during this time, the 1850s, because it's all internal. Europe is watching. They're like, oh, well, this experiment of the United States isn't going to work out. But yeah, it's the most divisive time in American history, the 1850s. People think that we're divided now. It was nowhere near what it was like in the 1850s. You had people, families that were torn apart by this issue. And then you have Abraham Lincoln come along. So let's get to him. Go to the 1860s. Is it done raining?
It's still raining.
Oh. I'm looking out the window right now. It's not raining. Is the forecast say it's going to keep raining? Okay, we're gonna.
No, it's raining. It's still raining.
We're gonna erase the Democratic Party here. You ready for a civil war? Okay, Civil War. We got a new era here. Civil War and aftermath. Oop. So yeah, Abraham Lincoln. He comes to the scene. He becomes famous after, nationwide, I should say, after a series of well-publicized debates with Stephen Douglas, who I mentioned earlier. And he's running for Senate in Illinois, but he loses the Senate race, but becomes a national figure anyway. And yeah, he's strongly against the expansion of slavery out west. In 1860, he is chosen to be the nominee for this brand new party called the Republican Party, which actually started in 1856. And a big part of their platform is really ending slavery, first with preventing it from being spread out west, but eventually everywhere they want it to be gone. And that terrifies Southerners, of course. Southern Democrats are like, we're going to make sure that he's not even, this Abraham Lincoln guy isn't even on the ballot in Southern states. So the election of 1860 ends up being another four-way race. I think it's the craziest presidential election in American history. You have Lincoln for the Republicans. You have Stephen Douglas for the Democrats, but then the Democrats are like, the Southern Democrats don't like Stephen Douglas. And so they vote for their own guy. And then you have a fourth party, the Constitutional Union Party with Bell. Breckinridge is the Southern Democrat. So there's a four-way split. Lincoln wins just because of that four-way split. He doesn't even break 40% of the popular vote. And so despite not being on the ballot on any Southern state, he wins the election. Almost immediately, Southern states secede. They leave the Union. By the time Lincoln gets into office, he has to deal with the fact that there are several states that have left the Union. So it's a very unique thing for a president to have to worry about right when they enter office. And then there's a last-ditch effort, the Crittenden Compromise, to try to keep the country together, saying, hey, let's just add to the Constitution that slavery is it's not going to ever be threatened, that it's always protected with the expansion of new states. Slavery will be protected. Well, that wasn't a compromise at all to Republicans, and so that's rejected. And then, yeah, Lincoln at first is trying to be conciliatory, saying, hey, you can keep slavery. I'm just trying to preserve the Union here. And bottom line is, soon after he's inaugurated, you have several states, 9 states actually, that have seceded from the Union. They have started their own country, the Confederate States of America, the CSA, and they come up with their own constitution. States have new constitutions. They set up the new government. They even elect their own president, have their own Congress, their own president, Jefferson Davis. And of course, the United States is not recognizing this new country. Neither is the rest of the world yet. So, but then something happens that really escalates things, and that is the Battle of Fort Sumter. So in South Carolina, which South Carolina was the first state to secede, you have a federal fort there, and federal troops refuse to leave. It's on the island just off the coast of South Carolina, and Confederate forces are like, you guys need to leave. They don't, so Confederate forces attack them and force them out. We've got a war on our hands. This is the American Civil War. The bloodiest conflict in American history. The bloodiest war by far in American history. Up to 750,000 Americans would die. In some ways, we're still recovering from this bloody war that happened. 170 some years ago. But yeah, Lincoln has to, he's like, oh, okay, I guess I got to mobilize troops and fight back. The first major battle after this is the first Battle of Bull Run or Manassas. And, you know, people were thinking this is going to be a quick war. There's folks from DC that even like bring their picnic blankets to come watch this battle unfold. They think it's going to be nothing. But the thing is, the technology by this time has changed. The technology is now, you have more advanced guns. They're more accurate. They can hit their targets better. It used to be with the old muskets, even in the Mexican-American War, like you're just still shooting, hoping that your musket ball will land on somebody, and even then, you're not going to probably kill them. You might wound them. Well, these guns the bullets are faster. They are more accurate. They do a lot more. They're more lethal, is what I'm trying to say. So it was a bloodbath. That first Battle of Bull Run, it was a sign of times. It was a sign of things to come. Sign of the times. So that was not a picnic that was that ended up spoiling the picnic, saying just a bloodbath. And soon after that, they knew that this was going to be a much more serious thing. And so the Civil War ended up. They had to really. They realized we're going to have to really do whatever we can to get more troops here. We're going to have to start a draft because we don't have enough volunteers. Both sides don't have enough volunteers. And Lincoln was willing to do whatever he could to preserve the Union. He knew that if the Union, if this failed, then that would send a message to the rest of the world that this experiment of democracy was no good. So, 1862, though, does not go so well for Lincoln and his for the Union troops. And there's a series of defeats, actually, when they invade the South. There's the bloodiest single day in American history, the Battle of Antietam in September of 1862. That happened in Maryland. It was the first time that Robert E. Lee, the general for the Confederate forces, invades the North, trying to get the North to stop fighting. But yeah, it's a bloodbath as well. For the first time, we have photography now that's captured. I know this existed since the 1830s, technically, but you didn't start to see it widespread till the 1850s and 1860s. So you have people taking photographs of the dead bodies on the fields. And so people that are not actually at the battle scene, back then you're usually thinking of glory, fighting on the battle scene, fighting in battles. But for the first time, people back in other places back home who are not fighting in this war, they're seeing photographs that are horrific, showing all these bloated dead bodies everywhere. And so you saw some of these become very widespread after the Battle of Antietam. Antietam was so bad that Lincoln changed his mind about the purpose of the war. He now was like, this has to be about ending slavery. And he issued the Emancipation Proclamation, an executive order to say that all slaves are free in southern rebel states. So not the northern states, but including the border states. Slavery that's another thing that's a myth that all the Union states banned slavery, because you had the border states, Missouri, Kentucky, Maryland, and then West Virginia would join as well, the Union, break away from Virginia during the war. But Maryland, Delaware, you had states that still had legal slavery, but they remained loyal to the Union. Lincoln was terrified of those states joining the Confederacy, so he really had to work hard so they knew not to worry. But when he issued the Emancipation Proclamation, they were like, what the heck? And so you saw actually revolts within these border states. But it changed the purpose of the war. Now it's not just about preserving the Union, it's about freeing the slaves. And 1863, that was probably the most eventful part of the war. That's where you had the capture of Vicksburg and the Battle of Gettysburg. This is both happened around July 4th, actually. 1863, Battle of Gettysburg, the biggest battle in American history, and it was definitely a turning point of the war. The United States Union forces were able to win barely that war, but it is also the second and last time that Lee invaded the North. And after that, pretty much every battle went the Union's way. Confederacy would lose. The capture of Vicksburg was important because it split the Confederacy in half by capturing control of the Mississippi River. 1864, you saw more and more Union victories, although lots of casualties. And so that's why there was a lot of fear that Lincoln would not get reelected because so many people were dying. And by that time, you also had the draft, and there were draft riots, famously one in New York in 1863. A lot of people still don't want to fight this war. But by 1864, there was a new general in charge for Lincoln, Ulysses Grant, who did a much better job leading Union forces than previous generals, especially George McClellan, who now was running against Lincoln for president. Lincoln had a Republican vice president, Hannibal Hamlin, and he had to break it to him like, dude, I'm sorry, but I'm trying to show unity here. I think I'm going to ask the only Democrat senator if he will be my running mate. So sorry, Hamlin, if you could step aside. And Andrew Johnson was that guy. He was a Southern man, Tennessee. Like I said, the only Democratic U.S. senator that was still part of the Union. So he asked him to be his running mate. He said yes, and to show unity. Lincoln ends up easily winning re-election, actually, mostly because by that point the Union troops had regained momentum and there were less casualties. There was Sherman's March. They had captured Atlanta, and Sherman's March to the Sea. It showed that now the Union forces were not only winning battles, they were dominating. This total war that Grant and Sherman were implementing was very effective, and it was pretty obvious by late 1864 that the Union was going to win this war. So we always talk about the Civil War with Lincoln's legacy, of course, but you also got big laws being passed during this time, such as the Homestead Act, where free land is given to American citizens, including women and people of color, who wanted to settle less desirable land out west and the aforementioned Great Plains. So they were given lots of acreage to farm to improve the land. They had to live on that land for 5 years, but they got it for free if they did so. There were other other laws that made it so that public colleges were established. The Transcontinental Railroad was another big one. That's I'll put that for technology. That was when that was approved by Congress, was during the Civil War. So it wouldn't be completed for a few years, not until a few years after the Civil War ended, but it would connect the entire country via railroad. So that was a big freaking deal. You had also a bunch of, Lincoln, I would say, trying to think of something else before we get to the end of the war. We had the Homestead Act. We had the Morrill Lane College Act. The telegraph is a big reason why. The industry of the North is a big reason why they won that war. Northern industry had now dominated. So we're talking factories that could build lots of weapons. More railroads were in the North. More telegraphs were in the North, so they could more easily communicate. the South had a hard time with that. Oh, you're not losing the. Let me back this up a little bit. Better technology, better industry, better leadership with Lincoln and Grant. Many reasons why they won that war, but they did win the war. Lee would surrender to Grant at Appomattox in April of 1865. Just a few days after that, though, Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. The first president assassinated in American history, shocked the nation. He became a martyr instantly. Today he's viewed as the greatest president in American history. I just made a video about it. Just made a video about him, so I won't go into that much more. But yeah, foreign relations, though I didn't mention this much at all, but just know that after the Emancipation Proclamation, that's when France and Britain and other European countries were like, we're not gonna help. We're not gonna recognize the Confederacy. We're not gonna help out any country here. Actually, some of them started to help out the United States, the Union, after this. So, society and culture. I mean, what can I say? Everything was dominated by. I mean, you just need to wrap your head around the fact that this war affected everyone during the 1860s. I think more so like looking what happened afterwards with Reconstruction. Reconstruction was the period after the Civil War that was supposed to help rebuild the South, but also integrate African Americans into society because slavery is now illegal. So you have the 13th Amendment. Actually, all right, 13th through 15th Amendments. 13th through 15th Amendments. Also known as the Reconstruction Amendments. The 13th abolished slavery, except for if you're in prison. 14th Amendment gave these recently freed slaves equal rights, equal protection under the law. If you're born here, you're a citizen, equal opportunity under the law. Equal due process. 15th Amendment said that black men could vote. So now you have not just white men, but black men can vote. All passed in the, 15th Amendment was 1870, but 13th and 14th were in the 1860s. A lot of changes. Government, the Supreme Court was kind of crazy during the 1860s. This is when you had 10 Supreme Court justices. And you had a lot of more progressive leaning justices in there. You had radical Republicans who were really dominating during the war. They were called radical because they wanted radical change at the time. They were radical because they wanted equal rights for African Americans. That was radical at the time. And you had overall Reconstruction in the early years was like, okay, we had a lot of proactive policies to really protect these recently freed slaves. You had the Freedmen's Bureau. To help African Americans get work and education after recently being enslaved, although many of them still ended up becoming sharecroppers. Just because you give someone freedom doesn't mean they automatically, have wealth. They still didn't have wealth. They didn't have assets, and so that was a major challenge. But yeah, I think on the flip side of the economy, South was devastated. I mean, their infrastructure, especially in places like Georgia, devastated. They didn't have much industry anyway, but they were really struggling. You got to remember that of those 750,000 Americans that died, like almost half of those were Confederate forces. They had fewer population, less population anyway. By the end of the war, Confederate forces were so desperate that they were enlisting boys as young as 11 and 12 years old. You had old men who could barely see who were being enlisted. They were desperate. But yeah, this is the closest we ever got to the United States as we know it ending. But we survived it. So Lincoln didn't survive, unfortunately. Andrew Johnson did. Johnson was the first president impeached because the radical Republicans did not like him. And for good reason. He was a pretty crappy president. They looked for any excuse to get him. They got him on the Office of Tenure Act. They impeached him for hiring somebody in the executive branch that they did not approve of. And he was almost removed from office. Only one vote saved him, but he stayed in office. However, did not run for a re-election. And Ulysses Grant did, who was extremely popular. You notice a trend here. You got popular wartime generals. So just like George Washington, William Henry Harrison, Zachary Taylor. Oh, I forgot Andrew Jackson. Ulysses Grant is a popular wartime general that gets elected president, although he ends up having a pretty corrupt cabinet, lots of scandals over the years. And but he has pretty solid Reconstruction policy, whereas Johnson was pretty lenient on Southern leaders. He made it a lot easier for Southern states to get right back on board. Ulysses Grant was stricter. He was somebody who signed the Force Act, which really clamped down on those in the South who were trying to basically still fight the Civil War. Groups like the Ku Klux Klan that emerged, that he really struck them down. Now, remember, the rest of the 1860s after the war, federal troops were occupying the South. And the states were not just immediately readmitted to the Union. It was a very slow process. But eventually, by 1870, all the states had rejoined the Union. America was back. Oh, boy. I think that's 1860. We got enough for 1860s.
Doing okay?
I'm hanging in there.
Always are you waiting for his food?
I thought the rain would be over with by now.
I think it's going to continue.
For how long? Looks like it's just sprinkling.
It says for at least 60 minutes.
Dang, I was hoping to get back. I know I'm bugging people in here. I'm bugging everybody.
Well,
Yeah, see, it's true. I'm annoying.
you can go out to your studio, but you'd have to move again.
I'd have to go out in the rain.
Yeah.
I haven't used my lifelines yet. Although I kind of did a little bit. All right, let's check on the chat. I don't have a full video on Harriet Tubman yet. I hope to soon. Actually, as soon as next year. And thank you for the kind words. I want to hear some Electric Needle Room in the back. Hey, you could just search up Electric Needle Room. It's there waiting for you. I have songs about all the presidents of the United States. Lord Palmerston of the UK stays out of the Civil War despite the Confederacy wanting him to join them in the war. That's true. Thank you for joining as members, Lingsworth and Crayola. Thank you so much. We had open immigration until 1913. Was that good or bad for America? That's not fully true. I'll get into that here in a little bit. I want to see a FJM tour where you open with a lecture about American history for an hour, and then he plays pure comedy 5 times and everyone gets money. Oh, that Father John Misty. That's great. See, real ones know that reference. We are to the 1870s. Thank you for being here. If you're just now joining us, I've been live streaming for over 4 hours now. This is going longer than I thought. I have an event at noon, but I guess I'll be late to that. We are going through all of American history off the top of my head, 250 years of American history. In the 1870s, yeah, the first part of the 1870s, we got Ulysses Grant. As the president. Many say he's an underrated president. The Republican Party still dominates, mostly because of the Civil War. And yeah, Reconstruction is still happening. We're also in the Gilded Age now. The term Gilded Age coming from Mark Twain. That's the name of one of his books. I have a video coming up about Mark Twain. He called it Gilded Age because it looked golden, but really that was just a layer on top that hid what was underneath. Because yes, there were a few people at the top making lots of money at this time, but most people were struggling. So it was misleading. A lot of wealth was being created, a lot of people getting rich, but most people not so much. And extreme wealth inequality, monopolies by giant corporations, little competition, ruthless, cutthroat capitalism. Kind of sounds familiar, doesn't it? That's why some say we're living currently in the second Gilded Age. But yeah, 1870s, as you have the rise of folks like Vanderbilt, who had built the railroad empire. You had Andrew Carnegie, who built up a steel empire. You had Rockefeller, who there's this new discovery of oil that was making all the machines go on their own, and he was making lots of money in the oil industry. Eventually became the richest man in the world. You had a bunch of folks like that. Robber barons, as they were called by critics, but many of them did donate most of their money, like Andrew Carnegie. But still, yeah, very controversial figures. 1870s is the first time you start to see workers start to organize. I mentioned the scandals earlier. There was the Credit Mobilier scandal. That really tarnished Grant's legacy, but still, pretty solid president. I'll put him on the $50 bill. Speaking of the economy, there was a post-Civil War boom briefly. A lot of what we call carpetbaggers. So they were Northerners who moved to the South to make a bunch of money, to exploit the fact that they were struggling. But the South was really slow to rebuild, and industry was slow there. But by the end of the 1870s, we would be what's known as the Long Depression. It was called the Great Depression back then, but a worse depression happened later, so that's why it's called the Long Depression today. It will last all the way up until the 1890s. Deflation was big, beginning in the 1870s. Society and culture, I would say, related to workers organizing, you saw more and more migration in terms of people moving to cities. And this trend would just basically continue. It would skyrocket because this is also the beginning of what's known as the Second Industrial Revolution. And that's marked more by the rapid development of the expansion of transportation and communication. Basically, the second industrial revolution is about like everything got around more quickly, and everything and everyone was more connected. So we already mentioned railroads, more built telegraphs, but also even the telephone was invented during this time in the United States, I should add. That was a big deal. Alexander Graham Bell patented that, and now you don't have to do the beep 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 to transcribe the codes. But she's back. Is she chill? Okay. It's a kitty alert. You don't have to. So yeah, telephone was a big invention. Let's see. Kitty cam. Foreign relations. Okay, so Indian wars were escalated during this time out west. So because of the Homestead Act, more and more settlers now in the Great Plains and the mountain states, more states added to the Union. Kansas, of course, 1861, but also you had Nebraska, you had Colorado. Okay, sounds good. I got
Get your chips.
Oh, thank you. Colorado, a few other states out west. Utah, the Mormons now have their own empire. They try to start their own country, but it ends up being a state. New Mexico. But yeah, the problem is now that we have these states that are existing, you have more and more Americans settling in this area. I didn't mention this earlier in the 1840s, 1850s, but we have specifically a new type of immigrants that now is moving to the United States in big numbers. There's really 3 countries where they come from more than any. And I think you probably already can guess these, but Ireland, Germany, Italy. A flood of immigrants from Ireland, Germany, and Italy. And actually, this leads to a lot of xenophobia because a lot of Americans are nativists. They favor their own people that already live here over immigrants, and they have these stereotypes that they associate, these prejudices against these folks in particular. Back then, in fact, mostly went to the Midwest. They would start entire towns, and they would still speak their home language, their native tongue of German. And Americans that were here that spoke English didn't like that so much. And Italians, they came up over in huge numbers. They also were discriminated against. So all 3 of these groups were discriminated against, but they came over regardless in huge numbers during this time. But I should say that started in the 1840s. So. But many of them moved to cities as well. Many moved to the United States to work in factories to make way more money than they made back home. Okay, so I think as far as economy, yeah, still like factories. I mentioned the Indian Wars. I kind of got sidetracked here, but who always gets the attention often is what was going on between Custer and the Lakota in South Dakota, Custer's last stand, Battle of Little Bighorn. Also, Chief Joseph over in Montana, Idaho region, Wyoming. So you also have Geronimo down in what is today Arizona. So you had these pockets of Native American resistance where they were not giving up their sovereignty. But otherwise, by 1870s, you had most Native American nations had been forced onto reservations. And in fact, many of them had already, they had started to create these boarding schools for them, which really picked up after the Dawes Act in the 1880s. But still, you have lots of immigrants moving to the United States because of the availability of land. There's still a lot of land available. This would quickly change by the 1890s, but the frontier would all of a sudden go away. But yeah, the population, I think, just generally skyrocketing. Oh, hello. She's wild again. The nap is over. All right. So what else about the 1870s here am I forgetting? There's the Granger movement. A lot of society and culture stuff. So related to that is, you know, you have workers that are just fighting back for the first time against exploitation. Oh, yeah. So I guess this is still in the 1870s. Reconstruction also ends. You have the Compromise of 1877. I mean, you almost have another civil war, essentially. So, very close election in 1876 between Samuel Tilden and Rutherford Hayes. Tilden was robbed. He won the popular vote, but lost the election. And there, some say, was a corrupt deal getting Rutherford Hayes in there, the Republican. But the deal was, if Hayes gets to be the president, despite not winning the popular vote, he only won the electoral vote by one, by the way. By one electoral vote. So freaking close. But if Hayes is president, then to make the Democrats and Southerners happy, then you need to end this official Reconstruction policy. In other words, remove all remaining federal troops in the South. And so that's what happened. Rutherford Hayes himself was a quite progressive guy, but he was also a hands-off president who not that much major legislation got passed when he was president. And he is, sad to say, kind of more known for like being the president when Reconstruction ended. And after Reconstruction ended, yeah, all of a sudden in the South, you saw no more black representation. So black leaders who were in Congress were not elected anymore because of voter suppression, because of Jim Crow laws, because of literacy tests, because of other obstacles that blacks had to go through in order to vote. Many were denied voter registration. Many were intimidated from voting. So even if you had a place like Mississippi or South Carolina, where you had a majority African-American population, they were shut out of voting and representation. And so they were white leaders returned to power in these states after the end of Reconstruction. So pretty messed up. Let's go to the 1880s. Hey, you're fine. You could talk. You have to whisper.
Oh,
Yeah. It's fine. They won't bite.
I'm scared.
I'm scared too. Still Republican domination in the 1880s. You had Hayes, Garfield. Hayes was like, I'm only doing one term. Garfield, who's shot. Oh, I need to write his full name out, though. Let's respect James Garfield.
You have feeding time. Can you handle it?
Oh, yeah, I can. Chester Arthur. Grover Cleveland. Benjamin Harrison.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. We are in the bearded age. So all these presidents almost had beards. I call it the bearded age. But they're not really, they're presidents that aren't really known. They're not known for doing anything significant. Rutherford Hayes, James Garfield, Chester Arthur, Grover Cleveland, Benjamin Harrison, most of them president during the 1880s. Most of them Republican, with the exception being Grover Cleveland. You have very divided Congress. So don't be fooled. Democrats are also right there in power. Elections during this time, 1876, 1880, 1884, 1888, are some of the closest elections in American history. So it doesn't mean that the country is that dramatically different, but it does mean that we have a lot of people that are not happy with those in power. And I think a big reason why is, again, we're still in the Gilded Age here. We're still in a time where, yeah, there's a lot of new wealth created, but not everybody's getting to share on that wealth. It's just a few at the top. It's an oligarchy. I forgot an S here. So, yeah, economy. You also have the Long Depression still. You have deflation, income inequality. So these things are, people are not happy overall. You have also a return to, Reconstruction over. Now you have Jim Crow laws. So you have laws that basically make it so that blacks living in the South, and it's not just southern states, even some other northern states have Jim Crow laws, but blacks are treated like second-class citizens. They are discriminated against. There is racial segregation, meaning in public places, meaning you have separate facilities for whites and blacks, even water fountains, even places you would not think of, like parks or theaters or restaurants. It's like they can't be in the same room. They can't even be near each other outside in the South. So racial segregation, and this further, it kind of goes backwards. Society in many ways goes backwards during this time because you had all this progress during Reconstruction, but it came up short. And so you have class dissatisfaction, racial dissatisfaction. You have an increase in lynchings. Mobs of whites accusing particularly black men of doing bad things. And then instead of having the suspect get due process and the judicial system, the courts, just having vigilante justice, mobs taking the law into their own hands and killing them publicly. So a bit of terrorism going on, especially in southern states. And so this leads to some going away from the South, but not many. Many are stuck there. So the exodusters, precursor to the Great Migration, but the exodusters would head to places like Kansas and form this is African Americans who fled the South looking for more opportunity elsewhere. The economy is still very divided in terms of North and South, but the overall trend is more and more people are moving to cities. So urban, more unions and strikes. I forgot the Great Railroad Strike of 1877, but there were more in the 1880s. You saw just more workers joining forces, even more so than the 1870s, in response to worker exploitation. You saw more racism overall, and even laws passed that were racist, like the Chinese Exclusion Act. You have the end of the Indian Wars. That was thunder. You have now, by the end of the 1880s, nearly every Native American nation is on a reservation. You have the Dawes Act. Which essentially stole their land and divided it up, privatized communal land for Native Americans. Native Americans were their children were forced to go to boarding schools. They were taken away from their parents, forced to strip any resemblance of their culture, not speak their native languages, dress as Americans dressed. I have a whole video about this, but I have a whole video about most of this stuff to come to think of it. But yeah, I would just say overall this is a backward time. Foreign relations. Okay, we're starting to look at Hawaii a little bit. There's some businessmen wanting to steal Hawaii from they want to overthrow the Hawaiian monarchy. Also, a few other islands here and there. They're starting to look towards the Caribbean. What's going on down there? But overall, Europe has been staying out of their business because something I didn't mention was the Monroe Doctrine. And so overall, like the United States is, I think, not worrying as much about interference from European powers. Technology, yeah, like I think we've already said most of them at this point. Soon we're going to have the invention, I think this was around late 1880s, early 1890s, automobile. Although it would be a couple more decades before that really took off. But still, it's all about trains at this point. And telephones. More and more people having... I would say by the 1890s more, the telephone was more common. But yeah, let's see. Anything I'm missing about 1880s? Chester Arthur builds up the military. James Garfield, what could have been? Grover Cleveland, he's elected, and then he loses re-election. But then 4 years later, he's back. The first of two presidents to serve two non-consecutive terms. Benjamin Harrison. I mean, there's the... Harrison, I think he raises the tariffs. That's one thing. Like, that's the thing. We go back and forth with tariffs back and forth. In the 1880s, there is a constant debate about tariffs. But also, there starts to be a rising debate about the gold standard. You have Republicans and bourbon Democrats, as they're known, like such as Grover Cleveland or Samuel Tilden, who want the gold standard to back up currency. Then you have other type of Democrats who like, no, we need to get off the gold standard, and we need to have bimetallism, which means we should back up our currency by gold and silver, because deflation is really killing us. Deflation is actually really, really bad in the 1880s. If you have a lot of money, then you're fine already. But if you don't, you have less chance to grow it. Although that said, it also hurt people who were investing, who were wealthy as well. So deflation just overall, not good. I know it seems like it's good, but but as far as like, you always think about the future, like future investment, future economic growth. Okay. I think we're ready to move on to one of my favorite decades to talk about, 1890s. Shall we? Oh, I haven't talked about immigration yet. Immigration trends are still the same. This is the first time, though, you start to see that's Exclusion Act. It's just one law where you see a backlash toward immigration, and it's mostly because you're getting immigration now from Eastern Europe and Southern Europe, and as well as Asia. And because of the racism of the time, they're like, well, I don't know about these other types of people coming to this country. But still, like it's only during this time that Ellis Island becomes a thing, where it's pretty easy to become a citizen or to move to the United States. You just have to go through a checkpoint, and the most famous one was Ellis Island, with the busiest port of entry for immigrants during the 1880s into the 1890s was Ellis Island, and into the 20th century. But yeah, they just basically registered. You just made your way through the process there. It was relatively quick, and then you're good. You're on your way. And most of them moving to the major cities of the time. So Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Chicago, St. Louis, San Francisco. Oh, I mentioned the 15th Amendment earlier, but yeah. And thank you for the kind words. All right. So anything else for the 1880s? I think I'll think about it as I go to the bathroom. Maybe the cats will put on a show for you here while I do that. Okay. Here we are. We're to the 1890s. If you're just joining us, I've been giving you all of American history off the top of my head. 250 years of American history on the 250th birthday of the United States. Okay, still we got Republicans and Democrats in the 1890s. I know a lot about the 1890s. I made a video recently about the 1890s. We're in a different era now, by the way. Gilded Age. I forgot to write this. Gilded Age and Progressive Era. All right. getting out of control. All right. We've got still Harrison, who Benjamin Harrison, the grandson of William Henry Harrison. Cleveland again. And William McKinley. All right, how we doing here? Okay. So we've got, I compare the 1890s to the 2020s for many reasons, but the main thing is, this is a reactionary time. So we got a lot of racism. We also have a lot of income inequality. Specifically, we have a depression. A long depression now really gets even worse with the Panic of 1893. Panic of 1893 is one of the darkest times in terms of the economy for the United States. It does not go well. Many people lose a lot of money. We have monopolies where giant corporations there's a bug. Giant corporations dominate entire markets and market shares. They take it all up. So monopolies are very common. In response to monopolies, the government's finally starting to do something about it. There's the Sherman Antitrust Act. Antitrust meaning like a trust is a form of a monopoly. It's actually more complicated than that. But to oversimplify it, you have a lot of collusion happening, sometimes across multiple industries where multiple corporations joining forces to manipulate markets. But yeah, we already went over the income inequality of the time. That's why we call it the Gilded Age. But also 1890s is where you start to transition into the progressive era. So that gives me optimism about the future of the country right now. Okay, so more on the economy here. It does start to rebound by the mid-1890s. But overall society and culture, we have the populist movement. We have this joining of forces between farmers who are fed up with the railroad industry and deflation and the big banks really hurting their livelihoods, teaming up with factory workers in the cities, railroad workers in the cities, and all coming together to form this larger movement. Populism with a lowercase p, just meaning appealing to the masses. And this was definitely a working class, everyday, anti-establishment, anti-elite movement that arose. That's similar to what was going on in the 1820s. This is much larger, though, and it actually co-ops both of the major political parties. You have a third party called the People's Party, aka the Populist Party, that in 1892 does pretty darn well as a third party in that presidential election with their candidate James Weaver, and it kind of shakes up the duopoly. And in response, both Republicans and Democrats adjust their ways. Democrats more so with William Jennings Bryan. I got to mention William Jennings Bryan, though. He's arguably the most important person to never be elected president to run for president. Who really helps fuel this populist movement. makes it a big part of the Democratic Party in particular. He's all for bimetallism in order to fight deflation. He wants inflation. He thinks inflation is a good thing. You've got, what else is going on? You've got other reform movements in the cities. Jane Addams, got to mention her. And Whole House. By the 1890s, she's very well known for what she's doing in Chicago with her Whole House. It's basically it's a place where public goods and services, public services mostly, are provided to those who need help, those who are vulnerable, marginalized in society. Jane Addams herself is this. I talked about this group earlier, this more bourgeois group of, they're this growing middle class. And they have privilege, they have wealth, they want to give back. Jane Addams is among that group. They're more educated. By this point now, many more women are educated. And so women really lead the charge for these movements. But we talk about their movement to help people who are marginalized. Well, guess who's marginalized more than any other? Women. Their husbands are beating them because of alcohol abuse is one of the reasons. But there's a rise of this movement called the temperance movement. The push to ban not only alcohol, but other drugs to make them illegal. Because back then, all drugs were essentially legal and unregulated. So they wanted to pass laws. I mean, people like Carrie Nation, she would go in with her hatchet, her axe, and destroy saloons in Kansas. Another Kansas mention here. But they wanted to pass laws to ban alcohol, and many states did. Many states did this. Also, by this time, women getting the right to vote in certain states. Putting on a show back there again. The cat is playing with the beads. And so when we talk about the progressive era, it's first and foremost led by middle-class women who are privileged enough where they don't have to work in factories for 70 hours a week. But yeah, more and more women are still working in factories. So that's another thing I wanted to put up here. More women working. Often in horrible conditions. So when we talk about some of the worst jobs in the cities at this time, it's usually the immigrants taking them or women and girls as young as 10 or 11 years old. So, but worker exploitation continues. There's very few laws. There's rising awareness, but very few laws that's doing anything about this worker exploitation. There's no such thing as overtime, working 40 hours in 1 week. The idea of minimum wage is introduced around this time. It's a new thing. People like William Jennings Bryan, they start to mention it, say, hey, maybe we should do this. But very few states are actually implementing it. It's still at the earliest stages. Consumer protection laws are starting to pop up in certain states. Usually leading the charge, as always, is New England. Shout out again to Massachusetts. But overall, I think because the economy is booming again by the 1890s, a lot of these reforms kind of get put on hold. Foreign relations, first of all, Hawaii, when Benjamin Harrison is president, they just take over Hawaii. So imperialism begins. The Spanish-American War, which it's kind of the first major war since the Civil War. So in 1898, the United States is drawn to Cuba once again, seeing what's going on. And at the time, Spain still controls Cuba. and they are treating the local Cuban population there, as well as the native population, very, very badly. And so a lot of the American media tries to get Americans to be more sympathetic of them, and they do. Many, though, of the war hawks call for straight up just invading Cuba and going to war with Spain to free the Cuban people. And the yellow press, the yellow journalism that we see of the newspapers at the time, the sensationalized headlines, it seems to work because it changes the minds of many Americans. Here comes the cat again. What are you doing? Hey. So you have basically this cry. The people are beating the war drums. They want to go to war with Spain. Spain's pretty weak at this time. Many Americans think we could take them pretty easily. And sure enough, there's an excuse to do so with the the explosion of the USS Maine. This is a American Navy ship that's parked down by Havana, and it mysteriously explodes. The American yellow press blames it on Spain. Congress goes to war with Spain a few months later, after William McKinley asked it to go to war. So that's how we go to war with Spain, the Spanish-American War. It's actually a pretty quick war. The United States does easily defeat Spain, takes over Cuba, Puerto Rico, Guam, the Philippines, a couple other areas, but gets all this new territory and essentially becomes just like that, an imperialist country, undoubtedly. And some argue this is the first time the United States becomes a superpower. Because now it has an empire. And many Americans become anti-imperialists, saying this is actually wrong. This is kind of messed up. Don't eat that. Don't eat that. Okay. The cat's eating the cord. Sorry. Don't eat that cord. No. Okay. So they're actually against this imperialism. So there's this great debate that breaks out, but ultimately the United States sides with empire, and it takes over the Philippines, even though a lot of the Filipinos there, they do not want the United States to take over. They don't want, they just kicked out one empire, Spain, and for them to just be taken over by another empire, the United States, nuh-uh. And so that war continues on. That's the Philippine-American War. That continues on into the early 1900s. And you all know how I feel about that war. Actually, all this stuff. So, that's a big shift there under the leadership of William McKinley. His vice president, Theodore Roosevelt, of course, is all about imperialism, but he will change his mind eventually over all that, but not in the meantime. And they're also looking at Panama, because they want to build a canal there to make trade a lot cheaper and control that canal, because then they can make money off of it from charging a toll for other countries. And so initially it's other countries that are going to build the Panama Canal, as it's known, like France, originally I think Germany. But the United States gets control of it. They make some deals with the Panamanians because we helped them become independent from Colombia, and especially with gunboat diplomacy. But I'm jumping ahead of myself. That they're just starting to look at Panama in the 1890s. But overall, the 1890s is a time of you see a little bits of progress, but overall still very reactionary. However, prosperous. We have lots of. They call it the gay 90s, actually. Not because they were literally all homosexual, but because they were happy. Gay used to mean happy. That was the most common way of learning about that word. But it was you had a distinct culture of the time. Later, there's a nostalgia for the 1890s. That's where that comes from. were the distinctly Victorian culture that was brought over from Britain, where there's a certain type of dress, and you had I forgot to mention vaudeville by this time was huge. Vaudeville, we mentioned theater earlier. That was the entertainment of the cities. If you're not aware of vaudeville, it wasn't just like a play. It was like a sample of everything. Like you had a band play. You might have an opera singer. You might have a different comedy skit. You have a juggler come out. It's just all kinds of different entertainers coming together for one big show, usually under one theme, but that became pretty popular by the 1890s. But overall, I mean, there was the World's Fair was in the 1890s. It was a very exciting time to live. So despite the inequality and reactionary racism of the time, you saw some promise, a lot of hope for the future. I will say this is also in Plessy v. Ferguson decision. That was 1896. That was when, of course, the Supreme Court said that racial discrimination was okay as long as public facilities were both equal, separate but equal doctrine. That came from that. Also, the 1890s is when a bunch of Confederate memorials popped up. Is when the Lost Cause mythology became very popular. When teaching in schools that the South actually fought the Civil War over tariffs or other reasons other than slavery. And really, you saw again the rise of just a lot of backwards thinking, and especially in southern states in terms when it came to race relations. Jim Crow laws skyrocketed in the 1890s. Lynchings also skyrocketed. It was, like I said, a mixed bag here. All right, I think we're done with the 1890s. We're almost to noon here. We better. Oh, well, thank you so much, the great Dr. Asian. Happy 250th. We're only 250 years in and we already have Gen AI. Yeah. All right, let me clear the board and we'll go ahead and look at the 1900s. I'll keep Philippine American War on here in Panama. Thunder rolls right after I say that. All right. We're to the 1900s. The dominant political party is the Republican Party. In both the presidency and Congress, led by folks like Theodore Roosevelt. All right, so Teddy Roosevelt gets in after the assassination. I forgot to mention that James Garfield was the second president assassinated in the 1880s. But the third president assassinated was William McKinley. And his vice president, Theodore Roosevelt, takes over and ends up becoming quite a popular president. Oh, thank you so much. Well, thank you, Melanie. Good to see you here. Happy 4th to you and happy 250th. All right, so whoop. I think the cat's still going wild back there. It's still raining outside and it's thundering and lightning, so I don't know if I'm going back outside. I guess that was short-lived. Okay, so 1890s were crazy, but 1900s, really now we're more in the progressive era, I would say. We're full swing progressive era because now the government's all about doing more to protect ordinary people, reform society, make it better, expand democracy, expand consumer protection, expand worker rights. And so the first thing we see, the big example we see of this is consumer protection. So we see the Meat Inspection Act. Which was inspired, a big reason why it was inspired is Theodore Roosevelt signing that after reading The Jungle. By Upton Sinclair, who was a socialist. But yeah, Roosevelt reads that and he's like, man, those meat processing plants are nasty. And so it's the first time we had the federal government actually regulating our food. And Congress passes it pretty easily, but very influenced by Teddy Roosevelt. Also, they create the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration. So an increased role of the federal government into consumer protection. But yeah, The Jungle was supposed to be a book that was about showing how workers were exploited, but it ended up making more people concerned about, well, wait a second, what are they putting in our meat? How are we allowed to, we're going to the store and buying this stuff and that could kill us. So yeah, it is with most situations. If you show how something negatively affects someone's life, they're more likely to pay attention than if they show how they're negatively affected by it. But yeah, I'm going to grab my charger here. Make sure it's not wet. I don't think it is. What are you up to, huh? Staying out of trouble? Yeah, that rain is not stopping anytime soon. Yeah, I'm going to plug this in. Thought I was going back outside, but apparently not. All right. Okay, where were we? So 1890, 1900s. Okay. FDA is created. Oh, it's feeding time. The cats are... Okay. Don't steal each other's food. Nope. You eat your own food. You gotta eat over here. You eat your food over here. Stop stealing their food. Okay, so that's my cats steal each other's food. That's been a rough dilemma going on in the Beat household. Okay, so foreign relations, the Philippine-American War keeps dragging on. Roosevelt's determined to get Panama to build a canal there, and he is successful with that eventually. He is also concerned because the economy it was booming there for a while, but then there's another recession. And so literally plutocrats bail out government. Kind of shows that the oligarchy still exists, that wealth inequality is still a problem. And really after this is 1906, after Teddy easily gets reelected, he's like, we need to do something about this. These corporations have too much power. These monopolies, these trusts have gotten too out of control. So trust busting really picks up after this. Not just with Teddy Roosevelt, but also his successor, who, his right-hand man, his best friend for a while until they became enemies, William Howard Taft. So you saw more enforcement of this. You saw more going after monopolies, and especially in Roosevelt's second term. And he became more left-leaning. He actually started to have second thoughts about the Philippine-American War, and the troops were withdrawn from there, and that ended. It's kind of crazy to see the evolution of Teddy Roosevelt, actually. He eventually was for universal health care and for a federal minimum wage. He began to call for women to have the right to vote. Just radical change from where he was as a young man. But William Howard Taft takes over, and he's not quite as left-leaning. He's still a progressive, but just not as much. And Roosevelt starts to criticize him for that. But overall, I think we see a big shift. Women are much more of a political force. They still don't hold public office much, but they are louder. And now they are demanding full suffrage. They still don't have the right to vote. There's also this call, because of the wealth inequality, for an income tax, just on the super wealthy. And they end up passing the 16th Amendment. And it's just meant to, instead of tariffs, because tariffs hurt ordinary people. So lower tariffs. But an income tax. And so that's, according to the Constitution, the federal government could not levy an income tax. And so the 16th Amendment changed that. The 17th Amendment expanded democracy. So now there's the direct election of senators. Of course, this happened the next decade, so I got to wait here. I got to wait. I'm jumping ahead of myself. We'll keep that up for later, though. But yeah, what else for the 1900s? Okay, fine. I'll use a lifeline. I'll open it up to the chat. What am I missing from the 1900s? Between the years 1901 and 1910. Oh, hey, happy 250th. Good to see you, Ian. You really highlight the original slogan of YouTube, broadcast yourself. I salute you, Mr. B. You and your channel are awesome. Well, thank you so much. When you get to the 2020s, it's just going to be, it's society and culture. That's great. Thank you, Teddy. Taft stuck in the bathtub. Oh, will we stop it with the Taft stuck in the bathtub memes? That's not going up here, okay? I don't even know if that really happened. Okay, so we got Union Busters. Yep, that's Union Busters. More strikes. We didn't mention the Pullman strike of the 1890s or the Homestead strikes. Those are other strikes I missed. Yeah, Panama Canal wasn't actually built until the 19-teens. Muckrakers. There we go. Here we go. Modern medicine. Okay, well, we had already vaccines by this point, but modern medicine really dramatically improved during this time. I like that. Central American banana, the era of banana republics. I think it started, a little bit during this time, mostly picked up later, but yeah, banana republic era. Man, I should use this. I wish I had more than one Ask an Audience lifeline because you're doing so well here. The Model T starts production in 1908. That's a big one. We mentioned the automobile earlier, but not the Model T. So 1908. Yes, thank you. I love it. I love it. The establishment of national parks. That's a huge one. Teddy Roosevelt starts the national park system. Although the first national park was Yellowstone, and that was in the 1880s, so we forgot to mention that. The development of roads. Okay, I like it. All right. Okay, Wright brothers, I think, was 1900s. Yes. So yeah, we're up to the airplane. Wright brothers. Wow. We are making progress. I think it was, yeah. I think it was like late 1909 or something. I could be wrong. I think that's right though, because by the time you get to World War I, you got straight up bomber planes in World War I. Jazz, the invention of jazz. Okay, here we go. Jazz. This new type of music, that was it comes from, there's also the blues, but I'm not sure, my timelines are getting messed up here. But African-American music that became much more popular during this time. In fact, if you listen to jazz in particular, a lot of those in power, the establishment, did not like that music. They called it the devil music. Ragtime. Sports leagues. Okay. This is really something I should have brought up more for the 1890s, but made a professional sports. It's professional. It's only professional if the athletes are regularly getting paid for it. And yeah, we see professional sports leagues pop up all over in the 1890s, early 1900s. Thanks for bringing that up. In particular, baseball. Lochner, 1905. Lochner v. New York, reigning in the Lochner era, where we have the Supreme Court. I can't believe I have a video about this case, but yeah, Lochner v. New York basically started this whole era for decades where the Supreme Court tended to side with businesses as opposed to state government regulation. This is when New York tried to have restrictions on how much you get paid, and how long you work for overtime and stuff like that. Okay. Scopes wasn't until the 1920s. Great Migration kind of started around it. That was more World War I, though. So let's go ahead and go to 1910s. Let me clear the board. You guys were all great. That was one of the best used lifelines ever. That was a well-used lifeline. Okay, 1910s. Let's clear the board. Give me a moment here. Again, there's probably still lots of things I've forgotten, and I'm going to regret this later on, but okay. In the 1910s, the dominant party was actually, because of Woodrow Wilson, the Democratic Party. We have Taft and Woodrow Wilson. Wilson. Okay. So, progressive era is still in full stride. We have William Howard Taft, though, not really doing what Teddy Roosevelt wants. And so he runs against him for president. Yeah, he comes back, tries to run against him. Another crazy four-way race, 1912, the presidential election 1912. So you have the Republican nominee, William Howard Taft. After Teddy Roosevelt doesn't get the nomination, he storms out and starts his own third political party called the Progressive Party, which ends up being nicknamed the Bull Moose Party. And he's talking trash about Taft, and those two are fighting. You also have the rise of socialism by this time. Socialism kind of peaked during this time. You have socialist mayors across the country, some socialist state legislatures, places as diverse as California, Wisconsin, even Oklahoma. The Socialist Party nationally, of course, I got to mention Eugene Debs. A very prominent figure who was in prison multiple times. He runs for president in 1912 for the Socialist Party. And then finally, Woodrow Wilson, the Democrat, who was fairly backwards, actually, for being such a smart guy. But Wilson wins because of all the factions, the division amongst the former Republicans, because Roosevelt took away so many Taft supporters to his side. And so Woodrow Wilson sneaks in there, kind of like Abraham Lincoln snuck in there in 1860. Wilson does in 1912 in a four-way race. And but Wilson's still mostly a progressive, despite his racism, despite him being sexist, despite him being elitist. He's still in weird ways, like he's cool with the income tax, the 16th Amendment. So yeah, income tax over here too. 16th Amendment. The 17th Amendment I was going to talk about earlier. It's a direct election of senators. And then we have the 18th Amendment, prohibition. All happening under Wilson's tenure. Prohibition of alcohol, banning the sale, manufacture, and distribution of alcohol. Okay, and so yeah, this is still the progressive era. Democracy is expanded in other ways. You have the rise of the referendum, or direct election on ballot initiatives and referendums. I'll put those both. I'm running out of marker for this, so I'm going to start writing in blue. Initiatives and referendums. Just overall, the expansion of democracy. And finally, another amendment. Boom, 4 amendments under the Wilson administration. Women's suffrage. Although that's technically 1920. So we'll just go ahead and put it up there early. So women finally get the right to vote after a long, long battle. I hate how that looks. Let me put that. Okay. Yeah, I know that's technically 1920, but yeah, society and culture, I think just overall more democratic. It's just more... I just think, well, women are elected to public office for the first time. Workers' rights expand. This is also when the Titanic happens, by the way. Titanic... That's 1912. Oops on that one, though. What do you think of the musical 1776? It's solid. I've seen it, Henry Clay. I've seen it. All right, so foreign relations, yeah, things are getting scary abroad. World War I breaks out in 1914. The economy, I mentioned the income tax, lower tariffs, we already said last decade, but also the creation of the Federal Reserve Bank. It dramatically changes how the economy is shaped in the United States. You know, it ideally makes it so that there's more stable, dependable economic conditions. But however, that's debatable whether it actually worked or not. But they finally established it. It's supposed to be a private kind of / public entity that is there, that's not political, because once you get government involved with money, it gets really bad. But the Federal Reserve Bank is there to manage the money supply, to set interest rates on how much money gets out there for investment and for borrowing. And yeah, it's just it's still a controversial organization, but I would argue that it's probably needed, or some kind of central bank is needed. It's actually decentralized. It's important to say that. It's not just one bank, it's a system. I probably should have wrote that on there, but that was 1916 or something like that. What else? Foreign relations, I mentioned. So World War I breaks out. You know, you have unrestricted submarine warfare. So we have a new technology of submarines. These German U-boats are sinking. They're supposed to be sinking military ships, but they're also sinking civilian ships like the Lusitania, which had American citizens on board. And so more and more Americans are like, we need to get involved with this war, declare war on Germany, who keeps hurting Americans, not only trade ships, but now killing civilians. There's a Zimmerman telegram, which ended up not being that big a deal, but it's definitely highlighted a lot by the media. Basically, it's a message that was sent from a German ambassador to Mexico, trying to get Mexico to reclaim its land back that it lost during the Mexican-American War. And this just makes the United States more angry at Germany after intercepting this message. Now, remember, this war, World War I, started mostly because Germany was kind of acting out, trying to invade neighboring nations. But then it escalated. And then you had all of Europe involved, fighting each other over this war. I would say most Americans wanted to stay out of it. It's on the other side of the ocean. We don't really want to get involved with something that's so devastating. I mean, they heard about what was going on with trench warfare and the hundreds of thousands of people dying in this brutal war. There's other technology that's military related that I haven't even brought up yet, like the machine gun. Or the tank. So you have even better weapons. When I say better, I mean better at killing. And this is just a devastating war. It's supposed to be the war to end all wars, but now we know it is World War I because it didn't clearly end all wars, but it was really bad, and the whole world was affected by it. Woodrow Wilson got reelected in 1916, promising to keep the United States out of war, but within a few months after getting reelected, he was asking Congress to have the United States declare war on Germany. And sure enough, Congress gave in to that, and it got itself involved in World War I. It sent troops in 1917, late 1917. By the time American troops really were fighting, though, the war was winding down. It ended on the 11th day of the 11th month in the 11th hour, 1918, November 11th, 1918, Armistice Day, today known as Veterans Day. And Americans really got off easy on that compared to, say, Britain or France or Russia. Russia, meanwhile, what's going on during World War I? The Russian Revolution. They overthrow their czar, and they have this lowercase c communist revolution, and they put a uppercase C communist government in place where they hope to get rid of all private property and have a command economy. And it ultimately doesn't really work out, I think, like they wanted to, but this does not go over well with most Americans. Most Americans are like, I don't know about this communism thing. It's a little bit too far. And so this leads to a first Red Scare. And you have a time where people are just terrified. There's this hysteria of communism or anarchy or socialism even. So this is when socialism starts to become a bad word. 1919 in particular, you have the Palmer raids. Eugene Debs is arrested for criticizing the war, by the way. He runs for prison. He runs for president from prison in 1920, crazy enough, and he gets millions of votes, even though he's in prison. But the Palmer raids, you also have a lot of censorship because of the Sedition Act, the Espionage Act of, yeah, these are not good. Woodrow Wilson acting like an authoritarian here. Espionage Act. Sedition, which I think goes against the First Amendment. Oh gosh, I'm really struggling here. I can't fit it. There's too much. Woodrow Wilson's trying to do too much. Cynical historian and myself, we say 1919 is the craziest year in American history. Just a lot of chaos. Woodrow Wilson has a stroke and almost dies, is out of commission for a while. Edith Wilson, his wife, who he had remarried while he was in his first term, Wilson did. But Edith Wilson, she basically runs the show, is technically the first female president, some say, during this time. And you have riots in the street. You have the Tulsa race riots all over the country, actually, that break out. I think we're on a moment of progress, and then it just stops with the war. The war really curtails everything. It freaks everybody out. People kind of become disillusioned with everything, and we go backwards again. More racism, more xenophobia, more lynchings. The race riots is the African American veterans, a lot of them coming back from World War I who had fought, and they're just like, hey, we want some more rights. We want to defend ourselves, and this led to like white backlash against them. But yeah, the most notable one, I think, is the Tulsa race riot. But it wasn't just Tulsa. Places like Milwaukee, Omaha, I think Detroit, or maybe I'm mixing that up with 1968. But regardless, race riots. Anyway, that it's kind of a chaotic end to the decade, and so we're seeking a return to normalcy by 1920. Whoa, you're listening while ice skating. Well, that's amazing. Don't fall. God bless America. Happy 4th of July. Thank you. Okay, so if you are just joining us, I was outside, but now it's thunderstorming outside. This was not in the forecast, but we are going through all of American history. 250 years of American history off the top of my head. This is from memory. So I am not relying on anything else. I do have 3 lifelines. I've already used one that I used to ask the audience more about the 1900 to 1910. But so far, I still have the textbook lifeline. and my phone a friend lifeline. So let's go ahead and go to the 1920s. And again, I'm probably forgetting a lot here, but so, my battery's getting low. I'm gonna have to charge the battery. The cats have calmed down. So we are in a new era now, the World War and Depression era. I would say now the Republicans are back in power. Generally, this marker's about done. The president promising a return to normalcy, a word that he just kind of made up, was Warren Harding. And his vice president, Calvin Coolidge. Keep cool with Coolidge. So after the war, after 1919, this year of chaos, people are just desperate for stability. And so they go with Warren Harding, who seems like this unassuming guy. You know, he seems nice enough, a former journalist, and he's now in charge. The Treaty of Versailles is rejected. That's an important point, I think. Treaty of Versailles. It's signed, but then you have the League of Nations. I'm sorry, I misspoke. The League of Nations is rejected. This was Woodrow Wilson's big initiative that Congress turned down. League of Nations would have been, it's a world organization, a precursor to the United Nations that would have been this alliance of nations around the world to resolve disputes and conflicts before things got out of control. League of Nations ultimately was a failure, but part of the reason why it was a failure was because the United States never joined it, you could say. We're rattling here. Let me lock it up, baby. Lock it up. Still raining outside. All right, so, the 1920s get a lot of attention for the culture stuff, like think Great Gatsby. Or the Flappers. Great Gatsby almost glorifying like this opulence of showing off all this wealth. But really, again, it's similar to the Gilded Age where the wealth is misleading. There's still a lot of suffering going on and struggling. Flappers, though, kind of represents, it's the symbolism of the young woman who, now that they're getting more rights, they're becoming more outspoken. They're also challenging cultural norms. So they're wearing shorter dresses and they're smoking and they're dancing to jazz music. and they're listening to jazz on new forms of technology like the radio. Radio becomes much more affordable during this decade. It was invented a few years before. The refrigerator makes it so that you can keep things colder more easily. Refrigerator. You also have this like new invention of, it's not a new invention, but I forgot to mention earlier, electricity had been around for a while, but now you have electrical grids everywhere. More people are connected via electrical grid. I forgot to mention the light bulb earlier. Maybe because I have this bias against Thomas Edison, but yeah, and I still think he screwed over a lot of people. But yeah, the light bulb had been invented actually a few decades prior. Now, though, 1920s is when electricity becomes more widespread. You have more household machines in general to make life easier. So I'll just put household machines. The first primitive forms of washers and dryers. Although they really didn't, I mean, the modern form, it didn't appear till like after World War II, but still. Okay. So as far as government, we have a more conservative government in the true sense of the word. Conservative. And even I would say Republicans of this time kind of just like put the brakes on it, you know. The government should be more hands off of the economy. So this is why often the term laissez-faire gets associated with this time. It's a French term meaning like hands off, let it be free. Although I think that's also misleading because a lot of the progressive era regulations and laws were still in place. Okay, so Republican dominance, xenophobic time, despite the progress of the progressive era. And related to that, you had immigration law 1924. That heavily restricted immigration, especially non-European immigrants, especially those who come from Asia or Africa or Eastern or Southern Europe. And so the nativism of the time, the xenophobia of the time really dominated, led to this is the first time you had stricter laws like this on large groups of the population. Immigration became heavily restricted for the first time. This is 100 years ago. So it hasn't, for most of the country's history, it wasn't like this. It's important to remember that. We still didn't also have a border patrol. We didn't have ICE. We didn't have Department of Homeland Security. All of this stuff came much, much later. Also related to xenophobia, the rise of the KKK. Again, a second time. I mean, Woodrow Wilson kind of paved the way for that, didn't he? With him showing the birth of the nation at the White House and just having a bunch of racist people in his cabinet and firing African-American workers who'd been hired during Taft and Roosevelt's administration. And so this time the KKK tried to make themselves more palatable by saying, oh, we're not racist. We're okay with African-Americans, but we're against Catholics. And we're against Jewish people. And so that actually gained them more popularity. They reached their peak in 1924 to 25. But then a series of scandals led to their downfall again. Warren Harding dies in office. Calvin Coolidge takes over. He's actually a fairly popular president, very hands-off, similar to Grover Cleveland or Thomas Jefferson, George Washington. And Herbert Hoover's after him. Native Americans are made citizens. That's a development during this time. A law passed. We also had fads that were big during this time. Like, I mean, fads kind of have existed ever since then in the modern sense, but really you have certain dances like the Charleston, or you had certain flagpole sitting was a thing that became big. I mean, we still have like right now, Neatos, squishies are a fad that I think is really popular. Every year there's something new. Like it was Labubu's last year. So, but this whole trend of a fad started in the 1920s. Also, this is the first time that more people lived in urban areas versus rural. The first time in American history where more people are living in a city than the country, and that changes the dynamic so much that it freaks people out in the country out. They're like, we need to do something about this. We need to make it so that we gerrymander districts so that rural districts have more power. We need to do whatever we can to preserve farmer power in particular, because throughout all of American history up to this point, the majority occupation for American workers was farming. That changes after this. Speaking of farmers, they're struggling in the 1920s. By this point, we have all 48 states other than Alaska, Hawaii exist. Even Oklahoma, which used to be Indian territory, they called it that, is now taken over by Americans mostly, although there's several reservations to this day in Oklahoma. But a lot of this land that's taken over in the Great Plains has been overplowed. A lot of it was not meant to be irrigated and farmed like it was, and so we're going to see that's a little bit of foreshadowing there for what's to come in the next decade. But we always think of the 1920s as this boom time, the roaring 20s, when really for many folks it was not. But yeah, it's still, we'll put that down, roaring 20s. All right, what am I missing here? The economy. So Herbert Hoover takes over, like, yeah, we're about to end poverty. Things are going great. But then the crash of 1929, stock market crash. Well, what's going on before then? Again, too much debt and speculation. The 1920s was the first time where you had average Americans able to trade on the stock market, where it was easy for just anyone to risk their money. And because of that, many people were like, well, hey, I'm just going to take out a loan to make bets. And they ended up losing it all after the stock market crash. 1929 was just the beginning. Things would get much worse in the coming years after that. So Herbert Hoover kind of timed it wrong. But also he did a few things. He had some missteps too to make the recession worse. There was also another recession in 1921, I should say, but that was one of the quickest ones, and they got right out of it. So I still think that the lesson that we can learn for future recessions is how we reacted in 1921 was better than how we reacted in 1929. I think that alone can save us a lot of trouble. All right, am I missing anything? Oh, so Scopes monkey trial. The Scopes monkey trial. Scopes, that was in the 1920s. That was William Jennings Bryan again. And this is the debate over evolution, even though it's not really a debate. It was already settled science by that point, but still this big media spectacle in Tennessee kind of showed the clash between evangelicalism and science. Foreign relations, I think overall, more banana republics, but also a shift. The good neighbor policy started. So that's a good thing, where they're like, we're not going to be overthrowing national governments. Good neighbor. Good neighbors, especially in Latin America. Now, keep in mind, this is American history. What's going on around the world is much different. The United States is in much better shape compared to most of the rest of the world during this time, I would argue. It's still, of course, this whole time a superpower, one of a few superpowers. All right, anything else for the 1920s? Class. In this game, Earthbound, the main character Ness lives in a parody of America called Eagle Land. A lot of the game parodies America. It's great. Never heard of it. Thanks for bringing it to our attention, though. All right, so let's go to the 1930s. It's 12:41, and I'm already late to the event, so crap. It's raining. It might be rained out, though. I better plug in, too. My battery. The cats have gotten eerily quiet. Okay, so I gotta go quicker now because I have an event that I'm missing. Although I think it's getting rained out right now, but it's going to be at Centennial Park. I'll be there as soon as I'm done with this. Okay, the dominant party of the 1930s is the Democrats, of course, because we have Hoover, but then we mostly have FDR, Franklin Roosevelt. So the Great Depression starts off the 1930s and frankly lasts pretty much the entire decade. It's the worst depression in American history. It really sucks. At one point, 1 in 4 Americans don't have a job. There's bank runs. People go to banks to try to get out all their money, and they go there and the bank is shut down and they lose all their money. People lose all their fortunes. It gets so bad that there's food lines. People don't have enough to eat. And then Herbert Hoover makes it worse by downplaying it at first, the economic crisis, and then signing a Smoot-Hawley tariff, which is like the worst possible law at the worst possible time. I argue turns a recession into a depression. And long story very short, Herbert Hoover is resoundingly not reelected, and Franklin Delano Roosevelt is elected in his place with the promise to get us out of the Depression, which he never really fully does until World War II. But he does offer a lot of hope and inspiration. Franklin Roosevelt gives these radio addresses where he really inspires everyone. He's implemented these policies he calls the New Deal. The New Deal. And they basically they lead to a lot of new programs being built for Americans to help them get back to work. So creating jobs. Is relief, recovery, reform. So relief, direct aid to banks, insurance so that people will have money guaranteed in banks, creating Job Corps, creating just a number, we call them alphabet agencies, a number of agencies to provide direct relief to not only individuals, but organizations to limited success, the more permanent reforms are notable because it's like, hey, I want this to never happen again. So the Glass-Steagall Act being passed to make it so that you don't have gambling of securities and banks. That was a big deal. You had the creation of the FDIC, Federal Deposit Insurance Commission. You had the AAA. I mean, I don't want to go through all of them, but I'll just say all the alphabet agencies. And then as he gets closer to his second term, he talks about Social Security. So insurance for those who are elderly and can no longer work, and those who have disabilities, those who are unable to work in any way. Social Security, you pay into it. Still have a good neighbor policy for foreign policy with Latin American countries. But yeah, I would say a very, as far as society and culture, I forgot to mention in the 1920s, the rise of silent films. Those continue in the 1930s. It's hard to do this off the top of your head. You're always going to forget. But still, overall, society and culture becomes more reserved because people are saving their money. I mean, you had the bonus army that marched on, this is when Hoover was still president, marched on Washington. These were veterans of World War I who demanded their pensions. They were promised and they were not given. And many of them were treated brutally by the police there in Washington, D.C. You had straight up conspiracy to overthrow Franklin Roosevelt by rich plutocrats. Smedley Butler, got to mention that guy, Smedley Butler. Calling all this out. He's a lifelong military man. What else about, okay. So the New Deal continued into Franklin Roosevelt easily gets reelected in 1936. Easily. It was like one of the biggest landslides ever. Very popular with his New Deal programs. But it gets challenged by the Supreme Court. But then it doesn't. So the Lochner era ends. So Supreme Court reverses. FDR promised, he said he was going to pack the court. So maybe that was in response to that. But overall, I think we're also forgetting the very important law for workers. So the establishment of overtime and federal minimum wage. So if you work more than 40 hours, you get overtime pay. That's time and a half. That's a new thing that's now implemented at the federal level for the first time. Before that, it was just state level. All right. So we have all of these New Deal programs. I could go on and on for a long time, but I just think but yeah, this is the kind of the closest we get to, I would say, socialism in American history. It's not socialism. It's more social democracy. But increasing the social safety net for the first time, having the federal government have much more control over people's daily lives. And if you go back and read Franklin Roosevelt's words or listen to, I mean, there's recordings online of what he had to say. He's always saying it's in the name of freedom. I want to increase freedom. Sometimes government has to step in to increase freedom. It's freedom from, in addition to freedom to. But society and culture, yeah, I mean, it's a very, people are struggling. I haven't mentioned the Great Migration yet. This is where it really picks up, the Great Migration. It was a great migration. So African Americans escaping the Jim Crow South, looking for work in northern cities and factories. This is where you see a lot of them move. It really began right after World War I, but picks up a lot in the 1930s. This is where African Americans first show up in a lot of cities like Detroit and New York and Philadelphia, Chicago, St. Louis, Kansas City. Amelia Earhart. Yes, thanks for bringing up Amelia Earhart. I'm cheating a little bit, yeah. Now, Charles Lindbergh was the first one to fly across the ocean. The first female to fly across the ocean was Amelia Earhart, but she went trying to fly around the world in the 1930s as well. She didn't quite make it. And for many years, it was a mystery where she ended up in the Pacific Ocean. But another shout out to somebody from Kansas. Technology. Oh, wow. So what have we not mentioned yet? The invention of the TV is the late 1930s at the World's Fair in 1939. Most people wouldn't have TVs in their homes until 1950s. That would change the game quite a bit. We would have sound film. Somebody say I'm really cheating right now. Talkies, as they call them. So we mentioned silent films up here, but talkies became big in the 1930s. The golden age of Hollywood. Golden age. So you had these big Hollywood productions, like for the first time Hollywood existed. Actually, it started in the 1920s, but it became bigger in the 1930s, where you had, the equivalent of millions of dollars spent on movies, and they made the equivalent of millions of dollars at the box office. People were still going to the theaters despite the Depression. Let's see. You also had the invention of air conditioning around this time, or that might have been 1940s. I could be misremembering, but around this time, air conditioning. Let's see. The Depression was just depressing, man. Let's move on to the 1940s. Okay, the 1939, of course, is the beginning of World War II. The invasion of Poland by Nazi Germany, and many Americans are still wary of all that. They're looking what's going on. We don't want to do this again. Many say we don't want to get involved. Okay, we're gonna keep the Democrats up. Let's clear the board again. All right, so World War II, FDR. He's the only president who's elected more than 2 times. In fact, he's elected 4 times. He dies in his 4th term, but extremely popular. Every election he wins it resoundingly. But yeah, foreign relations, World War II. And this marker is done. Oh, maybe. If you have a black one, that'd be good. I'll use blue, though, but thank you. Like I said, the United States is not looking to get involved in World War II. We're still trying to get over the Great Depression, okay? But yeah, FDR runs for a 3rd term in 1940. It's of course, controversial. It's not part of the Constitution that says that he can't, though, so he does, and he easily wins. But yeah, soon enough, the United States can't avoid World War II. There's the Lend-Lease Act, which promises weapons to Great Britain, which shows that by this time we have a very good relationship with Great Britain. We're strong allies. We have chosen a side. So clearly we are against Britain. We are for Britain. We are against Germany and against Japan and Italy, the Axis powers in World War II. And so flash forward to December 7th, 1941, a day which will live in infamy, as FDR famously said. Oh, thank you. We have the attack on Pearl Harbor. So this, of course, is the biggest attack on American soil by a foreign country in American history. Kills hundreds. It's in Hawaii. It's a strategic military base that Japan drops bombs on. And this directly leads to the United States declaring war on Japan. Congress declares war on Japan, I think unanimously. And the United States is officially part of World War II. World War II is the biggest war in human history. More people died in that war than any other war. Chances are you know a lot about it. So we'll just go through the briefly, like the run through the American involvement in it. But everything in the 1940s, oh, sorry, I didn't write this down yet. 1940s revolves around World War II. So like back home, society and culture, it's about rationing. It's about victory gardens. It's about converting your factory that once made one good, you're now making it good for the military, for the war effort. So war production. And you have a record number of volunteers enlist into the military. And so it's pretty easy for Americans to get on board with this one. But also the dark side is you have this reactionary sentiment toward Japanese Americans, and they are interned, unfortunately. And that's even later upheld by the Supreme Court. World War II, it's not going so well for France in the initial stages. They get taken over by Nazis, and soon Britain's under threat. The United States kind of comes to the rescue, though. We first invade Northern Africa and then Italy, take out Italy. Then we focus on trying to invade Germany. Meanwhile, there's the Pacific theater of the war. That's the European theater. The Pacific theater, island hopping, trying to basically get to Japan one island at a time. The critical Battle of Midway, the critical Battle of Iwo Jima later on. Over in Europe, you got the, this is probably the most famous invasion in American history, the D-Day invasion. June 6, 1944, in which American and British forces are able to invade the beaches of Normandy to free France. They're able to do it successfully because of the extremely heroic men that invaded the beach that day, and are able to eventually take over, liberate France, and make their way toward to Germany. The Russians are allies on the other side, but after the war, they would not be. When I say Russians, I mean by this time it's the Soviet Union. They would not so much be allies anymore. But yeah, it's a long war. The United States is involved from essentially early 1942 all the way to the end of it, August 1945. Germany surrenders in April 1945. Japan would surrender only after the United States developing multiple atomic bombs and dropping 2 atomic bombs on Japan, killing over 100,000 civilians. And Japan finally surrenders in August of 1945. So the United States is the only country in world history to drop nuclear bombs on another nation. But we unleashed this technology with the Manhattan Project. And it's a technology, maybe I should put that down here. Atomic bombs. It's the first technology we developed that can kill us all. And once that's out there, we are kind of terrified that other countries are going to get the technology as well. It's a rush to get it first. Once we do, though, soon after, the Soviet Union gets the ability to make nuclear weapons. And so this would be a common theme of the Cold War, which followed World War II, this race to accumulate nuclear weapons. But as far as technology, also, we have new inventions in World War II, the helicopter, fighter jets that are, well, I shouldn't say we had fighter jets before, but faster jets, Air Force, fast jets. There we go. Much better tanks. Faster tanks. Gas, tear gas. Well, I guess that was World War I. So I'm not going to put that here. But, it's the most destructive war in human history. There's just so many ways that a lot of war crimes, a lot of, I hate to say this, but the United States participated, and not just with the atomic bombs, but the carpet bombing of Tokyo before, or the bombing of Dresden. Situations like this. And so when you have the Nuremberg trials afterwards, it's like, okay, the Holocaust happened. We find out about what the Nazis were doing to Jewish people, and they were just mass genocide, and also other groups of people. And they say, well, you guys committed war crimes too. You killed civilians. And so, but it just something that really slapped the entire world in the face and said, we need to make sure that something like this never, ever happens again. World War II should be the darkest moment of all of humanity. And so I think still to this day, we recognize that as a fact. We hope to never have a World War III, or at least something that looks like World War II ever again. But yeah, the United States ends up being the victor more than anyone after this war. They lost a lot of lives, but we lost a lot of lives. But at the same time, we come out like one of two superpowers left, the other being the Soviet Union. And after World War II, the United States, everybody loves the United States. We freed the world, So, but then a lot happens right after. We got Truman that takes over because FDR dies. He has the Truman Doctrine. And just so much happens. All of a sudden, the Soviet Union is an enemy because they are being a bit aggressive with how they're wanting to expand their influence. And it just, one intervention after another, first in Greece, and then we've got Germany all divided up. But this time we're going to be nicer to Germany. We're going to have the Marshall Plan. Marshall Plan, instead of just punishing Germany after the war and Japan and Italy, the Axis powers, we're going to give them financial aid. We're going to help them rebuild, which is frankly one of the best decisions the United States government ever made. Try to kind of use soft power to influence how we want everybody to be like us, where we have free markets, capitalism, but also democracy, representative democracy at the very least. You don't want to be like the Soviet Union, where they have a command economy and they have no democracy. They have a dictator, Joseph Stalin. So, but there was this big clash of ideals, and in terms of the economy and also how government should be run. You had all of a sudden a bunch of countries say, we're kind of freaking out about the Soviet Union being aggressive. They formed NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It's existed ever since. In response to NATO, let me put NATO up here. In response to NATO, the Soviet Union and its Eastern Bloc, Eastern European countries formed the Warsaw Pact. A lot going on here in 1946, 1947, 1948. Truman's like Harry Truman. I got to put his first name here. From Independence, Missouri. Harry Truman's like, I also want to keep social progress going. And I see how African-American soldiers fought bravely, like the Tuskegee Airmen in World War II. Also, shout out to the Navajo Code Talkers who helped us win that war. And so he's like, yeah, I'm going to end segregation in the military. So military segregation ends, thus officially kicking off the civil rights movement, according to many historians. But also you've got rising tensions in Asia. It's what a mess. So Korea, the Korean Peninsula, they're fighting a civil war. Then the Soviet Union and China want to jump in, and then the United States and the United Nations as a whole. Oh, United Nations, they jump in. The United Nations now exists. This is like this still exists today as well. And you got the Korean War. That breaks out because of North Korea invading South Korea, and the United States comes to defend, and then other United Nations countries come in to defend South Korea, and then China comes in to defend North Korea, and then ultimately this ends in an armistice, not till 3 years later. We're actually getting to the 1950s now, so more on that in a bit, but yeah, that's a lot. There's probably a lot I forgot. 1940s are crazy. Someone mentioned the Berlin airlift. Yeah, Berlin airlift is going on. Where do I even put that on here? Berlin airlift. You've got Soviet Union cutting off supplies to our allies, including many Americans, in the city of Berlin, which is also partitioned, just like Germany as a whole is partitioned. They build a wall in Berlin eventually between East Berlin and West Berlin, and cut off, like Germany's divided between East Germany, was influenced by Soviet Union, and West Germany influenced by United States, France, and Britain. I mean, yeah, this is one of the craziest times in American history, is the 1940s. Okay, I'm telling Ian I'll be there in about an hour. Okay, I got to wrap this up quickly. 1950s. I'm going to go a lot quicker so I can make this event.
Did you want this, or do you want me to get to read it?
What is it? Oh my gosh. She.
But
Oh,
I can get to read it.
I can eat it. That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. Mrs. B, make me food now. I didn't think this would last this long. Sorry.
Oh, shoot.
Thank you very much. We're to the 1950s. Okay, we've got Truman and Dwight Eisenhower. Republican Party. Post-World War II prosperity. We'll get you caught up here. Okay, so, oh, thank you. Yeah. All right, so the Korean War is wrapped up. Eisenhower brings the troops home. Ends in a stalemate. Overall, the economy is prosperous. Prosperity. Rise of middle class. It's also a conservative time and culture. I haven't even mentioned the Second Red Scare. Second Red Scare is mostly a response to the Soviet Union and people's fears of it. But, you know, this is a scary time. Soviet Union has nuclear weapons. We're now in what's known as the Cold War. Where it's not, there's proxy wars, okay? Proxy wars. It's like you're putting fires, you're starting fires around the world, but there's never like a big fire. They're little fires, you know, and they're never, the Soviet Union and the United States are never directly fighting each other. But yeah, they hate each other. The two superpowers hate each other. And the Soviet Union, of course, is perceived as atheist, godless. They're not Christian. And so a lot of religious symbols pop up, specifically Christian symbols pop up during this time for the Second Red Scare. Yeah, the rise of McCarthyism. Basically a witch hunt, you know. McCarthy, the senator from Wisconsin who kind of led this, became the face of it. Eugene McCarthy is the other guy. This is not Eugene McCarthy. So the all this going on, Eisenhower kind of plays into it. In God we trust, adding under God to the Pledge of Allegiance. At the same time, TVs, even color TVs, are invented. TVs become cheap and become something that every house owns. Every family has a TV. They all watch it at dinner or after dinner. Somebody in the chat mentioned I Love Lucy. Yeah, shows like that. I would say also this is the rise of the suburbs, suburban America. More roads are built with the Interstate Highway Act, Interstate Highway. That's primarily for security reasons, but it links up the country, the invention of the road trip. A lot more people moving out to the suburbs because they can. It's better. There's better housing, nicer houses, more clean air, land. So they're moving away from the pollution of the cities. You have more people going to college, more are becoming educated. All the soldiers that are coming back with the GI Bills. So the rise of going to college for everyone, not just the wealthy. Before it was the wealthy. So I'll put in parentheses GI Bills. And this made it so even more people were able to enter the middle class. A lot of nostalgia for this time for that reason. You know, oh, the 1950s, the good old days, you know. But also, you know, you had the Lavender Scare, which is a time when LGBT plus folks were taken out of government. They're often associated with the Second Red Scare. You had, you know, Operation W back, rounding up of Mexican immigrants. And this is the beginning of like, oh, maybe we should have some kind of barrier between the United States and Mexico. Also, by this time, all drugs are illegal effectively. Not really okay, I should say there are exceptions, but it's harder to get drugs now. So there's that. Although this is solidified with the Controlled Substances Act, makes it even more, the punishment's more harsh in 1971. But I'm jumping ahead. Yeah, so Nixon is the vice president, actually, of Eisenhower. He'd be a future president. Speaking of the Controlled Substances Act. Oh, heck yeah, Miles. Good to see you. Thanks for doing that. Thanks for the super chat, too. So, foreign relations, of course, we have, I mentioned proxy wars. I should put that down here, really. But overthrowing, so coups, CIA coups. You have the Dulles brothers up to shenanigans, overthrowing foreign governments. Sometimes these governments are democratically elected. We don't care if they're not aligned with capitalists or American aligned interests. You have, let's see, fairly peaceful times overall, but you have, I don't know, it's tense because you got what's going down in Cuba. Things are starting to build up. You have the Suez crisis that ends up being not too big of a deal, mostly because of Eisenhower's leadership on that, who is my second favorite president, I should say, despite these two things. Not good. But yeah, just overall, a very conservative time. And then you jump ahead to the end of the decade, and we have the space race. The Soviet Union launches Sputnik, the first satellite launched into space. Eisenhower's like, holy crap, we are behind the curve here. Calls for the creation of NASA. And by the time he leaves office, NASA is created and the space race has begun. We soon are sending our own satellites to space. In the 1960s, we send human beings to space and to the moon. What else? 1950s. Things building up in Vietnam. Let's move on to the 1960s. Nuclear testing, building up, getting to a point where it's really scary, planning for the Bay of Pigs. Okay. 1960s is another crazy time. Dominant political party Democrats. We got Ike, but he's only there for a little bit. And then we got JFK, John F. Kennedy, and LBJ, Lyndon Baines Johnson, and even a little bit of Nixon. Like I said, crazy decade. So the government is mostly reform-minded. We've got the civil rights movement in full swing by this time. Oh, I didn't mention civil rights in the 1950s. So we have, in the 1950s, we have the Brown versus Board of Education decision I forgot to mention, which officially desegregated public facilities. It was the case started out here in Kansas, Topeka, and Little Rock 9 had to be escorted into their desegregated high school after the backlash in Little Rock, Arkansas. Eisenhower sent in federal forces to enforce that. You see this movement by the 60s. You have sit-ins, people, African Americans that are sitting in segregated restaurants and refusing to leave when asked to leave. This movement dramatically grows in the early 1960s. You see more and more people going to the South to help people overcome voter suppression, getting registered to vote, helping them pass literacy tests, because you still had to pass a literacy test, which was ridiculous in order to vote back then. But also, just more importantly, we finally get legislation like the Civil Rights Act. With the help of leaders such as MLK. And we have folks like Rosa Parks, who she wasn't the only or the first, but she is the most famous person who, on a segregated bus where blacks had to sit at the back, whites at the front. She sat at the front. She refused to move, and she got arrested for that. Got a lot of attention, which was the point. We had Selma. We had the marches at Selma to Montgomery in Alabama, all trying to push for what eventually passed the Voting Rights Act. Ending of the poll tax. That's an amendment. I think that's the 23rd, right? I don't know. DC could vote in presidential elections. A lot of amendments all of a sudden passed in the 1960s. You see these gaps in American history that happens. But you saw a Fair Housing Act. There's a lot. To provide public housing, Medicare, Medicaid. LBJ came later with the War on Poverty. Overall, his policies of just increasing the social safety net even further than FDR did. But I'm getting ahead of myself still. John F. Kennedy, he helped get the ball rolling with civil rights. LBJ really amped it up. But John F. Kennedy is more remembered for his foreign policy. The Bay of Pigs was a disaster, but they tried to invade Cuba and overthrow their government. It did not work out. And then you have the Cuban Missile Crisis a year later, where the world almost ended, where it became very close. We found out that the Soviet Union was going to launch a nuclear weapon at the United States. Yeah, for real. I made a video about that. But this is probably the hottest the Cold War got, was when John F. Kennedy was president, the Cuban Missile Crisis, 1962, when you had missiles pointed at Cuba, and in Cuba, Soviet missiles pointed right at the United States, really close to Miami, southern Florida, right there. And then the rise of Fidel Castro, and then a lot of other Latin American dictators becoming allies with him, becoming strong allies with the Soviet Union, and becoming a threat in our own hemisphere to the United States. But John F. Kennedy, of course, the space race continues. Under his leadership, it expands. Americans in space, Americans on the moon by the end of the decade. And but tragically, his life was cut short, assassinated just 2 years, over 2 years, 2.5 years into his term, November 21st, 1963. John F. Kennedy is assassinated in Dallas. His vice president, Lyndon Johnson, takes over, but he, in many ways, continues the vision that John F. Kennedy had, despite being from the South. And so, yeah, continuing on, a lot of reforms in 1960s. You had the Stonewall riots, 1969. Kind of launched the modern LGBT plus movement. Woodstock. Rock and roll. I mean, you know, the Beatles, British Invasion. You had Jimi Hendrix. So much of, like, a lot of bands that are still listened to regularly today became big in the 1960s. Hippies. Where are we going to put hippies? Hippies. The whole counterculture movement. Technology, I think, I mean, by now we're seeing where color TV is normal. We're seeing luxury air travel. We're seeing plastics everywhere. Although that really started in the 1950s. Environmental movement. So much reforms happening in the 1960s. This is the last period, I think, in American history, other than perhaps now, where we saw so many reform movements in a short period of time. Women's rights. Feminism. So the 1960s is the first time where you finally see laws that say women cannot be discriminated in the workplace. That's part of the Civil Rights Act, actually. They have the right to divorce their husbands. They have the right to take out a credit card, to do everything a man can do. That's a relatively new thing, the 1960s. It's not just the man as the head of the household. Women now have their own rights. And you see more and more women entering the workforce and earning a living and saying, I don't need a man. So modern feminism really begins in the 1960s, I would say. They try to get an amendment to the Constitution passed, the ERA, Equal Rights Amendment, in the next decade, which ultimately comes up short, but it's along the same, I mean, still the culture changes. The culture changes. All right. What else? Oh, there's a big thing we were missing yet. The Vietnam War. One of the greatest blunders in American history. Is like the first war in the modern era where we just straight up lost it. It was another proxy war. It just failed miserably and resulted in unnecessary deaths and destruction. Over 1 million civilians dying in Southeast Asia. It continued into the 1970s, but that was one thing that really hurt Lyndon Johnson's legacy. Richard Nixon gets elected in part because he promises to end that war, but he ends up extending it. But yeah, so much going on. Gosh dang, there's still stuff I'm forgetting. Somebody mentioned Marilyn Monroe. No more silver coins in the coins after 1964. Fiat won. Well, yeah, the gold standard we were taking off that in the 1970s with Nixon, early 1970s. If Trump invades Cuba, do you think Russia will get involved? No, they will not. Hopefully he doesn't do that. Okay, let's go ahead and jump to the. I know I haven't got it all for the 60s, but we are running out of time. 1970s. Republicans and Democrats in the 70s. All right. Richard Nixon. Gets us off the gold standard. Price controls. But inflation, that's a big concern in the 70s. That's the first thing I think of when I think of the 1970s and economy, inflation. But even worse, stagflation. which is a combination of a stagnant economy, low job growth, and inflation. Like the worst combination, because what do you do to fight it? She sees the food. Okay. She ran off. Okay. I'm hanging in there. I'm gonna do this. Okay, so I mean, Nixon is not as conservative as most people think. He starts the EPA, for example, the Environmental Protection Agency, the Clean Air Act. He's the one who signs that. Still a very bipartisan time, but also the Controlled Substances Act, which starts the war on drugs. Foreign relations, Cambodia, not good. But eventually winds down Vietnam. Madman theory for Nixon. Society and culture, it's still very like kind of weird. In my view, the 1970s are the weirdest decade in American history in terms of weird being mainstream. It became very normalized to just try to be as weird as possible. People tried to out-weird each other by the 70s. This is where we have new genres of music pop up other than rock and roll. Heavy metal, punk, rap, also known as hip-hop for the kids. Okay, so that kind of sums it all up. Weird, you know. Also disco. I'm sorry to bring it up, but disco. Wild hair, wild, colorful outfits. Started in the 60s, but really matured in the 70s. Despite Nixon. I mean, Nixon meeting with Elvis in the White House was probably the most conservative thing ever, you know, by that point. Technology, you now have computers popping up, although they had popped up before, but now these computers are getting smaller. So personal computers. You have now women in sports. Title IX, that's the 1970s. You have, as far as more, I mean, government stuff going on. I mean, there's a lot of momentum here for Nixon. He opens up relations with China. And there's easing of tensions with USSR, also known as détente. So the Cold War seems to start to be winding down. That's good. But then Nixon gets in trouble, of course. He's trying, like in the 1972 election, which he ends up winning in a landslide against George McGovern. But he has Republican operatives sneak into the Watergate complex to get intel on the Democratic Party. And they cover it up. And it ends up being a scandal called the Watergate scandal. That's why today everything that is resembling a scandal ends in the suffix gate. But Watergate. It ultimately leads to Nixon resigning. Nixon is the only president in American history to resign. And his vice president, Gerald Ford, takes over. Who's the president for the bicentennial of the country? But yeah, Ford pardons Nixon. That's very controversial. So Nixon never gets in trouble for his crimes and covering up his crimes. I mean, that pales into comparison what happens today, though, right? But yeah, I digress. So with Ford, he continues a lot of the same environmental policies. I would say the biggest problem, though, that still won't go away is stagflation. And then you have an oil crisis. Because the United States is a big ally of Israel, a lot of Arab countries are retaliating against that by oil embargoes. So not sending oil shipments to the United States, causing an oil shortage. Prices of gasoline for average consumers skyrockets. And this is related to this. Inflation is just not going away. At the same time, a recession. This is the first recession that's really affected Americans in the post-World War II era, and it's very jarring. People are wanting change. Also, they're not happy with Ford. They end up electing Jimmy Carter, a Democrat. But Jimmy Carter, it doesn't go very well either. Stagflation continues. You got the Iran hostage crisis. Which that's a response to the United States overthrowing their democratically elected leader a couple decades prior. But regardless, Americans are held hostage by Iranians, and it lasts for years. And the United States fails to free them. So this definitely hurts Carter's popularity. The economy still just not doing so well, and that's when we jump to the 1980s. Okay, but the Cold War is winding down at least. So, but this era I call the what did I call this? Neoliberal area? What did I? Let me grab my phone. Hey, Shannon.
Yeah.
Where's my phone?
Can we call it?
Oh no, that's never mind. Yeah, I call it the lone superpower era. (1980) to 2001. Dominant political party, definitely Republicans. The Reagan Revolution, Ronald Reagan, and George H.W. Bush. All right, so yeah, we have the Reagan Revolution here. Economy, neoliberal. Free markets, return to free markets, and a return to just like competition above all else, end regulations, reduce taxes on wealthy, really on everyone. the Cold War heats up, but it also winds down. So Cold War will end during this time. When Reagan first enters office, Ronald Reagan gets elected overwhelmingly, 1980. And when he first gets in there, he's like, hey, I'm going to have this Star Wars program, and he's just talking a lot of trash against the Soviet Union, kind of reversing the detente of Nixon and Ford and Carter. But then he chills out again. Him and Gorbachev become buddies. But eventually the Cold War ends. Historians debate why it ended. I think the main reason why was markets kind of proved to be more appealing than a command economy. But also the Soviet Union getting bogged down with things, running out of money, fighting a war in Afghanistan. But they had been declining for decades at that point. So the United States becomes the lone superpower at the end of the Cold War. That's why I call that lone superpower era. All right. And so, society and culture, technology, video games become popular during this time. Technically, this is the beginning of the internet. A military experiment. There you go. But overall, society becomes a bit more conservative again. Reagan amps up the war on drugs. I already mentioned reducing taxes, but reducing regulations. Weirdly, he was still pro-immigration, so still very pro-immigration time. As far as Iran, we do get the hostages back right in time for Reagan to enter office, conveniently for Reagan. But there's also later the Iran-Contra scandal. I have a video about that. I won't get into that right now, but just know that hurts the legacy of the Reagan administration. You had the Challenger explosion, which was pretty jarring. It was the first time the space race kind of hit a roadblock after going to the moon regularly in the space shuttle program. That was in 1986. I'm alive now. 1980s. All right. Finally, I'm alive. But yeah, let's see. Berlin Wall comes down. I would say we still have, like, for society and culture, now we have the blockbuster film, which is a phenomenon. Or these films that cost hundreds of millions of dollars to make, and they make hundreds of millions of dollars at the box office. I think Star Wars kind of opened that whole thing up. Then you have these, franchises like Indiana Jones or Back to the Future. Yeah, Cold War really technically ended in 1992. I should probably put it winds down. Winds down. All right, I'm getting tired, so I'm going to use another lifeline. Let's use the textbook. Let's use the textbook for what I'm missing for the 1980s, because I'm just getting tired. Even though I lived through it. Growth of the Sun Belt. More people moving to the South for the first time. Sandra Day O'Connor, first female Supreme Court justice. Man, I already got a lot of this stuff. Oh, the HIV crisis. So this new disease they didn't have a cure for. Now we have ways to treat it. It was pretty scary living through that. All right, well. We're in good shape. Let's go to the 1990s. Dominant political party of the 90s. Probably both Republicans and Democrats. Getting pretty sloppy up here. But we're almost done. Okay, so we have Bush Sr. Oh, come on. Here, let me get this closer. Bush Sr. and Bill Clinton. Can't forget the rise of Ross Perot, though. All right, so I think also a weird decade. I compared to the 70s a lot. It kind of echoes the 70s a lot. A lot of the time for experimentation. Best movies ever made. And music. Okay, I'm biased on that one, but anyway. So, yeah, we have H.W. Bush. The Persian Gulf War happens during this time. Persian Gulf War goes pretty well for the United States. It's a very quick war. I have a video about that as well. But yeah, it's kind of in and out. Iraq invades Kuwait, and the United States, as well as a bunch of NATO countries, just go in and say, hey, you can't do that, kick him out, stop Saddam Hussein, and that's it. Bush Sr., 90% approval rating. But yeah, raising taxes on wealthy. That ended up backfiring to Bush Sr. I think a highlight of Bush's term was the passing of the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act. Overall, though, a time of unity in government until the Republican Revolution of 1994, led by Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich. Before 1994, those midterms, Democrats had controlled had controlled Congress basically since, I believe, the early 1970s, for decades, basically. So anyway, again, this is off the top of my head. In case you're just joining me, this is all off the top of my head. I use 2 lifelines. This is off the top of my head. Okay. Technology, World Wide Web. So now computers are a lot cheaper. They're in every home. And now people can use dial-up to get on the internet. So that's a big deal. And we have the cell phones become more popular, but they're the flip phones. So think of that. Those are still, you still kind of have to have some money though in the beginning to have those. We have.
You gotta respond to that one.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right. Election history. Do you think 1987 is the best year in our nation's history because it's the year I was born? Yes, Morgan, absolutely. Yes. Okay, we had Bosnia, former Yugoslavia war involvement. Overall, the United States just becomes the world's police force during this time because, you know, we're the only superpower left. We have the world's most powerful military by far in human history. And so we're just putting out fires around the world. Everybody expects the United States to do it. We now have military bases all over the world. It's kind of a quasi-empire. But the thing is, most countries, not all, but most countries are okay with that because it's like we're their bodyguards. Meanwhile, we still have alliances like NATO. NATO still exists even though the Cold War is over. You can tell I'm tired because I'm missing a lot of things here. Society and culture, though, you know, we can mention specific shows and movies, but we won't get into that. I mean, the main thing is, I think we see a lot more kids going to college. So I think more bachelor degrees are awarded. But because of that, though, the cost of college skyrockets, and it's easier to get into college. Not necessarily easier, I guess, but more kids are smart. They're able to get in. But because of that, demand goes up. Supply doesn't change that much, and so prices skyrocket. Prices skyrocket for everything, really. The most important things. This all starts in the I haven't even written this down yet. 1990s. You have the rise of healthcare costs, and this is why folks like Hillary Clinton are saying we need to do something about this. There should be universal healthcare, but she's called a radical for that idea, even though Theodore Roosevelt called for it 80 years prior. You had the rise in childcare costs, and so now, in order to kind of maintain this, I mean, we always associate the 1990s with prosperity. But by the 1990s, both parents kind of have to work now. So to keep up that prosperity. And also, I should put it right this order. The debt is higher than ever before. So now more people have credit cards. Credit cards were a relatively new thing a few decades prior to this. But now credit cards, by the end of the 20th century, everybody has a credit card. So I should put just debt. Yeah. Foreign relations, you know, you got terrorist groups. There's the World Trade Center bombing, terrorists. Rise of terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda. But overall, a pretty chill decade, I think. I was lucky to grow up in this decade, I think. The Waco siege, yeah. Oklahoma City bombing, that's another big thing that happened. 1995, that was kind of scary. Link that with this. The Dream Team, yeah. Got to mention them. Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Charles Barkley. They all dominated at the Olympics in 1996. The United States hosts the World Cup in 1994. Okay, yeah. The rise of the boy band. Okay, yeah, let's just go to the 2000s. It gets a lot crazier. The cats again are more chill, not terrorizing the living room. Okay, 2000s. We've made it to the 21st century. What did I call this last era? 2001 to present. War on terrorism and decline as a superpower. Dominant political party, Republican. Although Obama gets in this decade. I didn't even I put 200s. That's how tired I am. Woo! Okay, George Bush Jr. And then Barack Obama. Barack Obama. Okay, so yeah, 9/11. That kind of changed everything, right? Everything changed. 9/11, September 11th, 2001, Al-Qaeda hijacks airplanes, flies them into prominent buildings in the United States, the World Trade Center buildings, the Pentagon, supposed to take the White House too with that plane. The passengers take it over and bring it down in a farm field in Pennsylvania. But yeah, this really was something that dramatically shifted public perception about safety, national security, leads to the expansion of the government, the creation of Department of Homeland Security, the surveillance state that we kind of take for granted today. We've lost all privacy ever since then. The war on terrorism started out in Afghanistan. The war in Afghanistan. Eventually, we do get Osama bin Laden, the person responsible for 9/11, the leader of Al-Qaeda. And somehow we decide, well, okay, well, we're also going to go to war in Iraq because we never did take care of that Saddam Hussein fella, even though they had nothing to do with 9/11 and they never had any weapons of mass destruction. Related to the surveillance state Patriot Act, the first time we had a TSA at the airport, you had to go through extra security at the airport. That all started after 9/11. Patriot Act has led to the creation of NSA kind of tracking everything. The war on terrorism actually technically is still going on to this day. There are attacks that are justified in the name of that war. And the specific legislation, the AUMF, authorization to use military force, that's the law that's been renewed time and time again to allow the president to go after suspected terrorists. So yeah, it was a pretty busy decade. I had friends and family that fought in the war in Afghanistan, Iraq War as well. Very controversial war. Lots of protests to the Iraq War. So war protests became very common. It was very much like the protests. I didn't mention this, but during the protests you saw during Vietnam, people became more politically activated. The economy was going great for the exception of there's the dot-com bubble. All these folks invested into internet companies, but a lot of those internet companies failed, and so it was a bubble. So that was a recession. Then later there was the Great Recession, and that's probably the third worst recession, maybe fourth worst recession in American history. Subprime mortgages kind of fueled, or they kind of sparked it, but it was really a bigger crisis of the fact that so many people were gambling with other people's money, and it's just money they didn't have. And so there was another bubble that crashed, led to a huge housing crisis where a lot of people lost their homes. The economy tanked, and that's when I first was looking for a teaching job, and I couldn't find a job. I couldn't even find a substitute job because unemployment was so high, 2008, 2009. But yeah, there was Hurricane Katrina. That was a big deal. We remember that quite a bit because of the government's, both local, state, also federal government response, poor response to that crisis. No Child Left Behind was another unpopular law that was passed to try to reform standardized education, but it ended up not working so well. I haven't made a video about that yet, believe it or not. Foreign relations, I guess I kind of should have put these down here. Yeah, foreign relations. But yeah, the world kind of turned against the United States because of the Iraq War, I think. So we kind of lost allies, I think, for the first time since World War II because of the Iraq War being so unpopular. Technology, we have Web 2.0. The social media is invented. Smartphone. So the BlackBerry first, then the iPhone. Smart everything. Smart TV. Basically combining the computer and TV for the first time. Combining the computer and everything for the first time. Smart oven, smart vacuum cleaner, smart whatever. I forgot to mention microwave, by the way. That was 1970s, microwave. Dang it. But overall, society fear-based. There's a lot of fear in the aughts. A lot of fear. But then hope with Obama coming in. And he was bringing this hope and change. He ran on bringing us home from Iraq, ending forever wars, although he would continue the war in Afghanistan. Also, just, some kind of safety net for healthcare because no one could afford healthcare anymore. It was bankrupting people. People were going bankrupt because of healthcare. Sound familiar? So anyway, Obamacare, that was passed after Obama takes over. I think that goes with society and culture because that was a big deal. The Affordable Care Act. Wasn't universal health care, but it was at least guaranteed that people could have an easier way to get health insurance if they couldn't afford it. But yeah, I think we're going to move on to the 2010s, which I have extreme nostalgia for. Operation Desert Fox. Yeah, we can mention that as well. We don't get into the nitty gritty, but yeah, that was in the 90s. Thank you, Josh. Thanks for all you do. I love your videos. I think you could argue that the 2000 election was one of the most important and consequential American history, given how it was decided in the aftermath. Yes, thanks for bringing up the election of 2000. George W. Bush and Al Gore, extremely close election. It was so close that it came down to just a few hundred votes in Florida, and the Supreme Court had to step in and ultimately decided you just need to stop counting the votes. Stop counting. And George W. Bush got the victory. So to this day, people debate about what if it went the other direction. If Al Gore got elected instead of Bush, how much different would the country be today, 26 years later? It's a good hypothetical to ponder for sure. All right, 2010s. Democrats. I can't believe we're almost done here. I still have a lifeline too. I guess I probably won't need it for the 2010s or 2020s. Obama and Donald Trump. I have to write his full name in case you don't know who he is. Still, Democrats, I would say, dominated this decade. We saw a lot of social change, same-sex marriage legalized, finally. Finally, the process really begun, I think, when California first legalized it. But it kind of, the Supreme Court in Obergefell v. Hodges said that same-sex marriage was protected under the 14th Amendment. Rise in transgender visibility. I just think overall you saw more acceptance for different types of groups. Legalization of cannabis. That was a big one. Started in Colorado and Oregon, then spread across the country, although there's still parts of the country where it's illegal. Kansas, one of them. But the war in Afghanistan continued. That's America's longest war. It continued. Even after bin Laden was killed. People were like, what are we still doing there? You have the rise of ISIS. So you had the war in Iraq in response to that. Gamergate. That was a big deal. I think you saw the beginning of the reactionary movement happen after that. Technology, okay. I think the biggest technology we saw in the 2010s was the emergence of AI becoming usable. And of course, it's really just skyrocketed at an exponential level in the 2020s. But I think another thing another technology that blew up was rideshare, or not just rideshare, but just apps, etc. Related to this, the rise of the gig economy, and also everybody's a brand now. Or everybody has to worry about their brand all the time. Normalized relations with Cuba and Iran. Thanks to Obama. Thanks, Obama. I think the bailed out corporations that started in 2009, but corporate welfare kind of, I think, grew a lot, and that's part of their frustration that we see today. I think really what's happening in the late aughts, early 2010s. But overall, like big, I know we talked about same-sex marriage over here. There's also the Bostock v. Clayton County Supreme Court case for transgender rights. But overall, the government, I think, it was social changes, and then I don't know. It once Trump took over, it went back to reactionary. I don't know. Rise of populism. Somebody said, "Yep, absolutely." More so in recent years. Ukraine was. You're talking about 2014, yeah. Russia and Crimea. Oh, okay, yeah. Arab Spring is a big one. That started in 2011, believe it or not. Occupy Wall Street and Tea Party movement. Occupy Wall Street. Yeah, I think they're related, honestly. Both populist movements. Black Lives Matter. I think that started in the 2010s. Man, government. What is government doing? Not much. Gridlock. Gerrymandering. Rise. Which really rose even more in the 2020s. Yeah, it's kind of 2010s, a lot of progress, but also you can kind of see cracks in the progress. I guess the Farm Bill of 2018, that was a big one. Legalizing hemp. Normalization of relations also with North Korea, with Trump. I think overall the 2010s were a pretty positive decade, even though there's a lot of frustrations, which those continue to this day. But I get why, it's hindsight 2020. We don't realize it until it's over. All right, we're going to wrap this up because I got to get out of here for an event, and I'm already late to it. So now I would say Republicans have dominated the 2020s more than we realize because they've led the narrative. But really, it's been back and forth with the rise of Trumpism. So Democrats a little bit. It's back and forth. It's very much like the 1880s in that regard. So we've leave Trump's name up there. First president since Cleveland to be elected in non-consecutive terms. And of course, Joe Biden. Sandwiched between. Not a whole lot to say about the 2020s, really. Although there have been some big, because we really are living through it, so we can't really see what's going on until later. I think our views are skewed. It's not wise to analyze history as it's happening too much, because I think you're always biased way too much living through something, thinking something is not a big deal when it is, or thinking something is a big deal when it's not. Usually that's the case, the latter, not the former. But yeah, I'm not going to write this down. I'm just going to say that 2020s, I think, are a lot like the 1890s. I think we have a rise of populism, obviously, similar to that time. You see, division has been here for since the 21st century began. Polarization, I don't think, is a new thing. It's kind of continuing from the previous decades. I do think that we're seeing fewer people trusting government than they did even 10 years ago. Foreign relations, the United States now has worse relations with a lot of the world than it did in the 2010s. 2020s, woo! The Ukraine war that's been going on with Russia ongoing has been a disaster. Israel, Palestine, disaster, genocide in Palestine, war crimes in Ukraine. You have back home people that are living in their own realities. We don't have people in the same realities anymore. So even history, even if I try to teach facts about history, people don't believe it. And I get it. I totally understand. But now we also have the rise of artificial intelligence, which is leading to potentially super artificial intelligence. So that could be a bubble. It probably is, but we don't know for sure yet. But the economy has been booming for the wealthiest. That's why a lot of economists even say this, that we are in the second Gilded Age currently. Overdue, I think, for reforms. We did see a little bit with Joe Biden, bipartisan legislation, especially with trying to get more infrastructure, especially reacting to the ongoing challenge of
human-caused climate change. So how are we going to adapt to that? How are we going to subsidize green energy, stuff like that? Foreign relations, though, that's where it's interesting because I think that we need to really pay close attention to what China is doing now that the United States is not. Because I think that in 20, 30, 40 years, we're going to look back and be like, I think 2020s was a critical time. We kind of blew it. But yeah, overall, President Trump is not very popular. We know this. And so we celebrate this 250th birthday where a lot of people are not hopeful about the future. But I just want to say that you should be hopeful for the future because you can find a lot of hope in the past. You can see that people were struggling in the past, but they overcame obstacles in the past and they made the world better. They made society better. So why not do that now? So I'm going to go do that now. I'm going to go to a campaign event to support candidates who are trying to make the world a better place, who are wanting to end corruption, and or most importantly, they want to uncap the House of Representatives, which has not been there's only been 435 members of the House of Representatives since the 1920s. It's ridiculous. All right, so I'm heading there now. If you're in Lawrence, I'd love to see you soon. Happy 250th. Oh, what? No. Bye.